A very good morning to all the speakers, all the esteemed guests and panelists on the session. We have once again joined for 12th edition of our Confluence. In this, before the inaugural session, we are going to have a keynote session by Professor Dr. Virendra Kumar Bhavsar. Dr. Virendra Kumar Bhavsar is highly accomplished researcher and prolific scholar. During his 33 years in Faculty of Computer Science, he was an innovative administrator and a dedicated teacher, and a very wonderful professor and supervisor. In 2016, he was named honorary research professor. He has authored more than 38 journal papers, 129 conference papers, edited 4 volumes, and has written 2 book chapters and over 2 dozens of technical reports. He has taught over 30 different undergraduate and graduate courses. He was part of very talented, dedicated group of people who helped put in place foundation that have made Faculty of Computer Science what it is today. So, Professor Bhavsar, can we hear from you? Our students will be highly knowledgeable after your words. So please, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Vibha Nehra, for a very nice introduction. Thanks to Dr. Bansal for inviting me again for a talk at 12th conference now of Confluence. I'm really delighted to give this particular talk. I still remember, a visit to Amity campus in Noida some years back, where I met Dr. Bansal and many of colleagues, also Dr. Ashok Chauhan, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Dr. Balwinder Shukla, and many others, at that time. So I have very fond memories of the visit last time. Again, thanks again for inviting me. So can you just share my screen now, Vibha?
Sir, you will be able to share it from the bottom ribbon.
Okay, so are you able to see now?
No, sir, please click on share screen, bottom ribbon.
I thought I had already done it before, so.
Sir, it must have been unshared by now.
Okay, so let me just try again.
Yes, sir, your screen is shared now. You can open your first page.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to talk about selected frontiers in high performance computing and AI. And when I'm talking about some of the frontiers, I will also give some of the work that I have done before, give a brief introduction of that because we don't have a lot of time. So I'll be talking about a few words about my university and myself. Then I will talk about high performance computing, wherein I will talk about hardware, algorithms, and many other things. Then I will talk about AI. Then how HPC and AI are working together then, and how they are driving each other. And finally, then I will conclude with some remarks. Just to give a little background, Faculty of Computer Science is the first Faculty of Computer Science in Canada. And University of New Brunswick, where I've been there now from 83, it has been established in 1785, making it to be one of the oldest university in North America. My university is located on the east coast of Canada, near Atlantic Ocean. And this is the campus of the university, how it looks like in summer. My interests have been really in many areas, starting as a student from University of Pune, and later on then my work at master's and doctoral level at IIT Bombay until 83, and from 83 then I've been at University of New Brunswick. So roughly, I've been sort of working more than 50 years now in the area of computing and really touched upon many areas of computer science. So first, let me start about high performance computing. So let us briefly see what is really there for the HPC now, where it stands. And just to give a perspective about the progress in computer industry. In 1961, it was, the cost of doing computing was $18.7 billion per giga floating point operations per second. Floating point operations are very important when we talk about applications in engineering and science. And you can see over years now, the cost has come down tremendously. In 2021, the cost was only about 3 cents per gigaflop. That means now the computing has become 600 billion times cheaper. This gives briefly again what has been the progress. Many of you already know in microprocessor technology that the chips have and the components have become now almost 2,000 times smaller over a period of time. As far as the hardware goes, some of the chips which have been announced recently, we are talking about chips about 2 nanometers across when we talk about the components there. People are also talking about nowadays, storage in viruses even or molecules. And in quantum computing now, the accuracy is sort of more than 99.95% now, just very recently announced a few days back. In hardware, again, we are talking about, using the ideas from neuroscience, biology, computer science, and many other fields to build the chips, which are having, for example, some of the attributes of, for example, what we find in human brain. And we are talking about many applications of neuromorphic engineering, for example, in artificial retina, artificial cochlea, and so on. Neuromorphic chips are also, again, what has been announced just in last few days. We are talking about, for example, a chip from brain chip, which has been designed really for IoT, wherein they are talking about use of spiking neural network. Or if you talk about chip from Intel, announced it late in 2021, we are talking about using again asynchronous spiking neural networks. And we are talking about many cores on a single chip. Again, to give a perspective of the current state of high performance computing, the fastest machine in the world now is what is named as Fugaku. And it has got more than 7 million cores, and it is able to perform 442 peta floating point operations per second. That is 10 to the power 15 floating point operations per second. It requires, of course, a large amount of power because we have got so many chips which are working at the same time. Recently, Facebook also has announced now that they are building a meta computer, which is going to have more than 16,000 GPUs. And it is going to really be able to have AI models with more than trillion parameters. It can also carry out then processing of more than 1 exabyte data. And it's going to be ready by mid 2022. As far as my work goes in HPC, I have, starting from my master's work, which was about special purpose computer for military applications, wherein in fact I got exposed to parallel computing. So it is all, about 50 years back that I started working on parallel computing. And then when I was working with my students in IIT Bombay, we built one of the first parallel computers in India, named Micron and Plexus. For my doctoral work, I worked on parallel Monte Carlo algorithms. After that, I also did some work on grids as well as clouds. Some of the applications of high performance computing over many years, include, for example, bioinformatics for Canadian Potato Genomics Project. I also done a lot of work on natural language processing. Some of this work has been done with collaboratively at with some researchers from CDAC Pune, for example. I also worked recently on big data analytics and spatial databases. As far as the hardware infrastructure is concerned, in my state, I was leading the component of the Atlantic Computational Excellence Network. And it has been there now more than almost 20 years. The ASNet is really, consists of 4 provinces on the east coast of Canada. There are many frontiers of the high performance computing research. For example, one of the aspects nowadays which is being talked about quite a lot is about heterogeneity, because we are talking about use of different kind of chips. Recently, we have been also talking about using quantum computing as well as classical computing together. There's also work on AI and parallel computing for edge computing. HPC is promising many good things for disaster management, spatial and graph databases. Cybersecurity is also one of the very important areas of high performance computing. As far as artificial intelligence goes, briefly, to give an introduction for AI, there are 2 kinds of problems where we can solve. One class of problems which are difficult for humans, but which are easy for computers. For example, chess playing, wherein we are talking about formal and mathematical rules. Or we can talk about the problems which are easy for humans, but really hard to describe for computers. For example, problems from speech recognition, face recognition, autonomous cars. In AI, we can have talk about knowledge-based approaches for AI. Or we can talk about the field of machine learning, where the idea is that we acquire knowledge by extracting patterns from raw data. But of course, in the case of machine learning, performance very much depends on the kind of data you are having and what kind of representation you are having. Of course, many of you would know about in AI, we can talk about supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and semi-supervised learning. My work in AI goes, for example, some years back, I worked on finding out what are the limitations of artificial neural networks. I also proposed with one of my colleagues systems what are called as evolving transformation systems, which uses metric approach. Pioneering kind of work has been done on how to find out similarity of weighted trees and graphs, and which have been applied then for semantic search and semantic matching. The work in natural language processing I have done is in transliteration, multi-word expression identification using deep learning, and recently some work that has been done in natural language visualization, wherein we talk about automatically converting given text to a scene. I'll briefly talk about that later. When we talk about deep learning, there are many models which are available, and some of you already might have seen some of these names. Again, this list is not exhaustive. There are many more kind of models available for deep learning. Few years back, for example, this is one of the newer ones, newer models which has been just called as the denoising autoencoder, which has got some extensions of autocoders, wherein they use asymmetric neural networks for learning features from noisy data sets. When we talk about the use of AI for data analytics, one of the big problems in data science and data analytics is that the data can be noisy, some of the data could be missing, and then how to carry out then predictions even when the data is noisy. And that is one of the challenging problems in data science. Remember that when we talk about processing data, if the data is having a lot of garbage, then of course what you are going to get, the output is going to be also garbage. So one has to be careful really when we talk about learning from data. So as I said that how then we one of the frontiers in machine learning is that how do we learn despite if some data is missing or there is some unknown data. Again, recently, for example, just people have proposed, for example, deep ladder imputation networks, wherein again we are talking about how do we estimate then, even when some data is missing, how do you carry out model construction when our training sets are incomplete? And of course, this has got many applications in cyber physical systems. When we talk, for example, we can talk about power system or power grids, wherein we are talking about computers as well as the power grid, many kind of power generation systems working together. Some of the work that I have done in AI, just to give a flavor of that, as I told you that done some work in metric approach of pattern recognition and carried out then the implementation of that on parallel systems. For example, we propose special kind of systolic arrays for that. We also carried out some work how to implement artificial neural networks on parallel machines by using incremental communication. And a lot of work also then in natural language processing. Briefly again, this is work about multi-word expressions that we carried out by using deep learning. When we talk about multi-word expressions, we can talk about, for example, expressions like hit the roof. It does not really mean that you actually hit the roof, right? It means something else. Blow the whistle, again, it does not mean that actually you blow whistle, right? So when we talk about these kind of expressions, how do we identify them automatically? And again, this is quite a challenging problem. So I have carried out some work with my students before. These are just a few papers in that area. As I told you that I have carried out pioneering work in similarity of weighted trees and graph structures. And these are applications then when we talk about buying, matching buyers and sellers, or when we talk about matching learners and learning objects. Here we, for example, used it for finding out similarities of patients, for example, wherein the patient data is represented in the form of weighted graphs. This is the work that has been done quite recently, how to convert Hindi text into a scene. And this work was done jointly with Pune, where I had visited a few times before. Here, for example, given a sentence in Hindi, सड़क के बीच में एक फोन बूथ के पास मेरी कार रुक गई है क्योंकि कार के सामने एक महिला साइकिलिस्ट आ गई है. So if this kind of sentence is given to the system that we developed called a Preksha, it automatically generates a scene like this. And which means that, if the same idea is used further, if you've got many scenes generated like this, in future, we can even generate automatically a video. So given, for example, a novel, maybe in future, you can generate automatically a movie out of that. Down the road, maybe 5 or 10 years down the road. Okay. These again show some, the output that we got for the Hindi text. Here again, another output that we got, converting Hindi text into a scene. HPC and AI actually has worked, a lot of things have sort of helped each other. because AI has got many challenging problems and they require a lot of computing. At the same time, there are many problems in HPC which could be solvable and which are being solved by using AI. So just to give again a few examples here, some of you have been already sort of seen how Amazon, for example, Apple, Baidu, Facebook have been involved in implementing many of the AI algorithms on parallel computing machines or on clouds that they are having, and in clouds then they are having parallel computing which is running behind. There are again many areas in AI which are emerging. In AI again, right from the start, of the field of AI, people have been always wondering about actually how do we really mimic then the capabilities of human brain. Brain has got, of course, 10 to the power about 11 neurons. The hardware in human brain is much slower than actually the chips, the speed at which the computer chips work. But in spite of that, in fact, the capabilities of even today's computers do not really match what kind of capabilities we are having in the human brain. And of course, the human brain power consumption is very low, 20 watt, compared to, for example, some of the supercomputers I told you before, they require megawatts of power. And one of the important aspects of the human brain is that it has got a combination of analog and digital signals working together. Whereas today's computers, most of them really we talk about are really digital computers. Right? Who knows what happens in future? We might be able to sort of also have a combination of analog and digital computing together. Again, here it just shows examples of parallel computing and AI together many years back. IoT, which is really getting popular nowadays. Again, there we talk about massive amounts of data coming in from many, thousands or millions of sensors. And one of the challenges is how to carry out then the intelligent processing of this enormous amount of data that we are getting and will be getting in future also from IoT. There again, we are looking at AI as well as HPC then for solving problems there. Here again, there are again some of the problems that we are having, how to develop new kind of algorithms. Security of the data again, again is a big challenge. As some of you might know that the car data was hacked some years time back in the US. And of course, many times, as you know, that whenever there are challenges, there are, of course, a lot of opportunities then for the businesses and also for research then, right? The idea being that, how do we really create smart world in future by using AI and HPC together. Some of these applications, of course, many of you already have been seeing in the news, right? There is a lot of also applications nowadays of using AI in agriculture and farming. And India being really mainly and quite heavily based on agriculture, there are a lot of, I would say, applications and that can be really there in India in future for AI as well as high performance computing. Social analytics, for example, the data nowadays that is coming up from many social media like Twitter, Facebook, and others. How to process that meaningfully is again one of the big challenge. Fake news identification is one of the very big applications of AI and also high performance computing. Just to give you very briefly some of the work I have done in high HPC and AI. With one of my colleagues here in Canada, we did some work on processing queries when we are talking about big data analytics. So we talk about, for example, there are analytical queries that arise in case of big data analytics. how to carry out efficient processing of that by using AI as well as high performance computing. And one of the things that we did was really how to carry out a lot of this query processing in main memory so that we can are able to get the answers as soon as possible. There are many challenges again in this area. And we did many contributions then in the area of main memory query processing by using high performance computing as well as using some ideas from AI. Some of the work, I did many times back, many years back on parallel Monte Carlo. I just remember that, when we talked about recent use of Monte Carlo tree search that was used by Google. AI and big data and HPC has got many applications, cybersecurity. And my university, actually, we are having a Canadian Institute for Cybersecurity. If you go to their webpage, you can find out really what kind of work they are doing, wherein we are talking about use of AI as well as high performance computing. Just recently, I saw that new issue of Communications for ACM, where they are talking about some of the new frontiers of AI. I'm not going to again talk about that very much, but the last particular point here is that they are talking about using AI and machine learning to fight against the world hunger, because that is one of the biggest challenges nowadays in the world. And you can see that the data that is available only until 2018, about 820 million people go hungry in the world. So just to conclude, what we are seeing nowadays actually is a convergence of many areas: AI, cloud computing, fog computing, edge computing, and high performance computing. We're also talking about convergence of AI, big data, databases, convergence of AI, user interfaces, visualizations and movies, convergence of biology and AI and high performance computing. Remember that when we talk about artificial neural networks, ant has got about 10 to the 5 number of neurons. Human brain has about 10 to the power 11 connections per neuron. But the current state of deep learning, when we talk about, it is still really, it has a long way to go. It requires a lot of computing power, and that is still now not available in the world. In future, we are also going to look at intelligent machines wherein we won't need to develop models, but they find the model automatically. The process of discovery may be done automatically by the algorithms. We're talking about computational creativity. In future, we're also talking about maybe by 2045, there will not be maybe distinction in the machine and humans. Who knows what happens in the future? So just to last 2 slides, I just want to look at what has happened in the last 50 years. Clock rates have gone more than 2,000 times. Processors nowadays in the systems are more than 100 times. The systems that I got now, 100,000 times bigger and at a very much lower cost. So I would like to challenge you to think about what is going to happen in the next 50 years. And I think it's a good thing to look at really when you're looking at the conference, that really, because I have seen in my life computing for last 50 years now. So I would challenge all the students in the audience to think about what is going to happen in the next 50 years. One of the new areas is about computational consciousness. And I know recently I've been looking at that area also. So it looks to be a very bright and exciting future. Thank you again for inviting me to give this particular talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You are really a legend. You have really ignited our students with numerous thoughts to think over. It is really wonderful. You gave them numerous ideas how human brain could be, simulated on machine, and it's really a big problem even today. Yeah, getting power of almost 10 raised to the power 11 neurons is really difficult. Moreover, having those analog to digital at the same time is not possible for machines till now. Thank you so much, sir. You have been wonderful.
Have a great conference. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, bye then.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you may stop sharing your screen.
Yeah.
Next, we have with us Dr. Arif Sarwat. He is a professor in Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering and also received Director of FIU FPL Solar Research Center. Dr. Sarwat received his master's degree from University of Florida, Gainesville, his PhD from University of South Florida, Tampa, and currently leads the Energy, Power and Sustainability Group at FIU. Dr. Sarwat's research interest includes smart grids, plug-in hybrid, electric vehicle, high penetration renewable system, grid resilience, large-scale data analysis, advanced metering infrastructure, smart city infrastructure, and cybersecurity. His outstanding contribution led him to become the recipient of NSF Career Award 2016. His multi-federal and industry research awards. He was author and co-author of Conference Best Paper Awards at Resilience Week in 2017. Best Paper Journal Award in 2016 from Modern Power Systems and Clean Energy Journal. Dr. Sarwat worked at Siemens for more than 9 years, winning 3 recognition awards. He is the chair of IEEE Miami, Section VT and Communications since 2012. Thus, I take the privilege of inviting Dr. Arif Sarwat to please present his keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Vibha. Nobody has given me such honor the way you have read my short bio. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
And how is Noida treating you? All good in Noida?
Yes. Weather is quite cold and pleasing now.
I have a lot of fond memories there. I still own a house there. So I used to live there. Yeah, so that's wonderful. I'll start sharing my screen.
Yes, sir. There is a ribbon on bottom.
Yes.
Visible. Your screen is visible.
Yes. Let me get the right tools here. There we go.
Slideshow is on.
Wonderful. So good morning, everybody. I know it's a little bit chilly morning in Noida, but I hope to at least trigger your brain with my presentation. And I was just listening to Dr. Bhavsar, and what a great person he is, bringing all the new ideas and where we could head in next to 20 to 50 years. My presentation is a little bit different, and as you can see, this is more about infrastructure development, but where we have played a key role applying artificial intelligence and data. So a little bit background about us. We are a group in Miami, pretty diverse group. Students come from all over the world. And most of our funding comes from National Science Foundation, Department of Energy, and a few industrial support. We have done very well in the past 6 to 10 years. We have partnered with all the federal national labs in America, and our students have performed very, very well. And whatever I'm presenting here is mostly because of my students. As you can see on the right-hand side, when they graduate, most of them get jobs before they graduate, and they're going to quite a high level of research institutes. Before I go into the infrastructure part of the things, let's discuss few basics, which I think the students would enjoy if they're on the conference setup. So we completely understand there are different tools available through machine learning to apply to different sets of data: supervised, unsupervised, reinforcement, deep learning, deep reinforcement learning. And then one has to really look into the kind of data or kind of application you're going to, whether you want to select a supervised or unsupervised learning. So you want to classify it or you want to cluster it. Is the data labeled or unlabeled? All those things, I think most of us are being taught in the class now. And these websites have done a very, very good job explaining at least the basics of different artificial neural network and machine learning tools which you can have. For example, long short-term memory, which is very good when you have memory cells that can process data when data has lags. Autoencoder, Markov chain, which I really like because we have come from the statistical side of the game where Markov processes were very, very important to us. So I won't spend much time on this, but anybody starting in this area would be highly interested. What I want to start my keynote is from here. And in 2003, there was a massive power blackout in the US. And it all started from Ohio region, which I'm pointing on the map here. And it kept on increasing, and it kept on moving towards northeast and then towards south. And this is just a small timeline of how the things started happening. So this is about electricity grid, and later on you'll see what's the relationship between AI and machine learning tools. So as you can see, the progression took some time, but still it was not enough time to shut down the grid or disconnect from the grid. And finally, more than 50 million people were without electricity, and many, many lives were lost due to this blackout. So that was the starting point of rethinking energy delivery or electricity delivery, I should say. And we started researching the same thing. I was at USF Tampa, and we got funding to look into smart substation storage and supplying power in both directions. Before this, when the blackout happened, mostly the power plants were supplying electricity in one direction rather than bidirectional electricity supply. And then the concept of smart grid picked over, where there were three major components. One was for consumers, that they should definitely look into it, how the consumers can be integrated, efficient use of grid, and the reliability. Failure should be avoided. And we had our own proposition, which is given here, where we were talking about advanced metering infrastructure, predictive and central diagnostic center, bidirectional power, renewable distributed energy generation, and demand side management. So our proposition was that if we are able to implement these things, which are in the inner circle, you would reap the benefit which are given in the outside circle, like self-healing, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, increase security and power quality, and so on and so forth. And this was highly, highly supported by different agencies. It was so much supported that I collaborated with my local utility, which is Florida Power and Light, and the Department of Energy funded it for $200 million. So that was one of the biggest grant ever given by DOE. And not only that, with that $200 million, industry supported another $650 million to these projects. So all in all, what we were able to do was not only upgrade one or the other part of our electricity grid system in Florida, but from Miami to Jacksonville, we upgraded from transmission line to the end customer. Every single thing was completely upgraded and completely made automated. So if you look at before 2008 and after 2008 here, initially everything was working in silos. You had generation being done there. Those engineers would just supply the electricity to the transmission lines and forget about it. Similarly, transmission would give it to the distribution system, and then it doesn't matter to them what happens beyond that and towards the load. So our proposition was that you got to really automate the whole system. And the whole system should have some kind of a central control analysis, as well as it should work in balance with outage energy management system. Now this idea looks great, but the challenges were also equally big. You could make all these things, but they have to work in forecasting system, meaning since this was completely automated and you're working with electrons, you got to have some system of addressing the problems before it happens, which we understand it's quite challenging. So then starting to implement, but at a very fast pace. One example is cybersecurity. I'll go back to the slide here. When you see this physical infrastructure and you automate this, so if a cyber attack happens anywhere, it will just move on without any stoppage because this is an automated system. So to make sure that such system is highly secured, a new framework of cybersecurity, a new framework of resiliency came into picture, and we participated with National Institute of Science and Technology to make that happen. Another aspect is how would you respond to a cyber attack when everything is completely automated and there's no interference of human being? The challenge is as soon as a cyber attack happens, you give it to IT specialists to identify the problem and address it because your automated system could not catch that problem. Our proposition was a little bit different. We said that human cannot be in the middle. Human has to be on the top, and you got to automate that IT specialist work as well as operating system work into some kind of a model. And that was the creation of this deep learning model where we needed a lot of data and other things, but we were able to build it. So if you ask any expert, and we have a lot of experts here, what are the basic ingredients to really implement AI or machine learning tools or technology, they would name three important things. One is that you should have a software and a hardware, very good system. Second is you should have proper algorithms and other things, and people to work on those algorithms, so good people. Third is large amount of data. So that is what we started working on as well. So we at FIU developed a full power plant with 1.4 megawatt photovoltaic system and a fully managed command and control center, which is shown here. Not only that this command and control center operated the local FIU campus, but it was controlling bidirectionally 5-6 other renewable power plants across Florida. We integrated that system with a real-time simulators and other power systems so that if somebody wants to model new technology or model new algorithms through this, they should implement those controllers and other things on this and then take it to command and control center. The same system was also augmented with advanced distribution management system, which brings the situation of a grid at one platform. So this was a one visualization system where you would have distributed energy resource management, outage management system, integrated distribution management system, and the SCADA, which everybody knows, all in all at one place. This generally doesn't happen in electric grid infrastructure, but we are able to capture everything onto one platform in our Pandora slab. And this is happening because of those $200 million funding which we got from Department of Energy. So we expanded on that effort. We started designing a new hybrid photovoltaic power plant on the campus. 2 years back, we implemented 1.4 megawatt, like I said earlier, photovoltaic system. And this is away from what we collect from there. So all these color codings, what you see are from different inverters generating alternating current through photovoltaic cell. And you can see there are a lot of intermittencies in the system. So this leads to the data part of the discussion. First part was all physical infrastructure, which we were able to build through the support of Department of Energy, National Science Foundation, and other. And now what do you do with the data? We faced one major challenge with the data. There was a lot of missing information in between, or we lost communication or something or the other went wrong, because this is field data you're collecting. So data imputation techniques have to be developed. And we have a publication on this, and this tool really works very well for us for data imputation. Then there is another challenge, which when I speak during conferences, that is always a question: can you share the data? No, we cannot share the data because of all the security and ethical issues. But what we have developed is a synthetic tool where we synthesize this data, and then the data is available for other research purposes. One simple example of utilizing such physical infrastructure and the data is given here. On 21st of August 2017, there was a solar eclipse. And this is the map of Florida, and we are located in Miami. But we also monitor another power plant in Daytona. So between the two, I think it's roughly 200, 300 miles of difference. And on that date in Daytona, there was 89% solar eclipse, and in Miami, it was 80%. So this table in between shows you how solar eclipse has affected the renewable energy generation. And this chart shows you in the blue is the generation from FIU campus, which is in Miami. And then the purplish color thing is from Kennel Club, which is in Daytona. What we analyzed from this was that the impact of solar eclipse was less on FIU, which could be understood that depending on the geographic location, the impact in Miami was less. And this was a very good analysis because we knew how the system will go down. Because solar is not there, production will be less. But what we didn't know, and we faced a challenge, was the system did not come back the way we wanted it to come. You can see there were hardly any notches out on the when it was going down. But as it was coming back up, there were major notches there. So for general purposes, it looks like that we have lost data or the energy production is not there. But anybody working in the electric industry would immediately understand that if you do not have production at this place, then you have to supplement this production from some other location. So the utility has to turn on their peaker generators or diesel generators to really supply this electricity, which is a humongous cost and operation and control challenges. For that reason, we did compare with the Kennel Club, and we found there was a smooth operation of Kennel Club out there. The final analysis was that this is all because of the different designs of inverters which are installed at the two locations. So this comes into the power electronics part of the game. Moving forward, we look at different critical infrastructures. One has to really think about it, and all these 16 critical infrastructure sectors, which are defined by US Department of Homeland Security, are all very good applications of AI machine learning. We mostly work on transportation, communication, energy, and wastewater, but other areas also are being heavily explored. Like I'm partnering with another professor to work on food and agriculture. So as said, the art of managing electricity is that there has to be a balance between whatever you generate and whatever is the demand by load. So the load and generation always has to remain the same. And since earlier it was always coal-fired or nuclear generation, which used to give a static, constant, good generation, the only balancing act was required was on the load side. Now, with all these renewable power plants, there is so much intermittency. The balancing act has to happen between generation and load dynamically. So that's another challenge in which we got funding, and that the figure on the right hand side shows you all these interesting challenges which we are working on, from electric vehicles to rooftop solars, and then building it all together on SCADA, collecting all that data and processing that data. So this is real good scenario for engineers to work on, but many more interesting things comes out of it. What we have here is FIU has become the only university which has the complete hybrid photovoltaic power plant, meaning it has a microgrid system which can operate independently because it has its own command and control center, which collects data from almost like 20 gigawatt of power and 6 million customers. And it has its own real-time simulation lab. It has its own dynamic load for students to do different kinds of research when it goes into the bypass and doesn't supply to the campus. So all in all, this whole operation can work completely independently without interference of humans, because we have data-driven machine learning controllers working in conjunction with physics-based controller on this system. This system has bidirectional grid forming inverters, 3 megawatt, 9 megawatt hour lithium ion battery system, 1.4 megawatt PV, and 500 kilowatt generators. Right. It does all the key things like black start, frequency and voltage support, grid services, and it's the future which is shown at FIU. In fact, you'll see, I don't know whether anybody followed the news or not, but our partner, which is Florida Power and Light and NextEra Energy Resources, they just launched their power plant on the similar basis, which is a 200 megawatt renewable power plant. So this is the first time you have put a photovoltaic 200 megawatt with 200 megawatt of lithium ion battery system. So moving forward, these will be the hybrid power plants which will come out in place of nuclear or any other fossil fuel. These are some bragging pictures our students enjoy the most, and they have worked at different national labs and other places. We have a signed long-term contract with our utility partner. Our students go to different power plants world over, wherever FPL installs it. And FPL is, I think, the third largest utility in America, but they are the largest renewable producers in the world. So nobody produces more solar energy or renewable energy than FPL. So that's where I'll end my keynote. The opportunities are really, really big for everybody to participate. Nothing is bigger than the electric grid infrastructure, which is a very big cyber physical system. And I'll be happy to take questions if that is allowed. Thank you very much.
Dr. Arif, this has been wonderful. Our students getting so much exposure right in the morning with the words from FPL, the largest renewable producer of solar. So this has been wonderful. They have got a lot of exposure. They have got a lot of opportunities which they can explore. With this, I would say thank you to you to give our students this much knowledge in the domain. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and enjoy Noida. I miss
Sir,
coming there. I'll be definitely there.
next time, if we'll have it offline, we'll for sure invite you. You can also enjoy with us.
I'll be happy to come down there.
This is due to pandemic that we cannot move in offline mode.
And invitation is open to the professors at Amity to please visit FIU in Miami, and do let me know. We can plan a visit.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. With this, we'll start inaugural session at 10:15 with Dr. Shweta Bhardwaj. Over to her now.
Thank you, Dr. Vibha. We will just be starting in a while with the inaugural session. Let us wait for all the guests of honors to join the session. We will just start in a while.
Good morning to all.
Yeah, good morning, Pandeyji. Pandeyji, we can 10:15. Professor Soni is there. Professor Silva Murthy, sir.
We should start in time, Dr. Bansal.
Yeah, very good morning, Professor Anand. Sir, thank you so very much to be with us.
Oh, it is my pleasure and honor to be with you all.
Yes, sir. And even our Honorable Chancellor will also be coming. He was so happy that you have come. And I'm sure we'll utilize your time which you are spending with us to have a lot of collaboration with you, sir. And we look forward to have you with us now. And
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Anand. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning.
Very good morning, Dr. Anand.
Very good morning, VC ma'am. Ma'am, welcome you.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Professor
ma'am.
Anand has joined from, who is founder EDX and professor with MIT.
Very warm welcome, Dr. Anand. Wonderful to have you with us.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to join you all. Are you all in the Noida area?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are on Noida campus.
Yes.
It's probably much warmer there than here in Boston right now. It is about minus 10 degrees.
Yes.
But sir, here it's around temperature 8 to 10 degrees Celsius.
We are plus 10.
Plus
Yeah.
10 exactly.
Plus 10.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So we are live. Shweta, ma'am, with your permission, can we start? We are on time.
Please start.
Thank you. Shweta and Garima, can we start?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And we welcome Manishji also. Manishji, welcome you.
A
You
very
are on
good
mute.
morning.
Nizzi, you are on mute.
My apologies. I said good morning and good evening to everybody.
Welcome you, Manishji.
Good morning, sir. Good
Thank
morning.
you so much.
Morning.
Very good morning.
Morning.
Ms. Manish, very warm welcome.
Morning, Dr. Professor Shukla.
A very good morning to all of you. Respected guests of honors, distinguished keynote speakers, worthy panelists, members from academic and research fraternity, and dear students. I warmly welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of Confluence 2022, 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering in online mode, organized by the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. I warmly welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Manish Tiwari, CIO Fractal, our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Anand Agarwal, founder and CEO of edX, Professor MIT, USA. We also welcome our guest of honor who will be joining us shortly, Professor Dr. Jansus A. Koniski, Dean and Professor, Lakehead University, Canada. I extend my heartiest welcome to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ashish K. Singh, Professor, MNIT Allahabad, immediate past chairman, IEEE UP Section India. We also welcome our guest of honor who will be joining us shortly, Dr. J. Ram Kumar, Professor, IIT Kanpur and past chairman, IEEE UP Section India. We also welcome our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Bebu White, Stanford University, USA, who will be joining us shortly. We also welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Deepak Talwar, National Security Officer, Microsoft, who will also be joining us shortly. I also welcome Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, AUUP and Patron, Confluence 2022. We also welcome Professor Dr. W. Selvamurthy, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, who will be joining us shortly. I also welcome Lieutenant General Dr. Sunil Kumar Gadok, sir. We welcome you, sir.
Confluence 2022 intends to bring the scholars, scientists, and industry experts from across the world to a common platform to inspire and provide valuable feedback to the young engineering minds. This unique platform will also facilitate sharing of recent research in upcoming areas of cloud computing, data science, and engineering. Confluence 2022 is technically sponsored by IEEE SITE and technically co-sponsored by IEEE UP Section India. Our industry partner is AWS and professional partner is IET. The academic partners are University of Cape Town, South Africa, University of Melbourne, Australia, Curtin University, Australia, Deccan University, Australia, ESTP Paris, Iowa State University, USA, La Trobe University, Australia, Liverpool John Moores University, UK, Memorial University, Canada, N+I, France, RMIT University, Australia, University of Canberra, Australia, India Education Forum, University of Essex, UK, University of Florida, USA, University of Queensland, Australia, University of Salford, Manchester, UK, University of South Alabama, USA, Western Sydney University, Australia, Lakehead University, Canada, Indiana and Purdue State University, and Oakland University.
We also welcome Colonel Suhail B.S. Kumar, who has joined us as a panelist. We also welcome Professor Dr. K.M. Soni. We welcome Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey. We also welcome Dr. Savita Mehta, ma'am. We welcome Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. We also welcome Dr. Madhuri Kumari, Head CRC. We welcome our alumni, Katha Chanda, who is also the panelist with us in the inaugural session. We welcome you all. We extend a very warm welcome to all the honorable guests. Shubham Karoti Kalyanam, Arogyam Dhan Sampada, Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya, Deepar Jyoti Namastude. This means, I salute the one who is the lamplight that brings auspiciousness, prosperity, abundance of wealth, and destruction of the intellect's enemy. Keeping this spirit in mind and to invoke the blessings of the Almighty, we will have a small visual video of lamp lighting.
मुनियों ने समझी है गुणियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी। मुनियों ने समझी है गुणियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी। हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो जाने, विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ। हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ।
Shweta?
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. We have with us Dr. Atul Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and President RBEF, Patron Confluence 2022. Today, Amity bears testimony to his vision, a compelling commitment to excel, and an untiring zeal to scale great heights. He has personified the meaning of leading by example. Ever willing to lend a helping hand, he aims to create citizens not only of the country, but for the world. It is his strong conviction to make Amity University a center of world-class education where thoughts are nurtured and great minds are built. His vision is to create centers of thought of leadership across the world where faculty, scientists, and brilliant students can explore and expand the frontiers of knowledge. I would now request Honorable Dr. Atul Chauhan, Chancellor,
Sir will be
Amity
doing
University.
afterwards. Sir will be doing afterwards. We welcome you, Honorable Chancellor, sir.
Okay.
Yeah,
A
please
very
welcome.
warm welcome to you, sir.
Yeah.
Over to you, Shweta.
Amity University is a place of diverse cultures and traditions, and we believe in keeping up with them. One such tradition is greeting our guests with a token of love, a tulsi sapling for each of our esteemed guests. I request Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, AUUP and Patron Confluence 2022, to present a sapling to our Professor Dr. Anant Agarwal, Founder and CEO of edX, MIT, USA. May I,
Anant.
Sir, Doctor.
Welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome you, sir.
May I request Professor Dr. W. Selvamurthy, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, to present an e-sapling to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Jensu A.
Professor,
welcome, Professor.
Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, Joint Head ESSED, Director DICT, to present a sapling to our guest of honor, Mr. Manish Tiwari, CIO.
Manish, we welcome you.
May I request Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, Joint Head ESSED, to present a sapling to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ashish Kumar, Professor MNIT Allahabad, immediate UP. Professor Dr. M.K. Pandey, Joint Head ESSED, to present an e-sapling to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. J. Ramkumar, Professor IIT Kanpur and past chairperson IEEE UP section.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate. Thank you so much.
Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, AUUP and Patron Confluence 2022, to present a sapling to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Bebo White, Stanford. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Professor Dr. K. Soni, Deputy Dean, Engineering and Technology Domain, to present a sapling to our guest of honor, Mr. Deepak Talwar, National Security Officer.
Thank you, Professor, sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Bansal.
Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, Joint Head ESSED, Director DI Confluence 2022, to present an e-sapling to Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, AUP and Patron Confluence 2022. We welcome you, ma'am. We welcome you, sir. Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, ma'am, to present a sapling to Mr. Anant
We
Agarwal.
have done it.
We have done.
We have
Yeah.
done
Very
it.
warm
Go ahead
welcome,
next.
Professor Anant
We can
Kumar
go for address.
Agarwal ji.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Without further ado, may I invite Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, Joint Head, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Director, DICT, and General Chair, Confluence 2022, to accord the curtain raiser. Introduction to the theme of Confluence 2022. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shweta. On behalf of our most respected Honorable Founder President, Patron and Chief, Confluence 2020, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our Honorable Chancellor and Patron, Confluence 2020, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir. Thank you, sir, for your kind presence during inaugural session of Confluence 2020. On behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, on my personal behalf, I welcome you all in 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering, which is co-sponsored by IEEE UP section. I welcome our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. Manish Tiwari, CIO Fractal. Sir, Manish ji, thank you very much for sparing your valuable time to be with us. We know you are so busy, but still your presence here gives us a lot of motivation to us. And I'm sure together with your presence, we have seen a lot of movements in Microsoft. We have seen a lot of new initiatives you have taken in your past organization, Airtel. And now you are with Fractal. And we look forward to have a lot of partnerships and association with Fractal under your great leadership. We would like to work with you by making so that we can make an impact on the society and engaging and developing young engineers.
Sanjeev Bansal रहेंगे, PhD scholar.
Manish ji, for your reference, to make our students industry ready, we have launched.
Madam, just mute yourself. Vice Chancellor, Madam, please mute yourself.
Yeah. So Sandeep ji, so Manish ji, for your reference, for making our students industry ready, we have launched honors specialization and minor in artificial intelligence, cloud computing, computer network, data information security, IoT, digital manufacturing, augmented and virtual reality. And for your reference, Manish ji, we have very unique 3-continent program, which you will not find anywhere in the country with any university, whereas a part of curriculum, students are going to US and UK. So with your presence, and I'm sure we are going to do a lot of collaboration and we are going to achieve outcome with your presence, and we are going to have a lot of collaboration with you. Thank you very much. And we welcome you once again. I welcome our distinguished, I welcome our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Dr. Anant Agarwal, who is founder and CEO of EDX and professor of MIT. Thank you very much, Professor Anant, for your presence here. I remember from last 2 years, we are always trying to get you on our conference because of your trip got cancelled to India. You could not attend physically, but we look forward to welcome you at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. It's a university which has world-class campus infrastructure, and we have very high visionary Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan and Dr. Atul Chauhan. We look forward to welcome you, and thank you very much that during pandemic you could make a presence here. For your reference, Professor Dr. Anand, today Amity has 11 universities in India and one coming up in Bangalore. We have 17 global campuses, and we are happy to mention recently we have taken over 170-acre campus in New York City, and we look forward to have some association with you where we have campus in US, we have in London, Singapore, Dubai, Mauritius, China, Abu Dhabi, South Africa, Romania, Nairobi, Tashkent, Paris, Sydney, and Russia. And Professor Anand will be happy to note that Honorable Founder President and Honorable Chancellor has given us target that in next 10 years, we are going to open another 50 more campuses. So I'm sure our partnership with EDX can be a game changer, and we can do something together, which you are already doing to impact the society, to upgrade young engineers, and to ensure that they are all industry ready. So we look forward. And for your reference, Professor Anand, Amity University has 175,000 students, 6,000 plus faculties. We have filed more than 1,600 patents, and we have tie-ups with 200 plus top universities in the world. We are the only university in India who has got vast accreditation from US, QA, UK that ensure that our curriculum is not nationally benchmarked, it has been globally benchmarked to ensure the best learning experience of our students. We are top #1 private university in Uttar Pradesh, where we are having our campus in Noida. And we have been ranked among top 3% as per Times Higher, and ranked on top by employability scale, because we have very strong collaboration with industry. And I'm sure today with your presence, we are going to start our friendship, and we are going to do a lot of things. And we will show in times to come that time which you have spent with us on 27th January 2021, we are going to have a lot of outcomes, and we look forward, and we are going to welcome you as a part of family of MIT University. We are going to confer honorary professorship to you. We have honorary professors from Cambridge, we have from Cornell, we have from Stanford. Now I'm sure with you, we are going to have MIT on our board. And our vision of Honorable Founder President is to make MIT among the best university in the world. And for you coming to MIT University, accepting our honorary professorship shows that vision which our Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor has laid out to make MIT among the best university in the world and impact the society at large by working together in collaboration with all our partners and honorary professors. So Professor Anand, we look forward, and I'm sure we're going to do a lot of things together with you. Thank you very much, and welcome you once again. Thank you. I also welcome Professor Dr. Kozinski, who is Dean Lakehead University, Canada. Kozinski, we welcome you as a guest of honor. And Dr. Savla Murthy and we and Professor Gurinder Singh, we visited them when he was there as a dean with York University. Professor Kozinski was very much instrumental with that partnership, and through that partnership, I have sent few students to York University, and those students who have gone, even Silvamurthy sir, for your reference, they have done their masters and they have got full funding for AI machine learning fund, which the Canadian government has created. So this was the advantage of global exposure we have given. And that is the vision of our Honorable Founder and Chancellor, that each and every student of MIT must be given international exposure, which itself has a great value. So thank you, Kozinski, and he will also be honorary professor. And recently he's with Dean Lakehead University. And for reference to Honorable Chancellor, everyone on a board, we have already signed agreement with Lakehead University, Canada, which is in Ontario, Toronto. And we have also done articulation of 2+2, where we have global study program where students can do part of course in India and part of course with partner university. And I'm sure, Professor Kozinski, with your leadership, we are going to make a lot of difference. And even Lakehead University also, we had a tie-up. Silvamurthy sir, for your reference, I have sent 2 universities to Lakehead University, and these 2 students, one is working with Microsoft and second is working with Apple USA. And that is what we want. Each one of our students who get pass out from MIT should get more than they dream and desire. That is what vision of our Honorable Founder President. And through these partnerships, we are going to make a difference in the learning experience of our students. And thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, for all your approval, because any exchange I'm doing, I cannot do it without approval of Vice Chancellor, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for all your trust, confidence, and approval you are giving. And these students are showing to the whole world that MITians are the best. And ma'am, today we are showcasing 2 alumni who has been passed out, whom Katha and Karan, they are working with Microsoft USA and Amazon USA. I'm sure they'll be sharing their experience, that how MIT internationalization and global connect had helped them to be there where they are at today. I also welcome Professor Dr. Ashish Kumar, Professor MNIT and immediate past chair IEEE section. Professor Ashish ji, thank you for guidance, trust, and confidence which you have in MIT, because all Confluence which we have started, they are all IEEE partnership. And Professor Ashish, it was all your trust during your chairmanship. You have given Confluence IEEE tie-up, and you could see we are working very hard day and night and taking IEEE name. And I'm sure through IEEE, students and faculties are getting a lot of upgrade and getting into technology and doing a lot of good research. Thank you, and we look forward. I also welcome Professor J. Ram Kumar, Professor IIT Kanpur, past chair IEEE session. Professor J. Ram Kumar has also trusted us during when he was chairman IEEE, and we have called both of them to show that seed which they have put it during their chairmanship, still it is growing, and we are multiplying, and we are doing our level best to take IEEE name to mature height. Thank you, Professor J. Ram Kumar.
I acknowledge your statements. Yeah,
yes,
I could see the growing of this conference. All the best.
And we are committed. We are always committed that IEEE and MET will work together to impact the society at large, and that is what we are doing. And Professor J. Ram Kumar, you will be happy to know, during Confluence, due to pandemic, because student, parents, all they are affected, no registration will be charged, and we have made everybody free of cost. And during pandemic, I just want to mention here, when we are mentioning, our Honorable Chancellor has ensured that due to pandemic, if any of our students lost their parents due to COVID, nobody education has been stopped, and Honorable Founder President and Honorable Chancellor has funded each student to ensure that no education should be stopped at MET because of financial. Thank you, Honorable Chancellor and Honorable Founder President, for all your support you have given to our students to ensure that they should not stop, their learning should not stop, and they must go the way they are going. Thank you. I also welcome Professor Bebo White, who is going to join, who is not well due to COVID, but still we are waiting. We have very strong collaboration with Stanford. We have done a lot of collaborative projects, and we have done a lot of publication. Thank you, Bebo White, for collaborative project which we are doing between MET and Stanford University. And we look forward many more. I also welcome Mr. Deepak Talwar. Thank you, Deepak Talwarji, who is National Security Officer with Microsoft, to be with us. And Deepak Talwarji, you rightly mentioned, we are going to do a lot of activities with Microsoft under your leadership. Thanks for all your support from Microsoft for creating awareness of Confluence, which we are doing it, and we look forward. And I'm sure your presence will further witness it, and we look forward.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I also welcome Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, ma'am, who is Honorable Vice Chancellor, MET University, Uttar Pradesh, co-patron Confluence. Ma'am, you have coined Confluence in 2010, and till then you have always kept a very high target for next Confluence, and we are taking it to next level. And seed which you have laid in 2010, every year we are doing Confluence, and Confluence has always helped. Even Professor Anand, for your reference, and Manishji, for your reference, through Confluence we are doing networking. Our students are talking to industry CEO, CIO, and world top professors of world top universities. And through that, they are in a position to get job and internship, which they are going in world top university. Even last Confluence, Professor Konati came from UBC. My student has gone to UBC through that reference, and he got master admission with scholarship in UBC, where UBC admission is so difficult. But because of opportunity which we have created in Confluence, where 35 plus countries, professors, and top industrialists are coming. And I'm sure all the delegates, if you listen Professor Anand, if you listen Manishji, all word which they are giving, if you follow, I'm sure you will be successful. So Madam, as per your direction, this time we have got 35 plus countries participation, 110 speakers from world top universities and top corporates, and we are going to achieve much higher in times to come. I welcome Professor W. Silvamurthy, sir, for all your mentorship guidance you are giving, and President Estive Chancellor Chhattisgarh, sir, to be with us. I welcome Professor General Gedyok Sunilji. I welcome General Anil Kumarji, who are taking initiative. Honorable Founder President has established a unit, MET Institute of Defense Technology, because he wants to create biggest army for defense. And we are the first in country to launch MTech Defense Technology, because we want our defense to be the strongest. And Honorable Founder President got fortune to give a scholarship also, because it is an exercise for nation building. And this, we are the first, and we did tie up with DRDO and many government institutions who are supporting us for MTech Defense Technology. And we are going to further take a lot of initiative to strengthen our country. I welcome Professor Dr. Soni Dupti Dean. I welcome Dr. Savita Mehta, who is with our media and doing all coverage. Savita ma'am, we welcome you because you are also very important. All coverage you are doing is very important. Thank you very much to be here. I welcome all the partners, all the delegates, all faculty. VC ma'am, for your reference, every conference when we finish, we cap target for the next, and you are always very high target setter. Whatever target you set, we immediately announce the date, and we know all the faculty has worked day and night. And I remember many of our organizing secretary, faculty, they could not celebrate their anniversary, their birthdays. They have done a lot of compromise. But I said, if you are not celebrating, you are doing something which are going to impact the society, help these engineers to be industry ready. And I'm thankful and I congratulate to all the team of Department of Computer Science and Engineering, which has 4,000 plus students. And we are trying to achieve more. All organizing secretary, Dr. Garima, Dr. Madhulika, Dr. Shilpi, co-chair, chair, Professor Thakur, Dr. Abhishek, and team, Dr. Sumit, everyone has taken responsibilities and they have done to ensure that it is at the best expectation. Thank you and congratulations to Department of CSE. And I welcome all the faculties and students who has come from all over India, all over the world, from all MIT campuses, MIT schools, partner universities, non-partner universities. And I'm sure 2 days deliberation of 110 plus speakers are going to set a very high benchmark. And it is a platform which has a lot of knowledge. And I'm sure if you use that knowledge, is going to help you and will always reduce gap between industry academia. I once again welcome all the participants and Confluence, which we have done in cloud computing, data science and engineering. It is expected that $927 billion business will be there by 2027. And for each 100 jobs, only 1 candidates are available. So supply, a lot of demand is there in the area of cloud computing, data science and security. And I'm sure through this conference, we are going to do a lot of bridging and we are going to make our students industry ready. Thank you IEEE section for their co-sponsorship. And I thank Dr. Satish, who is chairman IEEE section, for giving IEEE tie-up for Confluence. Thank you everyone. And we look forward to have your deliberation. And Professor Anand, Professor Manish, it's a good friendship we are starting today. Any activity we do in MIT is outcome based. And I'm sure today your presence here in the inaugural session will be a good start of our friendship. And we are going to see a lot of outcome. And in MIT, any activities, Professor Anand, Professor Dr. Manish, we do is outcome based. And that is the reason you could see MIT has grown so fast. And we have really benchmarked and shown to the whole world because of outcome-based approach we are following, and we look forward. And with this, thank you very much, and look forward to see your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Dr. M.K. Pandey, Joint Head, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to kindly accord the welcome address. Sir, please.
Thank you, Garima. Hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Garima. And at the outset, I would like to welcome all to this Confluence 2022, to the 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering, organized by the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, MIT School of Engineering and Technology, MIT University, UP Noida. First of all, I would like to welcome our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan, sir, Honorable Chancellor, AUP, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, to this conference. And we are thankful to them for sparing their valuable time this morning. I would like to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Manish Tiwari, CIO, Factual, Professor Kozinski, Dean and Professor of Lakehead University, Canada, Professor Bebo White, Stanford University, USA, and our keynote speaker, Professor Anant Agrawal, founder and CEO of EDX, Professor of MIT, USA, Professor J. Ramkumar, Professor IIT Kanpur and past chairman of IEEE UP section. Professor Ashish Kumar Singh, professor of KMNIT Allahabad and immediate past chairman of IEEE UP section. Mr. Deepak Talwar, National Security Advisor, Officer, Microsoft. For the information of all, Professor Anant Agrawal and Professor Joaquin Vassi are the recipient of honorary professor in this session. I would like to welcome the entire distinguished keynote speakers from various countries and thankful to them for being part of this conference. I would like to welcome our Vice Chancellor Madam, Dr. Balvinder Sukla, Dr. Selva Murthy Sir, President, MIT Science, Technology, Innovation Foundation. I would like to welcome General Gadio, General Kapoor, and I would also like to welcome my colleague in the panel, all those who have joined this morning to the inaugural session of Confluence 2022. As Dr. Abhay has already been deliberated, that MIT Group of Education Institutions have established 11 universities, and out of that 150 institutions and more than 175,000 students across the world, including, as has said, including London, New York, California, Singapore, Dubai, Mauritius, China, Romania, Tuscan, South Africa, and so on. And we have a vast group of researchers in the field of engineering and technology, in the field of life sciences and biotechnology, in the field of public health, in the field of virology, immunology, environment, agriculture, nanotechnology, and with 6,000 plus faculty members and 3,000 plus PhD scholars across the campus. And best of art, the research infrastructure created by both through government funded and the self-funding. And MIT University is a leading private university with focus to the quality teaching and research and innovation. And in the latest and emerging areas of, as I already told, already we have filed 1,600 patents has been filed. And some of these innovations have already been transferred to industry for commercialization. And recently, MIT University has conferred the National Intellectual Property Award for top Indian academic institution for patents and commercialization. MIT School of Engineering and Technology, which is one of the best engineering institutions in India. We are having 6 major departments, namely computer science engineering, information technology, electronics and communication engineering, electrical electronics engineering, mechanical engineering, and civil engineering. We are having 38 programs, 200 regular faculty members, 100 teaching staffs, and so on. And we always benchmark only against the best institutions around the world. As already has been told by Dr. Abhay, the collaborations, the MOUs, the contacts we have across the world for our innovative research and innovations are incredible. And we are, in ASSET, we are conducting the path-breaking innovative research in various spheres, and which has been facilitated by various center of excellences, and our faculty are doing innovative research and patents also. So keeping the tradition of this culture and the vision of our Honorable Founder President, sir, and our Honorable Chancellor, sir, this conference will be devoted to the cloud computing and data science and engineering. You know, already the world has seen the pace of change, and there is a technology everywhere, everything. Every now and then the new technology is popping up in the market. And we know that the cloud computing infrastructure is the backbone of the delivery pipeline. And for every digital services, for social media, for streaming entertainments, for connected cars, for autonomous vehicles, for Internet of Things. And we see that with the explosion of the availability of the cloud gaming platform, and we all know that the Google Stadia and Amazon Luna, that all has been increasing, that are increasingly in a very encouraging way. So we also see the arrival of the cloud virtual and augmented reality. So with this all emerging of this new and latest technology, this two-day conference is going to be a unique opportunity to gain the insights of the state-of-the-art technology in the field of all these the network, the international researchers and the scientists. These are going to be beneficial. And I'm, as Dr. Bansal has been already introduced about the committee, those who are being tirelessly working towards organizing this event, especially the team of CSC, who are tirelessly working for the success of the event. And other colleagues of the department, they have done a tremendously good work. And I'm thankful to the student volunteers also, those who are working day and night. And at the end, I hope that this conference will bring the new research ideas, the new collaborations, will set new heights in the field of cloud computing. And since, as said by Dr. Bansal, we are outcome-driven university, and we hope that all of us will be enriched by the knowledge that has been gained during this conference, and will set the new directions, new collaborations, new research findings. With this, I once again welcome all of you, this Temple of Learning, Amity University. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Request VC ma'am.
Yes, we are more than privileged to have with us respectable Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and co-patron Confluence 2022. With over 32 years of experience in industry, academia, research, and administration, ma'am has been instrumental in taking Amity higher education institutions to greater heights. Ma'am is one of the architects in achieving various prestigious rankings and accreditations for Amity University. This conference was one of the many initiatives which Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am undertook, and it is under her able guidance that we have reached its 12th edition today. I request you, ma'am, to please address the gathering.
Thank you very much, Garma. Most respected founder president, sir. Respected chancellor, sir. All the esteemed guests of honor, keynote speakers, my colleagues. First of all, I extend very warm welcome to all in the 12th International Conference, Confluence 2022, on the theme Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering. I remember 2010, when I was heading the Amity School of Engineering and Technology. And to bring the practices, global practices, research and innovation in the area of computer science and engineering, and forge the partnerships with various universities, industries, for the benefit of students and faculty. And it was the first conference of Amity School of Engineering at that time. And we are very thankful that at that time, Mr. Manoj Chog, who will be speaking today, the president of India and Sahakat EMC Square, has supported our very first conference in 2010 and helped, not only supporting financially, but also supporting by bringing the speakers from various parts of the world. And that's the relationship which we started with the EMC Square at that time. And Dr. Bansal was part of this conference. We said we'll work together and we'll show to the other departments also how to organize a conference. And that's the way the tradition started with the conference. And then we went to the other departments: electronics and communication, mechanical engineering, applied sciences, civil engineering, and all departments. And today we have all the departments of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, their signature conferences, apart from the seminars, the workshops, the other things have done. And that resulted into the partnerships, collaborations with the distinguished academicians, researchers, scientists of various universities from across the globe. And today we are seeing such a big mega international conference of Confluence. We have seen that the outcome of these conferences, where the number of students are going for study abroad program or student exchange program or their further studies, and which translates into better career progression, whether they are going for the higher education after graduating from MIT, or whether they are going for the corporate career or starting their own venture. I think this global exposure, and especially in the field of computer science and allied areas, whether it's cloud computing, whether it's data science or engineering or other areas, because the changes and development happen so fast, keeping track of every new development can only be through the such kind of conferences and the workshop, where the researchers and the scientists who are working in these areas are able to come and share their latest findings, the latest innovations. And I've seen that through these conferences, how the students have built their own personal relationship with the professors, with the researchers of various universities, and the great learning which they have through their projects or through their student exchange program. I remember that the teams of students from foreign universities and teams of students from Amity University, they have worked on various projects 24/7. And Abhay, I remember that the first initiative which you took many years when the teams of this asset and teams of the other universities were working. And that was such a great experience, not only for the students, but that was also great experience for the faculty who were associated from the Amity and from the other universities. And I think that was the beginning to create much interest among the students to be part of the conferences as an organizing team, as well as without forcing any student that they wanted to attend the sessions, because that was the great learning which they cannot get otherwise in the classroom, because the classroom is within the set syllabus and something, but latest is happening. The conferences are the only way, other than the guest lectures, the webinars, which the departments organize. And I've seen that these conferences have also translated into many collaborative research publications. The way today we have more than 300 universities from across the globe, where the collaborative research between the faculty and the researchers from MIT and other universities are there. So I would like to congratulate Dr. Bansal, you and your entire team of CSA. And I appreciate those faculty members who have kept their personal priorities aside and their departmental or the institutional priority first. And that's what called the institutional commitment. That's called that, work comes before anything else in life. And because family is there to support you, family is there to understand you, and family is there to help you. So my special thanks to all those faculty members who have really worked for Confluence 2022. And that's why I could say that meteoric rise of the Confluence, what we had made a small conference in 2010, and in 12 years, we can see such a growth. And it is the dream of our Honorable Founder President that how we force the relationship with the universities and industry from across the globe, and where the teams of faculty working on the emerging areas of science and technology, because everything what we do at Amity is need to be aligned with the national priorities, need to be aligned with the emerging technologies, and how our researchers, our scientists, our students can focus on research innovation and develop the new products, develop the new areas for maybe for the technology transfer or maybe for the starting own ventures. And we could see that over the years, the number of students starting their own ventures is increasing quite a lot, because that's what the under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chancellor, the student progression is very important apart from what, and that's why the all kind of support to the student is provided. One side giving the best of the education, but at the same time, whether it is their emotional support 24/7, counseling services are available to the students, whether it is the their the well-being. So the every day the yoga, online yoga, even during the COVID pandemic, what was not possible on campus was being conducted through the online mode, and this all resulted into maintaining the academic calendar by remote mode of teaching, online examinations, support for the student progression, whichever the mode the student wanted the progression, whether they wanted on corporate placement or starting their own venture or going for higher education, the dedicated teams of the university. And that again, the faculty members and staff who have really worked to support the students in every single possible way, so that the students do not lose on their learning. They remain emotionally very strong, and they progress as per their career career aspirations. And that's what we are extremely thankful to our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, and we are extremely thankful to our Honorable Founder President that they have created the kind of the ecosystem for the university, for the students' learning and development. At the same time, Amity University focused on, even during these difficult times of COVID, focused on research and innovation. And Dr. Silvamurthy shared that, how the Amity University has focused and will be focusing also in future to make the the research at the topmost priority in all areas, and that resulted into filing the highest patents and technology transfers, and which led to the Government of India awarding the #1 university in the country for highest number of patent filing and the commercialization of technologies, and which our Honorable Founder President received online, and our Chancellor received it online. From here to where now, Dr. Bansal? That's the question. We have. I'm really impressed by the number of speakers, the kind of the university, the kind of stature of all the speakers who are going to be there for today and tomorrow. But the important is how do we really make it intense, outcome-driven conference. I know that you and your team works very, very hard to get the results, get the outcome which are beneficial for both organizations, not only for Amity but for the university and the scientists and the researchers with whom we work, because interest will only be maintained when it is mutually beneficial. So therefore, I would be looking forward that what is going to be the outcome of this particular conference. And because our Honorable Founder President have always said, whenever you conceive anything, plan anything, before that also think what is going to be the outcome. Just planning is not sufficient. Monitoring it, reviewing it is equally important. So like that, that how we review, how we look at, and how we continuously work with the industry person, with the academia who have come for this conference, till we meet next year for the conference 2023. And there we can see that what did all of us together achieved. And from there we start working for the future. So therefore the short-term and long-term plans are very, very important based on the conferences like this. So once again, I would like to extend very warm welcome to all the distinguished guests of honor, distinguished keynote speakers for the conference. And especially I would like to thank IEEE, which has been such a great partner for all our conferences, and that gives us such a great motivation to all the organizing team, whether it is a Confluence, whether it's a Mekon, whether it is SPIN, whether it's all those conferences which we do with the help of IEEE, and able to bring every year the organizing team set the targets for themselves that the next conference will surely make better quality, higher stature, so that the IEEE also, take a pride in that whatever we approve for Amity University always raise the bar of the quality and the size of the conferences, because we have a responsibility. How do we serve the society of researchers, society of academicians, society of the community of the students and all? We have the responsibility, and we together can really achieve very high results when we work with the passion, when we work with the targets. So thank you very much, IEEE team. And especially I would like to thank Professor Dr. J. Ram Kumar, professor from IIT Kanpur, and the past chairperson of IEEE. Thank you so very much. Always your support and guidance.
Pleasure is mine, madam. Thank you.
I would like to thank Professor Dr. Ashish K. Singh, the Professor M.N. IIT Allahabad, and immediate past chairman of IEEE UP section. Thank you so very much for being part of and helping and supporting and guiding us. And I think it's only because of the support of IEEE, which has inspired and motivated my team of professors, researchers to work very, very hard and to realize your vision also, that how we promote the science engineering in the country and especially in the state by bringing the top academicians, researchers, and industry persons in a UP, which is truly conference and truly an international nature. With this, once again, I extend very warm welcome to everybody and congratulate Dr. Bansal, Dr. Pandey, and their entire team of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, in particular Computer Science and Engineering Department.
Thank you, VC ma'am. Thank you, VC ma'am. You rightly mentioned outcome will be achieved. Now at ASSET, we are only doing activities where we can achieve the outcome, and each speaker, each delegate, and each contributor who is coming, we have always ensured that there is a scope for outcome to be achieved. We'll update you. Thank you, ma'am, for your address.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable words. Like always, you inspire us and motivate us. Thank you, ma'am. I take this opportunity to introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Manish Tiwari, CIO Fractal, a result-driven cybersecurity professional responsible for various IT security initiatives in the Indian Navy. More than 20 continuous years of experience in information security and information operations, in addition to working experience in the Indian Navy as a commander for 25 years, covering wide aspects of information security, namely policy framework, security audits, testing of products, implementation of solutions, cyber forensics, and risk management. After working for many years in CERT Navy, he was selected to take over as Director of CERT Navy and Information Warfare in Indian Navy in 2008. This involved talent recruiting, induction, and training in cybersecurity core competencies. Sir also included evaluating emerging technologies for implementing in the armed forces. He has represented Indian Navy at all national level government forums on issues related to IT security and e-governance for the protection of national critical information infrastructure. Sir has also been a visiting faculty to the Naval War College, Army War College, and various naval institutions as a domain expert on subjects pertaining to cybersecurity. He has also worked with Microsoft India and Global CISO at Bharti Airtel. May I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering. Please, sir.
Dr. Shweta, thank you so much for your kind words. Good morning, everybody. At the onset, Amity University's Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, Madam Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shukla, honorable guests, distinguished, academic faculty, and my dear students. It's a privilege, and I thank you for, making me a part of the Confluence. And the topic itself that has been chosen, that is cloud computing and data science and engineering itself, is so relevant in today's, in today's time. I will not take much time, but in these few short minutes, I would like to just share with you my perspective of what are the key areas and where, according to me, the world is headed, and especially where the young minds, who I feel are also the future of the nation, where you could apply yourself and bring about change, and also at the same time help steer your careers to a better future. So, along with the term confluence, I would also like to use a term called convergence. Because what is actually happening, and this is a phenomena which has started more than a decade ago, where increasingly, technologies and now increasingly services, including citizen services, are converging towards information technology. And as it does so, it is enriching the lives of the common citizen. And I would like to believe that it brings about greater transparency and better governance in a very, very large country like ours. And I think it's very visible when you look at some wonderful use cases across the world, how the use of information technology has really actually helped transform not only the economy of the country, but also, help enrich and ease the lives of the common citizen, in addition to the fact that improve governance and transparency over a long period of time. So I think this whole term of convergence is extremely important. Now, around 2 years back, very, very shortly in March, we would be completing 2 years of the COVID pandemic crisis. And whilst, this whole COVID crisis has been very devastating for a very large number of population, not only within the country, but across the world, something unseen since the last, 100 years before, when the Spanish flu actually hit the world, which is a very different era. It literally brought the world to a standstill. And had it not been for information technology and the ability to connect anywhere, anytime, I think the impact would have been far greater. For not even for a moment am I suggesting that the impact wasn't there. On a very personal and even at a professional, at a business level, the impact has been absolutely huge, and that is quite evident. However, the ability to connect anywhere and anytime, sort of lessened the negative impact and allowed organizations, whether in the government or in the corporate sector, including academic institutions like yours and schools, to get on with life. And I have always believed that the glass is always half full and never half empty. And I think the COVID crisis has brought one very important issue out. It has brought out the resilience of the human mind and of the human spirit. And it has actually taught us that, look, you can not only survive in such adverse conditions, but you can actually thrive. And these 2 years have been, whilst they have been very challenging for some, parts of the industry, they have actually accelerated this whole process of digital transformation. I'll give you a very small example. How many, if you typically see a 70-plus-year-old person, how many of them would we actually see very comfortable, say 2 years ago, with the use of IT or online transactions and so on and so forth. However, the COVID crisis actually helped bridge that gap, and today it has become a necessity. So a very large segment of the population has actually come online now, is using technologies which they were not comfortable using earlier. And primarily it's also on account of the pressure of the need to get on with life. And this has given, so cloud adoption of, and the ability to work from anywhere, the whole issue of addressing productivity and ensuring productivity doesn't go down, irrespective of where you are. You could be working from home or you could be working from any remote location, the ability to collaborate. And more importantly, the culture of collaborating over, online. It is not just the provision of technologies, but also the culture. This has undergone a massive push in the last 2 years. And believe me, for a country like India, it is very, very beneficial, because with the adoption of greater, digitization, even at service level for the masses, or within the industry, it has the potential of doing wonders for our economy. Incidentally, as of today, India is one of the biggest exporters of IT services and software in the world. Somebody had said that, look, data is the new oil. So it is not just IT services or software; it's also data. And considering our demographics, our population, and considering that a very large segment of our population is less than the age of 40, our propensity, or our to produce data in very, very large volumes is also phenomenal. And hence we not only have to protect it, but at the same time, for India, it's a new opportunity. And this is where I think it's not just India, this is where the world is actually headed. And whilst we talk about digitization, another thing which this whole COVID crisis has really brought upon is the need to upskill, which means that, look, the world is moving, whether we like it or not. And hence, certain tasks and certain jobs which were done manually, earlier, there is a lot of thought process going on, saying that, hey, don't send a human to do a machine's job. So if there is a job which a machine can do, the aim and the focus should be to basically upskill the human element, upskill them so that they can basically focus on more important and more burning issues and more complex issues, which are probably beyond and maybe beyond the current AI, ML level of technology, or simply RPA, which is robotic process automation. So even people in the IT industry have been upskilling, whether on cloud, technologies on which most of the new platforms now run, and of course, data science and data analytics, which is the core, which forms the core of everything related to AI and ML. And I think this is where the world is headed. So if you look at some of the new age companies, including the company that that I have joined recently, which is Fractal Analytics, which incidentally became a unicorn just about 3 weeks ago. The whole issue is, how do we move ahead? How do we solve the world's problems? And some of those glaring things which are already we see that on a daily basis is basically green technology. How we see a huge evolution and transformation of the transportation industry, where adoption of EVs is happening at a very, very rapid pace. Some countries like UK, if I correctly remember, have declared 2030 to be the last year in which IC engine vehicle would be sold, an IC car would be sold in the UK. Likewise, India also has a vision around this. A country like the US, Tesla, a company like Tesla is not able to manufacture enough vehicles. They practically have selling months in advance of whatever they can produce. And look at the benefit to technologies and to companies that go into supporting these manufacturing firms. So even manufacturing is moving towards a stage which requires cutting edge technology, which requires a very high level of automation and application of AI, ML, and data science. There's a lot of work which the automobile industry is doing in the field of autonomous, car driving, and likewise in aviation, you have work going on to have basically autonomous air taxis coming up with some trials recently having been done in the UAE and in a few other countries. So there's a huge amount of transformation happening. And on the other hand, you also have, so once you do this, you also have to look at the ethics part of applying data analytics and AI. And hence, that's a new field saying that, look, whilst we create autonomous programs, are they free of bias? Are they free of discrimination? If a decision making is going to be based on some automated platform, then it should also be error free. And that itself is turning out to be a subset, a science in itself, which is a subset of the larger, the AI ML initiatives which are actually happening. So there's a huge amount of last 2 to 2.5 years has, and this COVID pandemic has only accelerated digital transformation and some of these cutting edge research and some of these cutting edge technologies, with companies now investing more and more. But please remember that whilst this is happening and with more and more convergence, we're also seeing the surface area which, to which cyber attacks are subjected to also increasing in a very big way. So the surface area of attacks, cyber attacks, is also growing. And hence, it's extremely important that whilst all these new technologies are being developed, cybersecurity is an integral component of them as an inbuilt approach as against an afterthought or a bolt-on approach. And that's another field in which there are huge opportunities. I was so happy to hear that Amity University, as part of its engineering programs, also has cybersecurity in as a subject in one of the semesters, and that is so important. And there are huge opportunities for those who are inclined, who are interested, because these are subjects which are driven by passion, and they require a tremendous amount of effort on the part of students to learn and to absorb like sponge. So there are huge opportunities in the industry, even in the field of cybersecurity. And again, cybersecurity is a very vast field. There are some 15, 20, I would say some multiple subsets of cybersecurity that you could take up as a profession. But you can be rest assured that as of today, in the field of data analytics, data scientists, and cybersecurity professionals, the industry can't get enough of them. And that is what I want to really close up on, is choose your, choose these. If you're passionate about these fields, you must pick them up. But then when you do pick them up, please make all efforts to ensure that you're second to none. And I'm sure if you do, I mean, this is a very bright, there's a very bright future in particularly in these fields, whether cloud computing, data analytics, AI, ML, and cybersecurity. So with that, Dr. Abe, I'd like to close my call. I wish the Amity University students, all the best in their future endeavors. And thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, Manish ji. And I'm sure input which you have given will help students to select the honors specialization also. And you have given a lot of advice to us. We'll definitely get back to you with all your inputs. And you have promised that you'll offer some internship you're working, which you are the first who introduced internship for engineering students in Microsoft. And I'm sure with your leadership, it will happen in Fractal also. And these young engineers will get an opportunity to work on latest high-tech project, which you have already mentioned, you are already working upon. Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable time to be with us. And we'll look forward to work with you in times to come, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Shweta to next.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Thank you, sir, once again for your words of wisdom. We have also been joined by Dr. Atul Chauhan, Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. It's our privilege to have you here, sir, with us. Thank you for your gracious presence. I would request Professor Dr. W. Selvamurthy, President, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, to kindly address the gathering. Sir is a distinguished scientist and in past has served as a Chief Controller, Research and Development, Life Sciences and International Cooperation at Defense Research and Development Organization, Government of India. Sir is not only an eminent scientist, but also a revered researcher, a great human being, and a true patriot.
Thank you, Dr. Shweta. Thank you very much.
Please, sir.
So very good morning, good evening to all the people who have joined from across the globe for this very important 12th edition of our international conference, Confluence, which is regularly being organized by Professor Abhay Bansal, Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey. And so let me compliment both these stalwarts who is heading this Amity School of Engineering and Technology. And Dr. Abhay, you have been able to bring such a great luminaries from across the globe from 35 countries. And you are doing it very regularly and then following up all the decisions you make in every edition of this international conference. Compliments to you and to your team for this great job you are doing at Amity University. And I would also like to place on record our gratitude to IEEE, who has been our staunch supporter. All this, the 12 editions of this conference, Confluence, has been sponsored, supported, and also guided by IEEE. So let me place on record our gratitude to you and all the members, officials from IEEE who have joined us today. I would also like to, again, express our gratitude to all the experts who have joined us today to share their thoughts, experiences. It is because of you that Amity is today. Whatever you heard from all the previous speakers, Abhay, Manoj, Vice Chancellor, whatever is today, you people, your signature is there in our growth of Amity University. So let me thank all of you, and we look forward to your continued guidance, support, mentoring, and also inspiration for us so that we will be able to do a great job for the whole humanity. About Amity research, a lot have been said. And so I would just like to add that we are a research and innovation driven university. So the whole focus in our academics, research, everything is towards innovation, that to frugal innovation, cost-effective solutions. And that is where the focal theme of this conference, the cloud computing and also the data science, is going to play a very important role to bring in many innovative the technologies, products, processes to serve the humanity, and even people at the bottom of the pyramid who is going to be the beneficiary from the outcome of this conference. So let me, on behalf of Founder President and also on behalf of the Chancellor who is here, both of them are attending this conference, let me express my gratitude to each and every one of you. Now we are in a knowledge era, new knowledge era. Why I will say new knowledge era? Because India was a knowledge superpower. We had Vedas, Upanishad, Bhagavad Gita, Yoga, Ayurveda, all this existed 5,000 years ago. And now we want to bring this glory back. India wants to emerge as a knowledge superpower. So we will have to create new knowledge. So such forum, which we are having, is going to facilitate that process of transformation of India as a knowledge superpower. We had industrial era. We couldn't participate in a big way because of the British colonial rule. And then we had information era, where India contributed tremendously. 60% of our GDP came from service sector using IT revolution. So in IT, the starting point is the data to information, information to knowledge, knowledge to wisdom. This is the transformation. So in the knowledge era, this data is going to play, data science is going to play a pivotal role. And I'm sure this conference will bring revolutionary outcome, not just incremental advancement in knowledge, but a revolutionary outcome. And when you have this data, and because of this 1.38 billion people, rich biodiversity, India has a rich database. And how do we harness this? How do we translate that into a knowledge and also knowledge to wisdom? That is what we should aim at. And this data science, the artificial intelligence, IoT, all this were done. We need a high power computing. How will you get that in a very frugal way? Cloud computing helps you, quantum computing. So all this will be assisting the data science in a big way to translate this data to information, information to knowledge, knowledge to wisdom. So that is why this conference is very important and rightly chosen by Amity University, our Professor Abhay Bansal and the team. The final message I like to give is that connect with each other, because today we can't be in silos. Either as an individual or as an institution, we have to connect with each other. This is what the Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, keeps talking about. Together we will change the world. Together we will contribute to the humanity. So we would like to connect with all of you in a sustainable manner to bring in synergy as an outcome for both of you. That is both the partners, our partners, and Amity University. Let us create consortium projects. This as an outcome, I would suggest that this should lead to build up interest groups like cloud computing, cyber security, data science, data analytics. And so let us build consortium projects, which should be an outcome. We should bring disruption in the cyber security. We have been talking about the cyber security, both hardware-based, software-based. You should bring in, because cloud computing requires that. You are going to put numerous wealthy, worthy data onto the cloud. So how do you secure? Professor Manish Tiwari rightly brought out this dimension of cyber security, and Amity is doing a lot of research in the cyber security, cyber forensics, and we have the AKC data, which handles a huge database. In our the 175,000 students, we have a huge database. In addition to the research database which we have, so we have academic database, research database. How do you harness this and develop it into a knowledge? That will be the outcome of this conference. And as was mentioned, that we have started defense technology. Defense, again, cloud computing, the net-centric warfare is going to be based on the cyberspace. So that is why this cloud computing, quantum computing, cyber security plays an important role, even in the national security, comprehensive national security. You are going to put all the data, economic data, the transaction, digital transactions which you are going to do, everything is going to use cloud in a big way. So that is why this conference is vital for India, and India will connect with all of you and ultimately contribute to the humanity. So I welcome each and every one of the experts who are going to share their thoughts.
Thank you, W. Silvamurthy, sir, for your address. And you rightly said, together we will change the world as per the vision of Honorable Chancellor, sir. Sir, thank you very much. Look forward. Shweta, next.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. I'm highly privileged to introduce Professor Dr. Anand Agarwal, founder and CEO of EDX and Professor MIT USA. Dr. Anand Agarwal taught the first EDX course on circuits and electronics from MIT, which drew 155,000 students from 162 countries. He has served as the director of CSAIL, MIT's Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, and is a professor of electrical engineering and computer science at MIT. He is a successful serial entrepreneur, having co-founded several companies, including Talra Corporation, which created the Tile multi-core processor and virtual machine works. Sir is a pioneer in computer architecture, a member of the National Academy of Engineering, a fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and a fellow of ACM. With this, I now request Professor Dr. Anand Agarwal to kindly address the audience. Sir, please.
Thank you, Professor Anand.
I made the first cardinal sin of online speeches, which is I forgot to unmute myself. So thank you very much, Garima and Abhay. I'm so delighted to join you all. I still remember very fondly my first meeting with a chancellor Atul Chauhan 5 years ago. And ever since then, I've been very eager to collaborate and visit with ABD after all the amazing things I heard. So I'm really glad that I'm able to participate with you today. I am going to share my screen. I have a few slides that I would like to show. So bear with me for a second while I just share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
You can see, sir.
And fantastic. So I'm going to, in my time with you, I'm going to dream a little bit. I'm going to dream with you about what do I see as some of the major trends in education, and MET being one of the leading educational institutions in India and the world. It makes sense for us to dream a little bit about what would the future look like. Before I do that, though, let me give you a very, very quick overview of edX. edX is a platform company. The platform is built, as you might imagine, on the cloud. And so in cloud computing, when people ask me, what is the single technology that enabled edX? I would pick on cloud computing. Cloud computing came to the fore about 15, 20 years ago. And if not for the cloud, there's no way we could be doing what we are doing. So edX is a platform education company. As a platform company, we connect learners to providers of education completely online. edX partners with some of the top institutions in the world, like MIT and Harvard and Oxford, and companies like Google and Amazon Web Services, and several Indian institutions like IIT Bombay and IIM Bangalore. Their professors create the courses fully online. And today we have close to 45 million students from every single country in the world. Almost 5 million students, that is 10% of our learner base, comes from India. We also work with companies, where companies and enterprises are having their learners, their employees take our courses. We have over 1,000 corporations. In India, for example, the State Bank of India, which is one of the world's largest employers, is a partner of ours, as is Tech Mahindra and many other companies from the Delhi and other areas. When learners learn on edX and they succeed in their courses, they earn new kinds of credentials like micro bachelors and micro masters. You all heard about computers, and then we had microcomputers. Similarly, today we think of bachelor's degrees and master's degrees. We have invented more modular forms of learning called micro bachelors and micro masters. I was very impressed with a lot of the discussion focusing on outcomes. And so I will take that lesson as well. And where possible in my talk, I will mention outcomes. But it is just so impressive that as a university and educators, you are focusing on outcomes. It is very sad that at universities, we all focus on the admissions rate. That is, what percentage of students we admit. Nobody talks about what are the outcomes for those students. And so I'm really impressed with you that you are thinking about what value are you putting into the students in terms of their outcomes, and not what value students are bringing into a university through a admissions process. So it's very, very impressive. So as one of the outcomes, we survey our MicroMasters certificate earners on edX. And what we found as we surveyed them is that within 3 months of achieving a MicroMaster certificate on edX, 89% of them are telling us that they've had a career advancement within 3 months, a pay raise, a promotion, or a new job. About 3 months ago, edX was acquired by 2U. 2U is the world's leading education technology company. And together with 2U, edX now offers all the way from free to degree. People can come to edX and learn about MOOCs and individual free courses. We have professional certificates, executive education, boot camps, micro credentials like micro bachelors and micro masters, undergraduate degrees, master's degrees, and even complete doctorate degrees. So on one online platform, a learner can come in and go all the way from free to degree on the platform. So that was a really quick overview of edX. And next, let me talk about what I see as 4 major trends in education. Now, these trends were already happening in the world, but what we saw with COVID was that COVID accelerated these trends. So here are the 4 major shifts in education that I see in the future. One is a huge worldwide shift to online lifelong learning. Second is a huge shift to more modular, shorter programs of learning. Third, shift to blended learning on campus. And 4, and surprisingly, shift to human skills and corporate learning. So let me very quickly talk about these 4 major shifts in education that it would be really worthwhile for all the students listening on this call, but also all the academicians and professors and institution leaders thinking about these things. So first is the shift to online learning. So at edX, we survey the population at large on a regular basis. And when we surveyed adults, what we learned was that COVID-19 is influencing 58% of them to seek additional education. And 45% of them told us that they're more likely to enroll in an online course to improve their career prospects. And we heard Mr. Tiwari talk about upskilling and reskilling for the future of work. And for the learners who come to edX, 25% of the learners on edX are upskilling in their current job. They already have a job, but they know that they have to become lifelong learners. And once you're working and so on, it's hard to imagine learning in person at a university and getting a degree, but they're upskilling in their current job. About 16% are college students who are actually learning while they're in college, so that when they graduate, they can also get a certification in addition to their degree from college. The second big shift is towards short modular programs. In the past, people took degrees of a 4-year bachelor's degree. Now, when I graduated from IIT Madras in 1982, it was a 5-year degree. Today, we have 4-year undergraduate degrees. Master's degrees can be 1 or 2 years. But what we're hearing is that people are looking for, in addition to the degrees, they're looking for more shorter programs in key skilling areas. One of the biggest areas that people are looking to learn is cloud computing. And data science is another big one. And it's great to see that your conference focus is on 2 of these top areas, data science and cloud computing. The other skill areas that people are looking to learn, as you might imagine, are artificial intelligence and machine learning. There's IoT, communications, digital communication, cybersecurity. These are all key areas. And we're hearing from learners that 26% of employees want to seek additional education so that they can get jobs that will be safe during economic downturns or will be pandemic proof. So edX has launched many modular programs like MicroMasters and MicroBachelors. So what is a MicroBachelors? So you can spend 4 years and get a bachelor's degree. A MicroBachelors is a set of about 2 or 3 courses that are short, which a student can complete in about 3 to 6 months. And by doing that, they can earn a MicroBachelors, and they can also get credits for it on a university transcript. So sitting in India, whether you're in college or working or even in high school, you can complete a MicroBachelors on edX in about 3 to 6 months. And if you pass, you will get a certificate from the university, and you will get credits on a university transcript in the US, which you can then transfer into a bachelor's degree should you choose. So this creates a new kind of learning where you take these modular chunks like Lego blocks, and you can stack up this learning and accumulate credits. Just 2 days ago, we launched a MicroBachelors in chemistry from Harvard, just as one example. I just want to point to one student, Vasu. He's a college student in India, and he completed the New York University's MicroBachelors program in computer science. And when he joined, he knew nothing about computer science, zero, nothing. And then after he completed the MicroBachelors, he is telling us that he knows a lot about computer science, and he was also able to interact with other students on the platform. And this class of learning is becoming very popular for the Gen Z type of the population. The third major shift is a shift to blended learning on campus. If you look at the chart here, on the x-axis is the time, and y-axis is adoption of online learning. The green curve that you see here, I call it the ulta tawa. It's the ulta tawa adoption of online learning, an inverted pan. So before COVID era, BCE, there was no online learning, very little. When COVID hit, COVID era, we went to 100% online learning. And now that we are understanding COVID and the vaccinations that come out, universities are going back to in-person learning. But in the future, I see the new normal will be a mix of online learning and in-person learning at universities. This is called blended learning. The future will be blended. To support blended learning at universities, at edX, we've innovated with a new concept called edX Online Campus. With edX Online Campus, a university can sign up for this, and there's a catalog of courses that they can adopt for their campus students. It's almost like a library in the cloud. So previously you went to a library and you got a book, but here you have a library in the cloud of online courses that campus students can take, in addition to campus courses from their own professors. So we have over 1,000 universities all over the world and over 170,000 students enrolled in such edX online campus courses. And professors like Mark Branham are telling us that it's very hard for professors to create a digital content, and having these kinds of digital materials available through the cloud can be very helpful to professors. And finally, I want to talk about the last shift, which is the shift to human skills in corporate learning. So edX does surveys of our corporate learners. And before COVID in 2019, the top 15 courses taken by corporate employees were all the usual courses that you can think about: computer science, data analysis, machine learning, cloud computing, business, these sorts of things. No surprise, top 15 courses. But during COVID, we saw a major shift. Many human courses, human skills courses, soft skills courses began to make the top of the list. Courses in communications, emotional intelligence, leadership now made the top of the list. And these were courses being taken by corporate employees. So what COVID has shown us is that in addition to the tech skills and techie skills, it's very critical for students to acquire many of these soft skills. And you can learn these soft skills online as well. There's no reason to think that you can't learn them completely online. So finally, to end, I see four major shifts in the future of learning, whether on campus or beyond. Shift to lifelong online learning, shift to shorter modular programs that can stack up to full degrees, shift to blended learning on campus, and then shift to human skills becoming as important as tech skills and hard skills. So finally, I'd like to wrap up with this new normal that the COVID has created for us is a good thing. This new normal is good. And as educators and leaders, I encourage all of us to think about now is the moment for true transformation in education. And it is up to us to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspirational words. Words have really inspired us. Thank you, sir, once again.
Anandji, you have amply brought out the tremendous opportunities which this COVID has created for this cloud computing and also the different kind of learning, including metaverse, which is going to be the reality.
Absolutely. And which is why virtual reality and AI and machine learning will be another important frontier.
Dr. Agarwal, let me add my personal gratitude to you. We at Amity are so honored that you have taken out time, and your talk was absolutely stimulating because you are one of the greatest experts to visualize what the future of education will be. And I still remember, to all the young people who are online, when I met Dr. Agarwal about 5 years ago, there are some times in life where you get this feeling internally that you're sitting with a genius. And Dr. Agarwal, that is the feeling I had, because what is the definition of genius? They are the people, and they're very, very few. It is in history The world remembers geniuses, and they are the ones who transform the way things happen in life. And Dr. Agrawal is one of those people that, now, of course, everyone is talking about online education, about MOOCs and what Dr. Agrawal has talked about. But he was one of the pioneers who visualized and looked into the future. And that is the definition of genius, who are able to dream, who are able to think of what will be there in the future, but then who have the resolve to implement and to fight. It is for all the young people online, many times when you are doing things which are ahead of time, which other people do not understand, there will be resistance. People will not understand what you're doing, but it is the resolve that you have to push your idea through. And Dr. Agrawal, you have shown to the whole world that you had this dream, you had this idea, you had this resolve to push it through. And the future of education will change for the better because of great leaders like you in this world. And as part of the academic fraternity, we are extremely grateful for what you have done and for what you are doing. And we look forward to your guidance always, Dr. Agrawal. And we are so honored that you have kindly accepted the honorary professorship to the Amity University. It is a great, great honor to the university and all the academic fraternity as part of ours. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank you
Chancellor.
for the kind words. It is completely my honor to be with you all. And I'm going to use the example of outcomes. I mean, that is so stuck in my mind. Our entire educational system is not focused on outcomes. They're focused on inputs. And, every one of your faculty members talked about outcomes. So it's very clear that there is a common feeling that we should be focused on outcomes. So I'm going to take that forward in my own life and in everyone I talk to as well.
And Dr. Agrawal, may I just share with you the whole concept of outcome right from the beginning. As you know, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, the founder of Amity, it's his vision. And the biggest gift that he has given to Amity is this concept of outcome. Right from the beginning, he has told, and you're rightly saying, everyone who is part of Amity says this, they breathe this, outcomes is part of our DNA, because Dr. Chauhan, for many years, at the postscript of his emails, every one of us used to get a reminder that always focus on outcomes. And whenever he speaks to all the academic leaders within Amity, he talks about that. And you said a very important aspect about students. Our focus has always been the transformation of students. It is the responsibility of academicians to see how to give value to the students who come in so that they are able to make this world a better place. So that is why I'm so grateful that you have understood the philosophy of Amity, and Dr. Chauhan will be so happy. We will convey, and I'm sure Dr. Chauhan will be listening, and he'll be so happy that you have realized this core philosophy of Amity, which Dr. Chauhan has given us. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Professor Anand, and thank you, Honorable Chancellor, for your remarks. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Honorable Chancellor, sir, for your time to be with us and all your motivation which you have given us. That's why we are achieving outcome, and Professor Anand is expert on online. And Professor Anand, for your reference, in Amity curriculum, we have already given a provision to have online courses where each student in every semester can take 20% courses in online mode. And we look forward to have your remarks, your values, your inputs to further take it to the next level. Thank you, Professor Anand.
Dr. Abhay, founder Dr. Chauhan just called me, and Dr. Agrawal, he asked me to convey to you that he was listening to every word that you spoke, and he was saying that every word of yours was worth $1 billion for us. So we are so grateful. It's a personal message from
thank
Dr.
you. Please convey my heartfelt regards and respect to Dr. Chauhan.
Thank you, Dr. Anand. Yes, Shweta.
Thank you, Dr. Anand, for your motivational words. Thank you, Chancellor, sir, for your inputs. And thank you, Founder President, sir, for your blessings. Now, I take this privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ashish K. Singh, Professor, MNIT, Allahabad, immediate past chairman, IEEE UP section, India. Dr. Ashish K. Singh, professor in Department of Electrical Engineering, MNIT, Allahabad, received his PhD in the year 2007 from IIT Roorkee. His areas of research are power systems, power quality, e-mobility, renewable energy integration, microgrids, and smart grid. Sir have more than 120 publications in his name in various international journals and conferences of repute. With this, I now request Professor Dr. Ashish K. Singh ji to please address the gathering.
Dr. Garima, I can't see him on the panel.
Yeah, Professor Ashish, Dr. Garima has sent his message because of his high fever, but he has sent his best wishes to all the delegates, contributors from IEEE UP section side. Thank you, Ashish ji. He's attending our event, but he's not in a position to come on panel because of not health well. Sir, we pray God for your fastest recovery. Dr. Garima, we can go to the next.
Yes, sir. So over to you, Shweta, for the conference proceedings now.
May I now request all the dignitaries to kindly release the Confluence 2022 proceedings. A total of 729 manuscripts were submitted to Confluence 2022 from across 19 countries. All the papers registered and presented during the 2 days of the conference will be sent to IEEE Explore Digital Library for publication, and all published papers will be indexed in Scopus. Some of the selected papers will be considered for publication in International Journal of Spatio-Temporal Data Science from IndoScience Publisher, International Journal of Emerging Computing for Sustainable Agriculture from IndoScience Publisher. Countries from where we received manuscripts are Australia, Canada, China, Egypt, Estonia, Ethiopia, Germany, Iceland, India, Indonesia, Iran, Japan, Morocco, Peru, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Taiwan, United Arab Emirates, and United States, to name a few.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And we are thankful. We are thankful to all the reviewers. We are thankful to all the reviewers who have reviewed 700 papers, which was not an easy task. We are thankful for them. We are thankful to our publication committee, Dr. Abhishek, who is coordinating with all members, IEEE IRPS, Dr. Sumit, publication chair, Dr. Renuka Nagpal, flag check and e-proceeding work, Dr. Somya for review, Dr. Rakesh, Dr. Rajni Sehgal for doing all e-proceeding work with all other faculties whom I could not name. Thank you very much for all your hard work to make this proceeding ready, which is going to be IEEE for publication, which is going to get indexed on IEEE and Scopus. Thank you. Thank you, Sweta. Yeah. You can take next.
Dr. Sweta, you go ahead.
Yeah.
Shweta, we go ahead with the honorary professorship now.
First, we'll have address. So let's have honorary professorship. Now is the moment of great importance as Amity University, Uttar Pradesh confers the honorary professorship. Amity University, Uttar Pradesh confers honorary professorship upon Professor Dr. Anant Agarwal, founder and CEO of edX, Professor, MIT, USA.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir, your acceptance speech, please.
This is the degree. This is the honorary degree. We are doing it virtually. Professor Anand, we are going to send it through couriers.
Thank you very much. It is such a fantastic honor for me to accept the honorary professorship and be one amongst you. I wish I could have been there in person. Very proud to be. I was born in UP and very proud to be UP. Although I lived all my life in Mangalore. Hopefully, we'll see you all in person at your campus in Delhi in the not too distant future. I also heard you're creating a new campus in Mangalore, my hometown where I grew up, which is which is fantastic. I will try to visit there as well when I visit India next. So again, it's such an honor for me to accept this professorship. And thank you very much for being so kind as to give this to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Anand.
Dr. Agarwal, thank you so much for the honor to our university, and formally welcome to the Amity family. We look forward for our students to benefit from your great expertise. We are so honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Anand. We welcome you to Amity family. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Professor Anand. And we look forward to a very sustainable outcome of our partnership, and which will really be a great, very great advancement for your organization and Amity Group. Thank you so much. Thanks for accepting.
Yeah, very warm welcome, Professor Agarwal, being part of Amity family as an honorary professor. I'm sure under your guidance and support, Team Amity School of Engineering will do a lot of new research innovations, and look forward working together with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome to Amity family, sir. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Next, we have Amity Alumni Young Achievers Award. It is conferred upon Miss Katha Chanda, Software Engineer, Microsoft USA.
Thank you so much.
May I request Dr. Garima Agarwal, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, to kindly announce the award for Miss Katha Chanda. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Shweta ma'am. An experienced software engineer, passionate about building tools that make differences to the lives. She graduated with Masters of Science in Computer Science and Engineering from Georgia Tech University. She is currently working as a software developer for Microsoft. Her expertise includes machine learning, artificial intelligence, and designing and implementing features for content management systems. She is currently working towards building cognitive intelligence systems, authored research papers on image processing. She commands excellent knowledge of Java, C++, SQL, MATLAB, deep learning, Keras, and computer vision. It is with utmost respect, Amity School of Engineering and Technology confers the Amity Alumni Young IT Achievers Award 2022 upon Miss Katha Chanda. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Katha. In fact, Katha, when I have seen you now, it reminds me when you did your BTech in 2012-16 batch. And for reference to Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, Honorable VC Ma'am, Katha is one student who published 3 papers during her BTech. Katha is one, ma'am, for your reference, on January 2016, we sent her to SUTD, Singapore University of Technology and Design, Katha, you remember, which is MIT establishment in Singapore.
Sir.
And that was the offer Katha could get through our honorary professor, Anand, you might be knowing Professor Dr. Aditya Mathur, who is professor with Purdue and now head of pillar with SUTD. And he, when visited in India, he interacted with Katha and he find Katha having so much of his skills, published so many papers. And Katha, that was the time we could see a good transformation in your skills when you spent a whole semester of 8th BTech in Singapore. And I still remember. And after that, when you applied to Georgia Tech, you got a scholarship and kind of profile you build it. And that is the reason even I've requested Honorable Chancellor and Founder President, he wants each student to be given international exposure. And Katha, we always remember those are the beginning. Those are the events which clicked. And I'm sure today where you are, you will always cherish those moments and those activities, those experience, best learning experience Amity has given. And we are happy to see you are growing, and we pray God that you show to the whole world that Amitian are the best. To you, Katha, now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was such a lovely introduction. And I'm really, really happy and honored to be here today. It's been a while, and I remember that Confluence was this one event that I used to look forward to when I was at Amity. And I never imagined that I would be here on the other side. So it's so nice to see so many familiar faces. But yeah, Confluence was this one event where, you know, you could learn about something that you were so passionate about, or you could discover something completely new that you wanted to pursue, or meet someone and decide that, oh, I want to be like that person. And I think for me, it was a little bit of everything. I was fortunate enough to meet Dr. Aditya Mathur, I think in my second year, and I asked him if I could work with him, and he said, you know what, email me in your final year when you have a little bit more experience. And I did, and he connected me with a professor at Singapore University of Technology and Design, Dr. Simon Liu, and I ended up spending my final semester at Singapore. And I think that opportunity elevated my applications to grad school, and you know, I was able to like get into like a really good, I got into Georgia Tech, and I think that was definitely like something that kickstarted my professional career. And I mean, it was like a big deal at the time to like consider spending an entire semester like in a different country. And I think like all of like CS department and all my faculty mentors, they just like came together to help me like succeed, and they wanted me to be able to take advantage of that opportunity. And it was not just me, a lot of my friends actually, they went to University of Florida, they went to National University of Singapore, they got job offers from there. And it was a great opportunity. And you know, like my my father always says that success is usually like a combination of opportunity meets preparation. And you know, the preparation was my responsibility, but I always think that, you know, Amity gave me every opportunity that I could take advantage of. And so you know, the list of people I would want to thank is very long to start now, but I do want to you know, mention Dr. Chauhan and Dr. Shukla and Dr. Bansal sir and all of the CS department and all the faculty members for, you know, helping me do so well. And so this is as much to your credit as mine. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations to Katha. Honorable Chancellor, they are the testimony to the vision of Honorable Founder President, your vision that each student should get more than they dream and desire. And that is what we're trying to do through our internationalization, having partnership with top university in the world, where they're spending a full semester as a part of BTech program. And thank you, Vice Chancellor ma'am, for approving all articulation. Otherwise, without her approval, I could not send her to be in Singapore, yeah, in US, in Florida, yeah, Purdue, and all they are doing wonders. They're working in Microsoft, Google, Apple, and showing to the whole world that they are the best, sir.
Katha, congratulations for getting the
Thank
award.
you so much.
I think for any alumni of a university to come back and get awarded by their alma mater is a very, very big achievement. And right now I was feeling so proud listening to you on the great success that you have achieved. We are so proud of you. And it is alumni like you that give everyone at Amity the motivation. And you are all the dream of our founder, Dr. Chauhan, why he established the Amity institutions, because it is brilliant young people like you that will really change this world. And I think for all the young students who are currently at Amity or other universities who are listening, learn from this very important message that Katha has given to all of you, that you will get opportunities in life, but it is how you utilize the opportunities that differentiates the successful people from those who do not get success. The fact that this professor told Katha, write to me after 2 years, that she remembered it, that she took the initiative, that was the transformatory point in her life that put her on this path of success. So always utilize. At Amity, we will always give tremendous opportunities to young people, but it is your responsibility on how you use it to define your success. So Katha, congratulations. We're so proud of you.
Thank you so much. Very kind words.
Thank you, Honorable Chancellor. And Honorable Chancellor, they are coming in our admission board. They are reviewing, they are giving expert talk, mentoring our students, so that each one of can set them as a role model and can lead toward that direction which they have leaded. And thank you, VC ma'am, for your approval for sending them for last semester to do their from partner and non-partner university. Next, thank you. Thank you, Katha. All the best.
Congratulations, Katha. Next is the Amity Alumni Young IT Achievers Award is conferred upon Mr. Karan Khare, Senior Software Developer, Amazon Lab. May I request Dr. Shilpi Sharma, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, to kindly announce the award. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Shweta. So with full honor, we confer Mr. Karan Khare, Senior Software Development Engineer at Amazon, a strong front-end web and full-stack developer, efficiently involved in domain of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, AngularJS, and other framework for front-end development and technologies. Mr. Khare has prior full-time experience in the software development industry and holds a strong interest in computer software development. Before Amazon, he worked autonomous driving domain with NIO, Dell, and driving R&D with Panasonic North America. He has been speaker in seminar over web technologies. He has good hold at the database level. He even spent time understanding the cloud system in deployments over AWS, OpenShift, etc. After joining St. John's State University, he aimed learning more into application development. He has written technical research papers in international conferences also. Mr. Khare is responsible for leading the cloud data automation and analysis for device and finance groups. It is utmost respect Amity School of Engineering and Technology confers the Amity Alumni Young IT Achiever Award upon Mr. Karan Khare. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Karan. Congratulations, Karan.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
It's
Thank you,
really
sir.
nice. Karan, we always see, even during admission boards, you have come, your advice, which you have given to all admission aspirants. It was great. We have a recording and we got a lot of appreciation. And thanks for all regular mentorship which you are giving to our students to be a role model like you. So we need your feedback, what you should guide to all your students. Honorable Chancellor, Honorable Founder President always want that each one of students should be given international exposure. So we would like to have your perspective on that. Thank you and congratulations.
Hello everyone, and thank you, Bansal sir, Shilpi ma'am, respected Chancellor sir, Vice Chancellor ma'am, and it is my honor to be on the receiving end of this award. And like you said, sir, I've been participating in multiple, seminars, as well as giving mentorship to students. So that's my give back to what I gained from Amity University for, those 4 marvelous years, to gain that learning experience, pave my path forward, and to develop me into an individual so that I can go ahead and make name in this world. So, and I would like to certainly mention that all the faculty members who has helped me in CSE 2008 and 12 batch, all faculty members contributed towards my success. They made sure that whatever dreams I'm looking forward to they are able to contribute towards it. So whether it is coming to USA or joining the startups just after my completion of bachelor's program, or participating in the entrepreneurship and innovation cell at Amity University, that was one of the biggest opportunities to learn things and move forward and innovate. So altogether, Amity has contributed towards great success for myself, and I'm always looking forward to give back whenever I can. And with that, I would like to thank you for everything.
Thank you. Congratulations, Karan. And hope
Karan,
you are doing great at
Karan,
Amazon.
so proud of you. It is, we always say that it is really the alumni who build institutions, and we are so proud to have family members like you who have a commitment to give back. And I have always been told how you come back and you have been helping your juniors, and that makes us so proud because, as you know, within the Amity, the most used word is the Amity family, and we want all students to feel like one family with their seniors and their juniors. And the current students always need role models to look up to, and if they can have role models, Karan, like you and Katha, as part of their alumni fraternity, what better role models to have? So very proud of you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Chancellor.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Karan.
Karan Khare, congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
You are the flag bearers and the face of the university to help in building a strong influence through your knowledge and skill sharing. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
I am profusely elated to take the opportunity to introduce our guest of honor, Professor Dr. J. Ramkumar, Professor, IIT Kanpur and past chairperson, IEEE UP Section, India. Sir earned his doctorate in mechanical engineering from IIT Madras, Chennai. His research concentrated on micro and nano machine and finishing. He has also worked on tribology, coatings, and corrosion for both engineering and biomedical applications. Before joining IIT Kanpur, Sir did his BTech from NIT Trichy. He joined Myco Bosch as a technical graduate trainee. He pursued his postdoctoral research in the area of intermetallic composites machining and fabrication at Osaka University, Japan. He is a recipient of several fellowships such as Young Engineer Award of ISAC, India, and Gopal Das Bhandari Best Teacher Award by IIT Kanpur, recently honored with Eminent Engineer Award from IIT India and Young Alumni Achiever Award from NIT Trichy, and many more. Sir has published over 200 articles in the peer-reviewed international journals and has delivered over 80 lectures in the international conferences. His H index is 23, which endorses his high research productivity. He has 5 patents to his credit, total number of patents in his name being 69. He procured a funding of over $4 million during his career at IIT Kanpur currently, and is the project investigator of MedTech facility being developed in IIT Kanpur, funded by BRAC DBT India. He is a reviewer of many technical journals from elsewhere, Blackwell, Ville, Springer, Highwire, MRS, ACS publications, and many more. Sir also received the IEI Young Engineers Award in the year 2011, the Class of 1984 Fellowship Award in the year 2012, and the Rajkumar Varshini Awards in the year 2010. May I request you, sir, to kindly accord the address. Please, sir.
Yeah, I'm here, Ram Kumar.
Yes,
Hello.
yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay. Okay. So thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. I could see this conference growing year on year on year. So every year when they start with this conference, they started initially very small, but now I could see that 700 papers coming, and so somewhere close to 150 people are the speakers, and international audience joining hands. So this looks very interesting, and if I would request the organizers, if time permits, sometime you should sit and see how did this conference evolve to such a big level, and at every conference what was your take home and how did you reform it in the next one. So if we can do that and make us a paper, that will be a big giving back to the society, knowledge sharing back to the society, where a lot of other conferences which are run serially will be able to learn and upgrade themselves. Saying this, I would like to thank all the organizers for putting day and night efforts, all the eminent speakers who spoke before me and who will be speaking after me. Thank you to all of you for taking out your time and joining this conference. And IEEE UP section is one of the most vibrant sections in which come under R10. In the last 5-6 years, we have been very rampantly improving the numbers. We have been very rampantly improving the quality of the conferences. We have made a niche in the entire world map under R10 IEEE UP section, which is very vibrant. So conferences like this add merit to IEEE UP section, and UP section is also growing very fast. Saying this, going towards the conference theme on data science and engineering, I am a person who like and love working a lot on innovations. So in innovation, particularly social innovation and medical innovation, so there is a lot of drive which is given by Government of India as well as a lot of MNC companies, and the CSR grant from several industries are getting pumped into academic institutes to look forward and to develop a lot of data science based innovation which is driven towards social and biomedical innovations. So this data science is giving a big opening. See, data informatics is an area which blew and grew of its own. They did not come under finance or industrial or management. They did not go under biologists. They had a separate vertical called bioinformatics, and they bloom and they grow very fast. So this is going to give us, this data analytics, especially in biomedical, is going to give a lot of insight and opening. Currently, artificial intelligence is used for identifying what are the needs of the paramedical shop in that zone where there are a community of people. So the shop sale, the supply chain management, the patient getting happy over the medicines, what is available, all these things are getting linked. And it is also trying to give a link saying that, okay, there is a spread of this particular disease. What are the particular specialist doctors are required and telemedical support required in that particular zone, knowing that from the sale of the pharmacist, the disease spread over there and the attention which is required. So this information is going to be a big breakthrough in medical field. And healthcare and disaster management is also one area where data science is very exhaustively used for upbringing of the health of the people. Government has decided that invest more in the younger days of a person or a baby, so that later you don't have to spend more. The inclusive society is also thought of in this, wherein which the transportation, the smart cities and the sustainable cities which are getting developed use this data informatics. This is a big field. The Amity University are always a pioneer in identifying good themes and very valuable themes so that they can contribute back to the society in a big way. This platform is going to educate a lot of young minds, integrate the young minds with the experts across the globe. So this is a wonderful platform. I am very happy to be part of this, and I wish this conference a grand success. Many more to come in the near future. I would request the Amity Institute and the university to help in promoting such conferences, which is more focused towards mankind and social needs. With that, thank you so much for the time. Thank you so much to organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts with the vibrant young India and engineers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jairam Kumar, for your compliments you have given for Confluence. Anything in Amity we do, we always want it to be done at international level. It has to be truly international. It should have a collaboration. It should have a outcome. With those vision, we always take it to the next level. And thanks for all your support you have given from IEEE UP section. And For future Confluence also, we look forward to have your support as always. And we are promised, we are working together. We will change the whole world as per the vision of Honorable Chancellor and Honorable Founder President.
Thank you. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you so much for your valuable words. Confluence has really grown under your patronage, under your support. And I'm so happy that you have noticed with what passion our people at Amity have worked to really grow this conference to a truly global level. And Dr. Amway, your suggestion, Dr. Abhay, please implement this suggestion of Dr. Ram Kumar, very valuable.
Yes,
that study how you have grown Confluence from year 1 to year 12 and make a white paper on how you propagated the name globally, how you got these leading scientists to associate, how you grew. And this can be very valuable for many of our amities, young universities, and other universities to learn from. So Dr. Ramkumar, thank you so much for the suggestion. Very
Yes, sir.
valuable.
And a humble request is let's also have one conference which is socially relevant or socially touching, sir. So that's the other thing. Now, data science is thought of in as a technology, now connected with mankind. So maybe that can be a theme for next year or in future, or some conferences on towards innovation side. Yeah.
Yes, very valuable. Dr. Abhay will be in touch with you, Dr. Ramkumar, to take further guidance.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate, and you are doing fabulous. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sir, anything we do it at Amity, why we have to do it, I can just put a few points. It is because of blessing of Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, their guidance. We are going to do that. Otherwise, nothing could be possible like that. So you are the main key behind, sir. Because of that, we are doing all impossible tasks at Amity, and that passion and that we have taken. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. I take this opportunity to introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Deepak Talwar, National Security Officer, Microsoft. Sir is a passionate cybersecurity leader responsible for Microsoft security engagement with customers, industry partners, and policymakers. He is responsible for transforming organizations by building security strategy with advanced technologies like IoT, AI, and blockchain. As a security expert, he empowers organizations by solving security challenges within the business environment. Sir's hands-on technical expertise with the right blend of management skills in the field of information security, cloud security, privacy, and protection makes him a master in risk compliance strategies. I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering. Please.
Thank you, Deepak ji. Thank you, Deepak ji. And I also welcome Mr. Ajay Kumar Singh, Associate Director and Head, HCL Technology. Sir, we welcome you in this session. Thank you. Yeah. Deepak ji, to you now. Thank you.
Thank you. A very good afternoon. I hope I'm audible and visible enough.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Founder, President, Visionary, my personal coach, I can say on this virtual, 20 years of history with him, where I'm not seeing him every day, but it is like in Godfather, whom I can virtually believe and feel. With the first statement where I still believe if I have to do research, I'll find out from Dr. Ashok Chauhan, are we still using more than few percentage of our brain? Thank you, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, for setting up the stage for several decades for us. And I'm proud to be with Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, a leader whom I look up to as a dynamic leader, if I may say on this virtual panel, being a visionary as well as something very close to industry. Every word, every sense of belongingness which we hear from you count for many months and years echo in our ears to grow and give back to the community. I am personally giving back to my own alma mater. Thank you, Atul Chauhan, sir, for this opportunity. Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, an individual whom I have been seeing in several initiatives, respected Vice Chancellor Dr. Professor Balwinder Shukla, the synergy which she has brought up, pushing us, not just Amity, Dr. Abhay Bansal, when I learned in the morning that many of you are not taking holidays because of such of the activities, but I would say even us on the other side are equally and should be responsibly taking the pressure. Dear faculty members, respected institutional and academic management staff, academia, and strongly for dear students. I would say my heartfelt gratitude to another IEEE sponsored 12th Confluence 2022. A big thank you to those two start who have actually put this on the virtual platform for so many countries to get together. And that's a real testimony, if I can share with you all what is digital transformation means, is we all in the 24/7, people would not have flown from US or Europe or other countries, but they are right now on this dais. That's digital transformation and disruption, and cannot be better than Amity University, who is globally present, making a unique mark all over the world, not just by academic, but making people like all of us thinking at an entrepreneurial mindset. We are the people to look into creating jobs rather than asking jobs. Amity provides that. I can vouch for it. While Dr. Atul Chauhan sir is also there, I would like to share on this virtual dais. Now I can call proudly myself as a family of, because now I'm running my 20th year with Amity. As a student, left medical sciences and joined Amity to start my IT career with Major General KJ Singh, late Professor YP Singh, many more to learn, and I keep remembering them. And then from that university at Sector 44 Noida, seeing the growth of university, growth of ourselves, be part of you as an academia, as a member, worked under the leadership of Atul Chauhan sir and the distinguished faculty, and then moved to industry. I represent in front of you no other person than an Amitian, proudly saying that to all of you. Very quickly shifting the gear on the topic of digital transformation. I came on this dais for 4 minutes, and I thought, let me add some aspects of industry in 4 areas. In 3-4 minutes, I'll combine for you the digital transformation and cloud computing. The second part of trust and privacy, which is the foundation. And before I leave as the Chief Security Officer of Microsoft, give you some hints on cybersecurity and where we are landing on the growth opportunities. Dear friends, I must tell you, to start, I should first talk about, I am so proud of my own CEO, who has just got into a news with the contribution in tech, and as an Indian, taking us to the global chart to receive Padma Bhushan. I hope you might have seen the news, right? It's not just being proud feeling as a Padma Bhushan by a CEO who is an Indian community and build a benchmark on the global chart, but it is also true to our mission of Microsoft to empower every person and every organization to achieve more. I think I'm trying to contribute a little bit to achieve more by part of my alma mater. Second part, we are living in a very unprecedented world. Need not to say what we all have witnessed in the past 2 years, but let me also share some soft and a little, thoughtful processes. We talk less, we type more. We are talking less to humans. We are connected more to gadgets. Every individual carry minimum 4. Trust me, while you're talking to me, 2 are already active and you're working on it. Somebody might be transacting as well on a digital payment gateway. Somebody is doing their transaction of fees. Somebody is also maybe doing the best of his chit chat that Mr. Deepak and Atul Chauhan sir and everybody is calling, please go connect to live. Thousands of people can immediately connect and click and be joining on this platform. At the same time, we are living in a social media world where minimum 2.5 hours and more we spend per day on social media. Nothing wrong. I'm just giving you some stats to ponder on. But if I change that in my own perspective, how much we are connected to digital gadgets, I think all of us will softly agree 24/7. Anybody in the virtual dais or listening remotely or in recording calls can say, you shut down your machines or devices, your smartphones? Maybe not. Until unless they shut down by their own, burning more than minds that, sorry, I'm heated, and they shut down on their own. Otherwise, we don't stop them. This is the digital world which we are living into. But let me come to a little bit of industry as well. Every company today is a software company. Don't assume IT is technical. Education is a tech software organizations. Any farming, medical, manufacturing, healthcare, entire government, every organization need to be seen as a technical organization, software organization. And that is why the decade of disruption is being brought down in past 2 years only. We have seen in 2 years a disruption which we could have witnessed in 10 years. So now you can believe the part of 5 trillion digital aspiration of our Honorable Prime Minister, that we are far ahead across the world, not to name closer to China and rather ahead to build that up. Go and study any report, it will only name 2 which are going to create the disruption: healthcare and education. because they were disturbed most, disrupted most, and obviously they were the most innovators. Every healthcare which we all are thankful to the vaccination brought up by you and me on the academia side. Every research has brought us, to many vaccinations, thanks to medical fraternity and to the COVID warriors. Many have talked about cloud computing. I would tell on this platform, let's go ahead. What does that mean? If we are still thinking cloud is not first, I think we are lagging behind. Why? Because the word which I'm going to introduce is edge computing. One step and an extension ahead of cloud computing is edge computing, the devices which are closer to data. It has been said a lot. You will be living in a world where data will be humongous. You will have jobs to build data, create data, secure data, evangelize data, monetize data. Data is the new currency, not to share that as well. And when we talk about that, let me switch another gear. The principle or the technology which industry and world, and especially you all as students are going to believe is trust. People will buy technologies they trust. If they don't trust, they will not buy. Buy is a still commercial world when I'm saying it is designing by principle, empowering trust, and Microsoft runs on trust. I'm the representative to call, as this is very, very important. And privacy is a fundamental right quoted in our government recently. And you will very soon see, like General Data Protection Regulation of Europe, we as a country and citizens will be proud to have data protection bill very soon. So we will be harnessing data, learning about data, and be more vulnerable as well as conscious to learn about data. My last piece on cybersecurity. When we talk about cybersecurity, there are two things which hits my mind. First, remote work accelerated a lot of cyber attacks. We all have responsibility. A lot of people say security is for IT, security is for CISO, security for academia. Our National Cyber Chief Secretariat, Lieutenant General Rajesh Pant, who is representing the country from security, always say, and I wanted to highlight here, is security is everyone's responsibility. We need to do our piece of it to secure ourselves and others. Cyber crime is costing 6 trillion each year. And the numbers I'm sharing so that you understand how important it is to be on the good side, ethical side of cyber. Don't earn by cyber crime, earn by fighting against them as a cyber warrior. Every single sector is susceptible. And to close, the only way we can build that is by building the gap of cybersecurity. Do you know in India, this is 1.6 million gaps by 2025 waiting for you. It's not what we are saying. It is India number 3.5 million is the overall number where we can talk that the vision is there. According to estimates, the launch of comprehensive security skilling program, which we have done with industry, we are trying to train 1 lakh individual at zero cost by 2022, if you've seen the news. Second part, which I'm very, very vocalist about and passionate about is, if we want to grow, we need to build, create, support, and push back on any barrier of gender gap. The women entrepreneurs, the women in cyber skilling is the need. Around 24% of cybersecurity workforce, which means there is a big opportunity for every woman in entrepreneurship to look into cybersecurity and build that up. Microsoft runs Cyber Shiksha program with Data Security Council of India from 2018 to create that robust skill. We all will keep talking technology, be passionate, be part of it. But let me pause and conclude only on few tips to all the students, all the colleagues on the call. Technology is just a very small piece, which my learning is from past 20 years, including for my own families, friends, and colleagues when I share and learn from them. But what is the biggest thing which many of the professors, distinguished leaders in the morning have said is humans and human skills. If we want to grow, the only skill which I have learned is going to change or transform for all of us on top of the technology and other aspects where we want to grow is build on empathy, humanity, and the sense of belongingness. I was part of Dr. Atul Chauhan on the sense of belongingness. Can fairly say it has to be a family, friends, and a meaningful career which is built on trust for everyone. Don't compete with others is my learning to my son, my family, even to my pet, if I can say, right, who is my family. Don't compete with others. Be a better version of yourself, a lifelong learner. And in Microsoft, we call it as growth mindset. Be part of it. I am humbled and honored to be part of this Confluence for several years. It's time now to expand that more with the partnership of industry and even as an individual to serve decades for Amity. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Deepak, so motivating always to listen to you. And I think what is always visible in you is the passion that you have, and what a great human being you have. It comes from within the heart, and you have been part of the Amity journey for the last 20 years. You were saying, right from Sector 44, you have seen and you have been part of the growth of what Amity has become, from a few hundred students at that point of time to hundreds of thousands of students across the world. And we are so extremely lucky to have family members like you who have always supported, who have always guided along the way. We're extremely proud. Dr. Chauhan just called me while you were speaking, and he said that he is listening to you speak, and he feels so proud and he is so emotional and happy to see the great success that you have achieved in your professional career, in your family, and his blessings and wishes are always with you. We're so proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Chandra.
Thank you,
so
Deepak
much.
ji, for all your advice you have given. And I have already started discussing with you, and I'm sure 23 version we'll have very close relations with Microsoft, and we'll do many more activities and we'll show bigger outcome closer with industry. Thank you. And thank you to always be with us. We always use you as a benchmark, because every Confluence you are coming, you can always see, evaluate and tell us. And thank you to be with us, and all your advice we have noted and will work. And thank you, Honorable Chancellor, for your remarks. And we could see all alumni are growing and doing and changing the whole world. Thank you, Deepak, to be part
And
of it.
Deepak ji, as you have rightly said, since the security, cyber security is right now is the game changer, and we would like our students to associate with you for internships as well in future. So that we will be talking.
We will build together, sir. Everything possible we'll be doing together. Thank you for this opportunity.
I think,
Dr.
Chancellor, sir, we should create a global research network. We should create a global Amity global alumni network, which keeps on meeting periodically, so that this type of knowledge experience can be changed. So if you agree, this we will, Abhay and Manoj, we should create this.
This is a
And
very
we
good
will
idea.
have this benefit coming constantly, not just only every year we meet. So we should have a forum. We should create a forum. I would like to listen to Chancellor on this, because he created a global research network on novel viruses.
Yes, of course. You are rightly saying that the support of alumni is the most important, and we are so proud to have alumni like Deepak and others who have created so much success. And I always say a great reason for why Amity is so respected is because of the great professional success alumni of Amity are having. We're so grateful. So grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salmoti, for your.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chancellor, sir, for your remarks. Shweta, to you.
Thank you, sir. We are more than honored with the gracious presence of our Honorable Chancellor, sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan. Today, Amity bears testimony to his vision, a compelling commitment to excel, and an untiring zeal to scale great heights. With this, I would now request Dr. Atul Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor, AUUP, and President RBF to share a few words with us. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no, thank you. Dr. Abhay, I'm seeing that the speakers from the industry, very senior speakers for the next session have already joined. So I will just say that, Dr. Abhay, I am so proud on the great efforts that you have put in over the years to build Confluence to the scale it is today. I think we have always seen, and even today we could see, that the passion that you have for your students. And so many times I have witnessed that you know the most intimate and personal professional details of the students, what they are doing, because you have been part of their journey. And one of the biggest passions you've always had, and you've always pushed, and it has always been, it was initially a difficult journey to push, to allow these students to go for these semester abroad programs, how to map credits, but you never gave up because you understood the vision that our founder, Dr. Chauhan, had when he established Amity, to create a global network of students and give them experience. And Dr. Chauhan always tells us that the international experience to students is absolutely invaluable for the future success. And Dr. Chauhan always says that the biggest contributor to his success was the fact that he was born on Indian soil, he got educated here, lived for so many years. But the fact that he got a scholarship by the German government, was able to go and study in Germany for so many years, and then worked there as first the head of research and development of a great Swiss organization, but then became an entrepreneur and worked with people from all around the world. He always says the experience like that, and while retaining the value systems of our country, can make a superhuman being. That has always been the philosophy of Amity. And we have seen today in the examples of Katha and Karan, the extreme benefit that the Amity system can give to young people, of giving them the best value systems in our country, giving them the best professional inputs, but then also giving them the international experience. What tremendous effect it has on their future lives and their careers. So Dr. Abhay, we are grateful to you as a system for the professionalism that you have, for the passion that you have for your students and for the Amity system. And if today Amity is ranked amongst the top 3% of universities globally, if Amity is respected so much that we have scientists, senior scientists from universities like Stanford, Oxford, Cambridge, MIT, who are honorary professors of our university and come and regularly speak, it is because of leaders like you that we have as part of our family who have built Amity from a few hundred students over 20 years ago to over 200,000 students today across 15 countries, which was the vision of our founder, Dr. Chauhan, to create a global platform to give a foundation to brilliant students. So to all our young students who are currently online today and who will be listening to this, whatever we do at Amity is for you, for your growth. You are part of our family. There are so many leaders. You have listened to our Vice Chancellor, who is one of the best Vice Chancellors of this country or of this world. And Confluence and so many conferences were her brainchild when she was the director of the Amity School of Engineering and Technology. So many years ago, you have heard from Dr. Selvamurthy, who was one of the greatest scientific and managerial administrators in the government of India and DRDO for so many years. And we are so lucky as a system. And Dr. Chauhan always says it is driven by God, but I always say it is driven by the passion of our founder, Dr. Chauhan, that great leaders like Dr. Selvamurthy have come and become part of the Amity family to lead right from the front in various areas. And under the leadership of Dr. Selvamurthy, the amount of innovation and research that is happening across Amity is really unique. And one of the reasons why the government of India gave this very, very prestigious award to Amity, which Dr. Chauhan received by the Honorable Minister of Commerce, an award which in the past only the IITs have received. For the first time now that Amity has received this award for the largest outcome in intellectual property and innovation. We are so proud. Great leaders like General Gadyok from the defense forces who are there, who are leading the way for Amity. I am seeing so many great leaders. I can see Dr. Pandey, Dr. Soni, Sanjeev, who has been with us also for so many decades. And Dr. Abhay, to all your leaders of the Department of Computer Science, all the faculty members who have been working not only for Confluence, but for Amity. I always say that we are so proud of every faculty who is with us, because they have been handpicked by our founder, by us, for the passion that they have for nation building, for the passion that they have for the future generations. And every day I see, and especially during this pandemic, we have seen how they have risen above the occasion. They have given much more than anyone could have imagined to ensure that our students get the best. And that is I feel so proud to have such great, and I can, of course, I can see Dr. Shweta, Dr. Garima, Dr. Shilpi, and so many, Dr. Misha, and of course, so many whose cameras may not be on at the moment, but I know how hard you have worked over these many, many months for this. So congratulations to all the young scientists, students, senior scientists who will be presenting papers as part of this conference. I congratulate you. First of all, I know we are so selective in the papers that are presented, but also for the fact that you are doing research in one of the most important areas for humanity and for society. It is your research that you are doing today which will define the way our world will run in the future. Research is so important, and I am sure the outcome of the work that you are doing will be tremendous, will benefit society. So always feel the fact that you were chosen to present your paper at Amity, you are not just a researcher who is presenting a paper, but you are an individual who is transforming the way the world will be. You are an individual who will make this world a better place. And for that, we are proud. Always feel, I know that we have scientists from all over the world. The fact that you are presenting in a conference at Amity, always remember that you are now part of the Amity family. We have campuses all over the world. Wherever you are, always drop in, stay in touch. You are part of a great network, and always utilize this to your benefit and to the benefit of the science that you're working in. And just to conclude, our deepest gratitude from all of us to our visionary founder, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, for giving us Amity, for giving us this great vision, for giving us this reason in life to create new ideas, to do transformatory things, and for the blessings that you always give. And a great gratitude to all our people who realize this vision that our founder has, and for fulfilling every day the path that he has set us on. So Dr. Abhay Bansal, congratulations to you and the team. I'm so proud today.
Thank you, Honorable Chancellor, for all time you have given. And as Professor Jairam mentioned, how Amity could do it, other could not do it. Sir, we always say it is because of Honorable Chancellor and Honorable Founder President. No university has founder like our founder, Dr. Ashok Chauhan. No university has Honorable Chancellor like Dr. Atul Chauhan, who has so much of passion, who give blessing, mentorship, guidance. And we could see you, sir, for a whole inaugural session. Your presence was there. Thank you very much, sir. That itself motivate us and always motivate us to do our level best to take Amity to the next level as per your vision and make society the best place to live, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your time and advice, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. So we are happy to share with you all. There's a message from Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, which says, I'll read out, it gives me immense pleasure to know that Amity School of Engineering and Technology, in association with University of Florida, is organizing International Conference CONFLUENCE on 27-28 January 2022. Cloud computing assumes vital importance for data analysis to draw meaningful insights from the data to solve complex problems in a particular field. I hope the conference would provide an excellent opportunity for academicians, industrialists, and researchers to share innovative ideas on cloud computing and data science and promote research work in this field. I convey my good wishes to the Amity University and other co-sponsors for success of the conference. We really thank
Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekharan, Minister of State for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would now request Professor Dr. Sanjeev Thakur, Head of the Department Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering Technology, to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Garima. Good afternoon and greetings of the day. Our most distinguished invited speaker, distinguished panelist, Joint HOI's respected Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Honorable Chancellor Sir, and Visionary Founder President Sir. It is my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks on the occasion of inaugural session of IEEE, sponsored 12th International Conference. I, on behalf of Department of Computer Science and Engineering, extend my hearty vote of thanks to the guest of honors, Mr. Manish Tiwari, Dr. J. Ram Kumar, Mr. Deepak Talwar, and for sparing their valuable time. My sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Anant Agarwal, founder and CEO of edX, for delivering the keynote address and is also now an honorary professor in Department of Computer Science, Amity University. I am grateful to our respected Chancellor Sir, Dr. Atul Kumar Chauhan, for his kind words of encouragement, his idea of thoughts to be nurtured for all, and sense of belongingness keeps motivating us, sir. I thank our respected founder president, sir, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, for his kind blessings to all of us. I thank Dr. Sivamurthy, sir, for his valuable words and motivating always to all of us. I thank Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, co-patron, Confluence, as she always guides and mentors us. I would also like to thank Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, our joint head asset, for his constant motivation. So I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our joint HOI, Dr. Bansal sir, organizers and coordinators, and all the team members of the conference who are sincerely committed to this Confluence 2022. We look forward for indulging research-oriented sessions and opportunities for the coming 2 days. And I thank you all for attending the inaugural session of Confluence 2022. And I really believe we will be having some outcome sessions for the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, Shweta, we can start the next session. And thank you, Deepak ji and Anand ji, once again.
Honorable Chancellor Sir, respected Vice Chancellor Ma'am, and all the dignitaries for gracing this occasion. I also take this opportunity to thank each and every participant, faculty members, and students for attending this session. With this, we wish Confluence 2022 a very grand success, and now close this session to continue with the technical sessions. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, professors, and participants present today. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to one and all for keynote address for Confluence 2022, 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering. Necessity is the mother of invention. No truer words have been spoken that apply so perfectly to these times of pandemic. Though the COVID-19 pandemic was the most overarching event that this time would be known by, humanity rose to the challenge magnificently. Researchers and scientists from all over the world got together to study the pandemic and ways to combat it. No domain was left unturned to study and mitigate the impact of this crisis. The fields of AI and ML was not left behind either. We had path-breaking research in the field, be it natural language processing or computer vision, not only restricted to the aspect of coronavirus, but continuing the growth in these fields like any other. The fields of AI and ML have been and continue to be prevalent in big industries. We are very fortunate to have with us industrial dignitaries with us to discuss about AI and ML fields and how they are shaping up our future. Bringing AI and ML capabilities to fight against COVID gave medical facilities an upper hand as compared to the usage of traditional analytics and current clinical decision-making techniques in this pandemic. Even though we would have liked to invite you to our campus and have the keynote session in person, current world scenarios impede us from doing so. Luckily, we are grateful to have the opportunity to keep keynote session in a virtual mode so that our students can reap the seeds from the knowledge gathered in the session.
Today, I'm elated to take the opportunity to invite our honorable speaker, Mr. Sunil Kumar Mishra, Head Ecosystem Innovation Group, Infosys, Finacle. Sir has been working as a banking technology professional with over 2 decades of experience with leading organizations like McKinsey & Co., Accenture, Infosys, and Oracle. Sir has contributed diligently in the field of artificial intelligence and is a man of distinct vision. Sir, you hardly need any introduction. Having written 3 books under his name, created a course on Udemy titled Basics of Deep Learning, he is continuously contributing his knowledge and experience by also writing technology column in Free Press Journal, a Mumbai-based newspaper. It is an honor to have you with us, sir. We would like to invite you on the platform to share a few words with us. Sir.
Thank you very much. Can one of you confirm if my presentation is visible and am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so first of all, thank you a lot, Amity University, for inviting me for this session. I was really impressed with the list of speakers and the kind of topic that you picked up. This is the most pertinent topic in today's time, and in fact, there is also a need to actually collaborate on such topics with the industry, right? So this is a much needed topic and much needed conference that I guess will be helpful to one and all. So I'll just take some 15-20 minutes. I know it's a very deep topic and we can spend hours together discussing this, but I'll just spend some time to give you a perspective from the industry and you know how it is going along and what all we do, what are the challenges that we face in AI and ML. And I hope this will be useful. So let me just take you through. Okay, so these are broad topics that I want to cover. What is the key area of AI? I mean, I'm covering both AI and ML under AI. Okay, who is using? Of course, we know everybody is using it. What are the key building blocks of AI, and what are the challenges that we are facing in AI adoption? Right. So first of all, just to give you a broad definition, AI itself ups and downs. So what we call AI winter. So at some point in time, there were a lot of promises in AI. Then again, those promises were not fulfilled. And again, there was a lack of investment in that space. But this cycle has happened multiple times. And now we are at a stage where we can clearly say that this is an inflection point for AI, right? So not only we have all the tools to actually leverage, but we have a massive data structure or database using which we can really leverage the AI, right? Again, AI is a very loosely used term. It's not just one technology; it's a group of technologies, and there are various things that it's basically an umbrella term, and almost all industries are actually using it. Okay, so there are some business factors and there are some technology factors that are driving this AI adoption, right? So business factors, of course, all of us are now used to a lot of these, AI-driven tools like Siri or maybe all other chatbots that we see today, right? And even among the organizations, there is a huge amount of competition to automate things that are repetitive, that can be easily put into rules. So those things are being adopted for AI. And there's a huge challenge that is coming up from the new organizations. So basically startups or fintechs and all these organizations, they scale up very fast using AI. So that's also one of the reasons that large organizations are trying to catch up with this. And AI can also be used to basically personalize things at the individual level. So it's a great thing for the customers. And some of the tools that we use for that is speech, image, text, and all. I mean, this does not require much interaction because all of us are used to now face recognition, voice recognition, or automated speech recognition, those things, right? Okay, so same is for technology also. So I'll say on the technology side, some of the factors that are driving is basically the product and platform based approach. So there are a lot of platform based companies today that are really data store, right? So they have huge amount of data that can be used to create model and various things in AI, right? With the rise of cloud computing, which I think this conference topic covers very well, there is an opportunity to even for the smaller organizations to tap into the larger computing base and create a value proposition that could be useful to the customers, right? And also, there has been a rise of open source based applications, tools. And so today, if you want to build a chatbot, you can look at some open source based chatbot, which you can easily implement in your application. So there are a lot of technology factors also that have actually helped different organizations adopt AI. Okay, this is based on the research that Infosys did, and here it says that basically AI is a top driven kind of platform or technology. In fact, there is an informal saying that if you want your project to get approved, just put AI in the proposal somewhere and the board will approve. So just on the lighter side, but but the point is that most of the organizations, the leadership, actually they want to drive the competitive advantage using artificial intelligence and machine learning, which is a part of it, of course. Okay, then there are other things that are driving, like internal experiment, customer demands, and all that. Right. Now, who is using AI? Of course, everybody is using AI, and almost all the industries have adopted this. With the rise of neural network and some of those technologies in cloud computing and all, almost all industries are leveraging it, right? So these are some of the examples that I put in, but there are hundreds of them across different industries, right? So all of us are now used to virtual agent, whether it is talking to assistant in the bank or maybe talking to our own assistant in the mobile phone, right? Then there are recommendation engines. So for example, when you buy something on Amazon, you already get recommendations to buy other things, which is based on your past history and the profile of the people similar to you who have bought similar things, right? Then driverless cars, of course, we all know. I mean, we are all, in fact, awaiting for this change, right? And there have been a lot of experiments on this, and hopefully there are various predictions, but soon we will have this on our roads also, right? Then with all these AI things, there are also security concerns. So all this fraud management and everything, earlier they were rule-based, right? So earlier, for example, in your banking transactions, it was based on certain things, like if the request is coming from certain country, certain type of IP, then you put those checks. But in case of AI-driven approach, all those features are dynamically arrived. So it just picks up from the data and then it builds a more model of itself. And that's much more robust than any rule-based design. Right, then there, of course, process automation, the regular robotic process and all those things getting automated through AI. Then there are gaming, smart homes. Um, I mean, the list is actually innumerable. And the thing is, like in all the fields, this ML and especially the deep learning part of AI has been able to contribute significantly. Okay, again, this is based on the research that Infosys did some time back, and this is basically giving a view like how organizations are viewing this. I mean, different organizations are at different level of AI maturity. Almost all of them want to implement it, but of course there are skeptics, watchers, explorers, and then rising stars and visionaries. So this chart basically depicts that there are very few who want to take a lead in this and then experiment of their own. But there are a lot of explorers and watchers who are really interested in this. In fact, academia could be a very good example to I'm sorry, to look up to for this, because this is very much a research-based thing, right? So, and some of the Indian universities are also doing very good job there, right? So the partnership with university and academia again could play a very vital role in the development of the field of AI. Okay. Again, talking about the industry, so as I said, almost all the industries are adopting it. Some industries are adopted more easily than others, and you can see something like uh, healthcare and automotive. We spoke about the driverless car. Those are those have adopted the AI much more than other sectors like financial services, banking, and all that, right? So the point is that almost all the industries are looking up to it. Of course, there are some variations, but the opportunities are really huge everywhere. Okay, this is another example. This is based on Accenture analysis. So this basically talks about what are the potential of using AI applications in different areas, right? So, I mean, I'll not go through individual numbers, but just the idea is to present that almost all the fields actually present humongous opportunities in for using AI, right? I just put this in place just to put the things in perspective. So when we say AI, again, different people mean different things, but I just tried to put together just to understand that the platform is the data and analytics, right? Because these these applications, the underlying platform is drive a lot of features or variables and all that. So I mean, the evolution from machine learning to deep has been really fast in last I'll say last 10 years. Neural network is very much based on the way human new trend, and it can derive a lot of things of its own. Okay, the AI building blocks. These are the 4 building blocks that I thought actually are primarily driving the AI revolution. Computer vision, we all know. Natural language processing and generation. That's probably one of the most interesting area in AI, because the way human learn a language is very unique, and then to replicate that into machine is really very challenging. But there has been a lot of development and a lot of successes in this field, and this looks very promising. Automatic speech recognition, we all know because we use the virtual assistant these days, and they are pretty accurate. In fact, sometimes they're more accurate than even the human recognition. Okay, then reinforcement learning. This is something where an agent learns by itself from the environment, and automated car or driverless car is the best example of that, right? So these are the 4 areas where broadly the AI is moving. And examples of that, of course, I have spoken briefly. And then there are different business use cases, right? So in industry, basically, we talk about these use cases. So whether it is for customer service or sales marketing, let's say creating some recommendations, fraud management, of course, because the things are becoming very complex in the true implementation, and then various advisory services. Let's say today, if you get a let's say banking advisor, then this uses basically this AI ML based approach to suggest you what to do next. Okay, some more points on preparing of for AI. So how the industries are preparing for AI. So this is again based on a survey that Infosys did some time back. And here the key point is that almost all the industries, they are aware of this, and they want to do something in this. They want to deploy these solutions, the big data automation and all that stuff. But of course, there are different organizations at different level of maturity. Okay. The barriers to adoption, of course, I earlier mentioned that AI is very much a top-down driven thing, but there is also resistance from the senior management when it comes to actual implementation of that. And the reason primarily is that not many people understand this technology well, right? So some of them believe that probably this will result in the lack of job or probably drying up of the opportunities, while the people who really understand the technology, they probably believe that this is more like amplifying the human potential, and this is a win-win for in fact everyone, right? So these are some of the barriers on that. And then there's also an ethical implication of AI, right? So a lot of points are coming up wherein what is right, what is wrong. And this is actually throwing up challenges for even the regulators, right? So there are a lot of thought experiment on driverless car, wherein, what is the right thing? What is the moral right that we have assumed, whether that is the right thing to code into something like driverless car, right? So there's some ethical implications of that as well, which is kind of which slowly will evolve, of course, but there is a lack of clarity currently. Okay, and here I've tried to put in what are the challenges in the practical deployment of AI models today, and how, of course, some of the organizations are trying to cater to it. So one of the biggest challenges is the data itself. Now we know that AI is all about data, right? And data, there are a lot of, sometimes the rules are not very clear about the data, who is owner of the data, and the privacy laws, all those things. There is also a problem of bias in the data. Like, if, let's say, an organization has been doing in certain way, and they have been, acting in certain way, the same data is fed. And if we presume that there are biases in those data, then the same thing is fed into models, right? And there are various interesting cases in various applications of this. For example, where the loan was given to a certain segment of people or certain profile of people, and it was not given to. So again, this was based on the past experience, but the same bias was carried over. The same is true, for example, in, let's say, the resume selection, right? So sometimes organizations or people do have biases around that. So if you use the data, then the same bias is carried over by the AI tool also. So these are some of the basic issues with the data part, and I guess this is what is fundamentally lacking, or probably not allowing the field to grow as fast as it could have. And in fact, this is also a challenge for universities like you, because if you do a project, you need to have publicly available data. And most of the large organizations who have data, like all these Google, Amazons, and all that, these are all proprietary. Even the organizations that work in this field, they keep the data within themselves, right? So that's a challenge that probably slowly people will get over it. But as of now, that's a problem. So the technical challenges are need for explainable AI. So, for example, and this is very true for the deep learning based models, where whether the outcome could be correct, but there is a need to explain that model to the user, right? For example, if you did not give loan to a certain person because your neural network says that that person may default, right? There is a need to explain that to the user why he or she is not getting that loan. Unfortunately, the deep neural network do not cater to this. So that's an area of challenge. That's an area of exploration for all of us. In fact, one of the speaker earlier spoke about the edge computing. So this is again very important, because most of the deep learning kind of machines or solutions, they require huge compute power. And even with the cloud computing and all that, it may not be the best architecture, because some of these devices need to be kept in, let's say, remote places, and they need to work on battery for months or years together. So there is a need to develop this computing at the edge devices, the last mile devices, right? need for cost-effective computation. So even though we have a lot of cloud computing, all these things have come up, but if you really see the training and the testing of all these models, they require huge power, and that's the reason it's only the large organizations like Google and Facebook, they are coming up with the models, because they require probably millions of data, and they require probably months and weeks and months of training on very powerful machines. So that's again a very lopsided perspective on who owns this whole compute power. Okay, and of course there is an issue on general intelligence. So for example, we can very easily we can build a bot or robot or something in certain domains. So for example, if you want to train some robot on, let's say, banking or healthcare or something, it's easy. But if you just want to build a general purpose robot, or let's say what we call artificial general intelligence, that's very challenging, right? Then there are external challenges like adversarial attacks. So with the rise of the model, there are also rise of the adversaries. So these people can create data, they can create the 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 data fluctuations that can actually make your model completely wrong. So for example, they can make you read, let's say a car can read a stop as go, by just adding some interferences, right? Then of course the organizations are worried about the model theft, cybersecurity issue, and regulatory framework. We spoke briefly about that in the context of, let's say, self-driving car, but there are other areas also where people do not know whose responsibility is what. So this is all that I wanted to share. I know it's a very large topic, and I could not do justice to the entire gamut of things, but I hope this will be useful. And once again, thank you, Amity, for inviting me for this session.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words. Sir, it was a pleasure to listen to you give insight about AI in practices. I'm also delighted to invite our honorable speaker, Mr. Anurag Saxena. Sir is Chief Operating Officer at Easy Government and founder of Digital Economy Foundation. Sir, you are an idol of knowledge, experience, and inspiration to too many in the domain of science and technology, with so much on board. Sir has diligently contributed to multiple G2C digital transformation programs in India, designed the blueprint and implementation roadmap of direct benefit transfer DBT for fertilizers, leveraging Aadhaar, unique identity platform of India. Sir has also designed the private sector deployment strategy for Kurdistan regional government, which has helped in economic growth and attracted foreign investment worth multi-billion dollars. With his technical acumen, Sir has led the digital transformation exercise of one of the largest non-for-profit organization in India and helped them streamline complex entity relationships. We are highly grateful to have you, sir, with us. Sir, we would like to invite you on the platform to share a few words with us. Please, sir.
Thank you, Natasha, for such a generous introduction. Just one correction: we are not Easy Government, but yeah, but thanks for get me back to my own career journey, and pleasure to be here. I was lucky to join a bit early in the session, and I could sense the warmth, of the alumni and the faculty interaction, which is always, a privilege. So I don't belong to Amity, but I found a sense of belongingness. Dr. Abhay is visible now, and I saw his mail, and I can draw the connection now. So Sunil has made my task a bit easier now, because he talked about a lot of aspects about what is AI, what are the challenges behind AI, the machine. I will take you through a brief presentation, but I would want to talk more about the experiences we have had as part of EasyGov, where we are trying to solve a very complex problem using artificial intelligence. Right, so let me just project my screen and let me start. I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Great. So I think a lot of these questions got covered when Sunil talked about that what is AI? Is this a buzzword or a keyword? He talked about AI being inserted in so many plans for the board meetings, right? More relatable example would be AI or ML getting inserted in so many startup pitch decks, where you increase your valuation because you're using AI somewhere. If you have heard of startup pitches, there was a inclination to include AI somehow in the pitch deck. There was a lot of fascination for the word AI. But is this only a buzzword or a keyword, or there are real implications? How does data science, machine learning, and AI, differentiate, come together? Now, the theme or the name of the event itself is Confluence. So I would restrict myself, from distinguishing the data science from machine learning or AI, because Sunil has done a great job over there in terms of marking some thin line. But ultimately, what matters is the kind of value we are creating by confluence of these technologies, right? Now, what is critical for the success of AI? This is a question we need to ask. And again, some of it got covered by Sunil in his presentation. The most important from my perspective, from my experience, is the quality of data, right? If the quality of data is not good, the AI will not be able to deliver the value we would expect from the AI system. Second one is, which again Sunil highlighted, and it comes in second in the priority for me, is the resistance by the stakeholders. It can be the resistance that AI may eat away jobs. It may be a resistance that AI may take away some of the decision-making power of humans, right? And most of it, as you know, is not true. Now, again, an important part, because as the eminent faculty member suggested, there are so many researchers who are attending this conference, they're presenting papers. More than what is important is to understand what kind of challenge you really want to address. What is the problem you're trying to solve using the technology? It can be computing, it can be data science, it can be AI. What matters to the user? When you tag your photograph, or when you upload a photograph on Facebook, when there's an auto tagging feature, you're not concerned what kind of logic is doing that. You're happy that you're able, that Facebook is able to recognize some of the familiar faces from your friend list. You're able to tag that. So what matters to the user? It's the front seat. What are the alternate solutions available, right? So you should not be using a technology for the heck of using it. There has to be, if there is a viable, easy, scalable, economically feasible solution available, you may not want to go for so many complex solutions. Now, why social sector? Right? Sunil talked about Google, Facebook, we heard about Microsoft. So why we want to use the sophisticated technologies or technology per se in case of social sector? Is AI or the exponential technologies or the cloud computing or the data sciences relevant in case of social? Where do we or India stand? These are three interesting questions which will be setting the tone for what I really want to share with you today. Now, why social sector? Social sector means anything and everything which belongs to the human beings, the services, the products, the offerings, right? What all we see all around, that is a social sector. All of us are part of social sector. So if you talk about India, I'm talking about 1.3 billion people. I'm talking about 1.3 billion Aadhaar. I'm talking about those 450 million PMJDY, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana accounts, where lot of benefits got transferred by the government when citizens needed it the most. Most of the countries struggled for same, including some of the developed economies, but we were able to do it. I'm talking about the sector where you see $1 billion worth of transactions, millions of transactions through UPI. I'm talking about the sector where you see almost 50 million transactions getting authenticated by Aadhaar, our own unique identity platform, where 5 million KYCs can be done to your customer in a day, right? So this is a space which I call as social sector, where the technology is playing a big role. Now, where do we stand? I've talked about some of the elements. You all would have heard of India Stack. You would have heard of, obviously, you all know about UPI. You all know about Aadhaar. You must be following some action around ONDC, or where we are creating an open platform for digital commerce so that the small retailers can come on board. So India is in a position where we are taking a lot of steps, lot of bold steps to do lot of innovations, lot of applications of technology at the population scale, the term which Nandan beautifully brought in to the ecosystem, the population scale. We are talking about the opportunity which is available as the open data ecosystem, right? So we talked about lack of data when we really want to experiment, we want to really research. I would request all of you to go through opendata.org, the Government of India portal, where a lot of data sets get shared by multiple departments. When COVIN opened the APIs, a lot of startups, came into action. They wanted to leverage the data available through COVIN. They could create solutions around that. If you really want to know more, I would really recommend that you search for a term called CDEP, the Center for Digital Economy and Policy, and a research paper they have published about the potential of data creating value worth $150 billion, which is almost 5% of our GDP, right? So this is the social sector I'm talking about. This is where the India stands. Now, what we are planning to talk today and the problem we are trying to solve is something familiar on the face of it or the cover part of it, but it's quite deep. We all have been battling with the pandemic or the endemic. The entire world is battling with that. If you talk about the international organizations, they are saying that such kind of situation happened only after the Second World War, right? The kind of challenges governments are facing, the challenges the citizens are facing. Now, one of the very big challenge in front of government at the moment is how they can keep on addressing the increasing demand from the citizens for social protection, at the same time maintain the fiscal discipline, right? You all are reading the newspapers, the budget will be out very soon, and we all are keen to know where India is in terms of our financial trajectory, how the growth numbers will look like. One important lever which is quite sensitive is social protection, where government has to take a very, very judicious call, because it is not only a financial decision. There's a lot of social elements attached to it. Now, where EasyGov comes in, and where I would start talking about artificial intelligence, is the area called social protection or social welfare delivery. Now, just to give a layman's definition, you all hear about social welfare programs like the PM Kisan, Narega is an example. You heard of scholarships which are offered by the government. You hear of many subsidies which get disbursed by the government. If you do a sum total of all this, to the humongous 10 to 15 lakh crores. I'm combining the budgets of state governments and the central government here. 50 to 60% of it goes through the DBT, as you all are aware. These benefits travel to almost 700 to 750 million citizens, which is close to 120 million families. These benefits travel through 100 or 1500 social welfare schemes. Each scheme comprises of a lot of complex rules, which we call as eligibility rules. Who is eligible, when to give the benefit, how much benefit to be delivered. We call it as like it's more of a policy document. Now, what happens when you talk about such kind of welfare delivery model where you have so many social welfare schemes? What actually you're doing? You're creating a scheme. You're asking people to apply for it. People apply, you disburse the benefit. Now, there are two challenges. One, there is a term called how many paisa you're spending to deliver a rupee benefit. When you have so many schemes and so many complex requirements, obviously you will end up spending a lot of money in terms of running the operations and ensuring that this benefit gets delivered to the citizen. There are chances of errors of inclusion and exclusion. I will talk about it later, but it is almost 15 to 20 and sometimes as high as 30% of your total social welfare expenses just to deliver the benefit. Second problem, which is more severe, you are creating a sense of entitlement. Nobody thinks that this welfare, this social protection is there, more like additional support from the government. And someday one should aspire to move out of the social protection net. It becomes an entitlement. So how exactly we can move from a program-centric welfare model to more of a family-centric and progressive welfare model? I've used the term family-centric because each family as a unit isn't different in India, right? Because we have quite a diverse population because of the socioeconomic conditions, because of geography, because of the occupation levels, and so on and so forth. Now, as Sunil talked about, and I also emphasize that the most important part of any model, any complex problem which we really want to solve using artificial intelligence is the quality of data, right? And let's assume I am putting up a case that I would want to solve this problem, that how the welfare system will move from a reactive program-centric welfare model to more of a progressive family-centric welfare model using artificial intelligence. Now, the first task at my hand is to ensure that I'm getting the highest quality data, which is relevant, which is updated, right? And how I can make it possible. So we work on an entire model which we call as a discovery and end-to-end processing. I will not get into technical terms a lot, but this is more of how you can collect data from the citizens, how you can actually get the verification done for this data, and how you can use these data to create a very robust data model for social protection, which can be then used for a lot of policy level insights using artificial intelligence. So I will keep it quick. So we have 3 different types of categories of citizens: eligible, verified, and needy. In a very simple terms, if anybody is meeting all the criteria defined in a policy document for a specific scheme, they become eligible. If the data which is shared by the citizen in response to the questions you're posing to the citizen, where you confirm the eligibility, gets verified as well through multiple mediums, it becomes verified. Needy. Needy is the most interesting part where AI plays a role. Now, a person can be eligible, a person's data points can be verified. But what is the guarantee that this person is the most needy person? Let's assume you have a population of, as I said, 700 million people. Now, who are the most needy among these 700 million people? Who is the individual, or which is the family who would need the housing benefit the most or the education benefit the most? How you can come to that kind of conclusion? This is where AI comes in. So we capture data from the citizen. We do the verification, through various type of integrations. We have 4 types of data verification methods. Again, I will not get into details of that. But this way, we ensure that we are capturing the highest quality data, which is updated, which is verified. Now, when you start understanding this data, right, and are taking a step forward, exactly this data will be used to find the eligibility of an individual or to do the data verification. First, you need to understand the entire social welfare scheme gamut. You need to understand these 1500 schemes. You need to understand how these schemes can be converted to rules, and what are the rules which are quite common across schemes. What are the data attributes which are quite common, which are playing a role across schemes. So what we realized after studying all these 1500 odd and more schemes, that there are 300 data attributes. If you do a permutation combination of these data attributes, you can actually create a scheme. For example, there is a scheme called old age people called old age pension. There's an age limit. There's a criteria for the caste. There's a criteria for the income. These are, let's assume, 3 interchangeable attributes. Now, using these three attributes and possibly adding more, you can create a new scheme or new welfare program for this particular category of citizens. We understood these 300 data attributes. We clubbed these data attributes under different categories like personal, occupation, education, economic, health, and housing. And these also became the intents. For example, I said, how can I find who is the most needy when it comes to housing. So these data attributes helped us, so this clubbing helped us over there. Now, going to a step further, and I will not get into theory because it's well covered by other speakers, and your reading is as part of your curriculum as well. But typically, once you get the data, you need to start preparing your data, the data cleaning part. You need to train your AI model, then you need to test your data, and then only you derive the insight. This is a typical flow. In this case, what we have done, because we are capturing data directly from the citizen, some of the data we are taking from the databases of government, we have reduced a lot of efforts which are required for data cleaning. Because you have the up-to-date data, you have the verified data with you. Now, what then? You're working on a very complex, sensitive problem, which is social welfare delivery. It cannot be a black box AI model where you can tell the government or tell the citizen that our AI told us so. You need to have a trail. You need to have an auditable AI. At the same time, you may not get all the data or all the insights on day one. You need to improve gradually. So what will happen? You will start with a model, which we call as human in loop AI, where you collect a lot of inputs from domain experts. You use very sensible assumptions. You do a conditional probability distribution to make your model work. Then once you start getting more and more data, right, say 2 years, 3 years, 4 years down the line, possibly your AI will be smart enough to understand some of the patterns to give some sort of recommendations. Having said that, you need to still maintain the audit trail because you're talking about government systems where everything has to go through a CAG audit. Every decision has to be backed by some kind of logical reasoning behind it. So if Anurag is getting this much benefit and somebody questions it, the person should be able to show the trail that on what basis Anurag is getting this much benefit in a very simple terms. Now we derive terms called a needy score. Right. And as I said, I will be working on the confluence of data sciences and AI and the machine learning. So what needy score is? Needy score is quite similar to the CIBIL score when you use in terms of the financial services. Needy score is more of a computation of or a study of the socio-economic need of an individual or a family against those intents, education, housing, food, health, occupation. So a needy score is a number which will tell how you can differentiate two different individuals or two different families. This needy score will help you prioritize benefits. Now let's come to the model, how it happens, right? So as I said, we have captured so many socio-economic parameters or attributes from citizens while running these discovery, where citizen comes, the citizen answers few questions, no data input required. We are able to tell the citizen what all schemes or welfare programs they're eligible for. We do a data verification. So we also have the verified data with us, live for things. Now, all these data attributes get saved under those particular categories, as I mentioned in my previous slide. Now you start working on the interrelationship of these attributes, right? How a housing need or a housing related data attribute or socioeconomic parameters interact with the socioeconomic parameters related to education or health for that matter. You start creating those graphs, right? So for each intent, there will be some attributes, and I'm getting into a bit technical mode, but the time is limited, and possibly I would love to, with any of you who would want to understand this model better. But there will be a graph for education where we'll be deriving the relationship of the education related attributes. In a very simple terms, let's assume you're talking about the category of schools. There are government schools, there are private schools, there are government aided schools, there are Kendriya Vidyalayas, there are so many categories of schools, right? There is a way you can actually talk about or you can distinguish one child who belongs to a family with two siblings from the other family who's living in a rural area with 5 siblings, right? How you can document all these attributes as part of your graph. This is what we do. Now, when all these individual graphs get constructed, so education, health, occupation, housing, we merge these graphs and it takes the shape of a influence graph where all these attributes start talking to each other. Now and then we start assigning the conditional probability, the weightages to each node, right? The dots or the circles are basically the nodes. Then we start seeing such kind of complex graphs which get generated, right? This results into a need score. The need score is a plain number which talks about Anurag's need score or Dr. Abhay's need score for housing or health is 82, 81, 82, and so on and so forth. Now, how it helps? Let's assume you are a government officer. You have a fixed budget with you. Let's assume 1 lakh rupees in a very simple term. So I think the budget is quite high. You end up spending crores, hundreds of crores of rupees for each social welfare program. But let's assume for simplicity's sake, you have 1 lakh rupees. These 1 lakh rupees you need to distribute to 10,000 beneficiaries, or you can distribute only to 10,000 beneficiaries. But suddenly you receive 20,000 applications. What will you do? You need to do a prioritization, right? In this case, you will start using the logic of a need score, that who are the most needy, whom we can serve on priority without getting biased. This is the magic of a need score. Now, how this need score can also help you in finding error of inclusion and exclusion. So let me define it first. When you talk about error of inclusion, it is more about somebody who doesn't deserve a benefit is getting it. So if you do a search on PM Kisan scheme, in the first installment, almost 15 to 20% people who should not get the benefit actually received it. And government took steps to start correcting that why this error of inclusion happened. Error of exclusion is something where a person should get the benefit, but the person is not getting it. So let's assume a child who belongs to a very economically class of family. There are so many provisions of scholarships, but for some reason this kid is not getting the scholarship. This is error of exclusion, where a person deserves the scholarship or the benefit but is not getting it. Now, once you have the need score with you for all the citizens who have actually applied for some other welfare or from different government databases, what you know that this individual has a need score of say 82 or 83 or 84, a very high need score, but there is no benefit which is getting delivered for this specific intent. Let's assume the intent score was quite high for education, and I will show you in a dashboard as well in a few minutes. So you can actually point out what is the error of inclusion and what is error of exclusion. Now, one important assumption we made while doing all this, we need to comply with data protection, the data protection law. So we ensured that this entire logic complies with GDPR. GDPR is the most complex data protection regime at the moment. So we anonymize all the data. We derive all the insights from this data and how these insights help. Let's assume government or let's assume a chief minister sees that in my state, the error of exclusion in case of scholarship is 20%, which means there are 20% more students who can avail scholarship and we are not able to target them. The CM may not know at the aggregate data level that, but as a policy insight, it triggers a reaction that we need to do something about it. And then they get into analytical mode and they understand that where they need to do the correction, whether the problem is with the implementation or they need to change the policy itself, right? Now, let me show you what is with Am I audible now? If you can just type in the chat log, at least I will know. Okay, great.
Now you are audible.
Great. So I'm just showing you the dashboard, which is visible on your screen now, where you are seeing the need score on the top, the bars, where you're seeing a need score from 50 to 80. You're seeing error of inclusion, error of exclusion. You're seeing the amount. You're seeing the demographic factors on the left. Now, at the highest level of governance, you're sitting in the government, what you can check here, and again, this is all built on auditable human-in-loop AI, that for this specific need score, how many people are actually falling under error of inclusion or exclusion? Out of these people, how many are actually enjoying the economic status as high? How many disabled people are there? If I click on any of the tabs, the numbers will change, right? So for example, if you talk about scholarship as an example, how many students who are disabled with gender female are not able to get the scholarship, right? So this is where we have used AI for a very complex problem, which is, we call it a 1 lakh crore worth of problem, where you can use artificial intelligence to derive a lot of insights from the data which is available from citizens to give such kind of recommendations which will actually empower masses, right? So this is where we have used artificial intelligence for. At the moment, we are already doing it. So what all the dashboard I showed you is a dummy dashboard, but the same dashboard is available with Government of Karnataka, for example. They're working on the same set of recommendations at the moment, right? And there we are serving close to 70 million or 7 crore citizens. So with this, I will conclude. I know it's quite late in the afternoon. I don't want to keep you engaged. That this is the area where we are using artificial intelligence, and I invite all the students to explore social sector as one of the very interesting application of AI and advanced technologies, where a lot of data is available in a public domain, a lot of interesting.
It was particularly insightful at a time when students are considering new ideas to broaden their knowledge for expanding growth in the field of artificial intelligence. Once again, thank you so much, sir. We are delighted to have with us Mr. Ajay Singh, our esteemed speaker, and I would like to take the opportunity to invite sir. Sir is an Associate Director and Head of AI ML Product Exacto at HCL Technologies. Having HCL won the Asia Outsourcing Leadership Award in the category of Outstanding Achievement in Automation Implementation under his leadership and guidance, Sir has contributed significantly in the field of AI, machine learning, computer vision, and NLP techniques with his technical acumen and distinguished work. Sir, we would like to invite you on the platform to share a few words with us. Please, sir.
Hey, sorry, I was speaking on mute. Thank you, Natasha, and thank you so much, the entire team who has invited me here. So glad to be part of this conference, and I'm happy to present some of the learnings and the way we are leveraging artificial intelligence in our corporate sector, solving a lot of problems for different customers. So with that, let me quickly share my screen and then we'll get started. So what we are doing, and I'll kind of I'll start with the initial topic. So you can imagine how we leverage AI for our IDP, which is intelligent document processing, and I'll give certain examples, and I hope you will be able to better relate. So for example, if a doctor writes a prescription and give it to a patient, then only doctor, maybe some of the pharmacists who can read it, or maybe God only can read that, because at times they write their own, they have a different style of writing something on a paper. What if we need to have a problem or a challenge where we are asked to read doctor's prescription despite the complexity it has? So in that case, if maybe somebody would have asked 10 years back, can you read doctor's prescription? Maybe answer was no. But today, when we have artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, computer vision, all these technologies are embedded together, and a lot of computer power from, a cloud is providing GPU-based servers where we can use immense amount of processing power. With that, yes, it's possible. And not only the doctor's prescription, it could be any other document, because when we talk about industry, there are multiple document types which we deal with on a daily basis. Though paper business is kind of dying one, kind of getting slower, people are adopting digital version of it, but still a lot of people are still kind of relying on the physical papers or the digitally native created PDFs kind of documents and all. So I'll give you a quick perspective on how at HCL we leverage AI and machine learning. So basically, the transformation, and I think people, earlier speaker Anurag and Sunil talked about basics of AI, how it can be leveraged on different areas. In a similar lines, we leverage AI for our document processing, which means we classify these documents, that what category a document is, related to. It could be, doctor's prescription, which I just, explained. It could be KYC documents. These days we see online KYC with a, showing our ID proof and, address details through a video KYC. So some system in the backend is required which can read this digitally recorded session or a digitally, created KYC document. Somebody will have to read in the backend. So typically a machine learning or a deep learning system is behind the scene, which is processing these images, capturing the relevant information, maybe name, address, detail from an Aadhaar document. Similarly, we process passport and different type of other documents as well. So what it takes and how do we do that? So basically, the moment a document comes to us or we get a frame of a document, we apply some sort of image processing techniques on it. Computer vision is being applied, where we try to fix the distortion. We try to kind of enhance the image quality by adding certain brightness or applying certain filters, which can give us a better image, which can go to the next section. So it's like a pipeline of processes which is being created. The next section is how do you digitize, because this is an image which is visible to us and we need to digitize it. So you need a digitization tool or a OCR kind of tool in between. We used to have traditional OCRs 20 years back, but now we are building OCRs leveraging deep neural network, which means a segment gets into the OCR model and then digital output comes back to us. So now the second phase, we leveraged a deep neural network, which help us created a digital output from a scanned image. Now the third piece comes in. I have a document, maybe a digitally created, passport or Aadhaar card. Now it's time to fetch the details, that what is the name, what is the address. Here we use natural language processing modules, which help us extract relevant information out of it. Maybe on a simple document like Aadhaar card, KYC documents, or doctor prescriptions, there are plenty of other documents as well, which are being used by different corporates. It could be invoices for accounts payable, receivable areas. It could be purchase orders. It could be contracts where a lot of metadata is available, stored somewhere on business repositories. So the system, the IDP systems can extract relevant information out of those documents, apply domain ontology. Domain ontology typically is the next layer, and this works very much like your spell check system, which digitize or which correct the information which might be missed during our digitization or the entire process. So basically a system which is based on computer vision, machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, which help extract the relevant information out of a document. Might look like a simple use case, but in the back end, a lot of calculations, mathematical calculations on machine learning models, predictions are happening to provide us the relevant information. I'll give you a very high level architecture on how this can be sold, and this is like I picked from my product, which is Exacto, and Natasha talked about it. So you can see this is kind of an end-to-end process, which can look like for a intelligent document processing tool or technology. The very first step where from here lot of information is available either on some repositories, it's available on web, it's available on some, SharePath, SFTPs kind of area. So the first task is how do we get that data to our processing unit, and what would be the kind of pre-processing activities which are required at this stage. So document understanding, deduplication, identify if I have uploaded my Aadhaar card twice, so you need to remove one of it so that only unique data goes to subsequent stream. Data filtering, maybe along with Aadhaar card I might have updated some other document which is not required, so you need to filter that out. Classification, whether I have uploaded a Aadhaar card or a passport or maybe some other address proof document, then system can classify them that okay, what the document is and how it can be leveraged. And for this purpose, there can be a smart crawler which can be used. What if I need to go to a website and download a document? What if I need to go to hcltech.com and download all financial statements or all maybe quarterly annual results of HCL, and maybe I need to process them? Who will process them? Maybe credit rating agencies, or there could be some other third-party analyst who leverage this information and make some predictions about organizations. They might be using it. So this can be done at a smart crawler, which can go and pick up data from different sources, either via APIs or maybe directly connecting to those sources. Or there is a new component or technology. I would not say new. It's pretty old in practice from last 5 to 6 years, which is RPA, robotic process automation, which acts like a hands and feet. The way a human goes to a site, look for a document and download them, exactly that way it's being done by RPA as well. And RPA is playing very well with the AI and machine learning. We typically call it hyper automation, which is kind of a new terminology in the industry, which people are referring to. Once the initial part is done, then information comes to digitization. I was talking about download the documents and then put them and do image pre-processing, which happen at the second layer. At the second part of it, you see deep learning and natural language processing. These are the techniques which help us classify that, okay, these documents belongs to category A, these belongs to category B. So a classification happens, and this classification can be at an image level, which means images like a chair and a table is being classified as two objects, or it could be at a text base or a keyword base as well. That maybe because my Aadhaar card contains some information around my my details, personal details are there, then some information which is related to Aadhaar, UDI, and all that information is available. So by looking at the keyword, it can sense it out that this document looks like a Aadhaar card, or maybe another document which looks like a passport because it has some unique characters which are available on passport front end or a back end. So that happens here, and basis that we do the data extraction. This is like the NLP model, natural language processing model. Or maybe now on NLP there are again multiple techniques, NLTK, NER, BERT. There are multiple models which are built, which can be used at the third layer of data extraction. And then final extracted data leverage some sort of web services, APIs, or electronic data interface to the targeted system and make the entries there. So from a front end, you might feel it's just a very simple system, but in the back end, a lot of complexity is behind the system just to digitize your Aadhaar card or a passport. So if somebody is using a machine learning model, a deep learning model, they might be leveraging architecture like this, starting from picking the documents to giving the final output back to the system. And then this information can be validated with maybe government agencies. And then you can say, okay, passport updated by Ajay is matching with the backend system also, which means it's a good document and an automated KYC can happen. In the same way, if I'm processing invoices, contracts, system can read the documents, pass it on further, and it can be a seamless, straight through process for that particular document. What technology we use or what framework we use, it's Python, TensorFlow. People who are working on machine learning, deep learning, especially on the computer science or maybe electronics students, they would be very much relating it that, how these technologies can help us. So these are kind of, you can absolutely fine tune, you can change the architecture, you can find different, ideas out of it, and you can transform your solutions if you wish to work on the IDP space. Or some of the use cases, maybe, deduplication, where we say, and I'm just, I picked these slides just to give you how in the industry we are using AI and machine learning in this IDP space. So maybe some of those might be kind of, new to you, maybe home loan and deduplication. Most of the people apply for home loan and then we upload plenty of data. So how the data can be processed by an intelligent system without a human involvement. That's one of the use case. Check processing for banking customers. We write so many checks, we receive checks from, so when we upload them to a bank, there can be an automated system in the back end which can process this and no human intervention is required. So in the same way, contracts, invoices, POs, financial reports, financial statements, KYC, there are multiple use cases which can be leveraged here. For some sensitive data, if you want to mask some critical information, these documents or these IDP solutions can be leveraged for masking critical information as well. So maybe redaction or we say masking, that can be another use case in this line. I'll give you a quick snippet on deduplication. What if two documents are there? If I need to filter them out, it's a great use case, and you won't believe. There are so many people still working manually to identify the duplicate documents from a package. It could be home loan, car loan, or it could be some other, documents. Searchable PDF, if a scan is coming to me, I can digitize the scan document to a digital one so that it becomes searchable, because image, you can't really search on an image, but on a document, you can search it. What if somebody says this is a stamp and you need to fetch the data, this is 10%, 17 PT. So this kind of processing is very well possible with these intelligent document processing system products. Web crawler I talked about, there could be some scenarios, Amazon.com or Flipkart. What if I'm a product team and I just want to see how my products are being sold to the market? So maybe I go to Amazon, Flipkart, and few other such websites, and I can put a crawler and I can filter out my product listing on these websites. Maybe they could be somebody's selling false projects, or somebody's maybe selling them underpriced. Then these companies who are doing the evaluation, they can find out that how information or how their products are being sold, and if there is any forgeries being done by somebody, then this can be quickly tackled by doing some analysis on the data captured here. Barcode, QR code, you might have seen how maybe when we go for shopping, you see how easily those can be detected. Maybe there were some traditional technologies, but now we have built AI machine learning to leverage the QR or barcode reading capabilities. Then multiple languages, so documents could be in English, or there could be multiple other languages as well, Chinese, European, there are tons of other languages. Even in India, we have so many languages available. So you can tweak the model to read local languages as well. There is another, interesting use case, which is on network optimization. So what if we are getting, a lot of data from the network provider? They talked about that how their nodes, how their, towers, maybe for a telecom customer, how their towers are positioning or currently positioned. And if we need to add a new tower to it, what would be the optimal distance? What would be the shortest distance from the nearby tower, so that they can establish a connectivity and they can choose which is the best location to add a new tower, because they need a connectivity to it. So these are certain areas, and I think students definitely can pick either of it and do a lot of research around it. And these ideas absolutely can give you the proper sense of how you leverage AI machine learning if you're interested in doing some research for your IDP side of it. So I thought of adding some key industry areas where we are doing research and we are kind of solving these problems. Though we have solved them up to a great extent, but still there are options to upgrade the systems and enhance the accuracy further. So with that, I'll kind of conclude. I know I just kept it short because with the time frame I was given, I thought maybe I need to finish it within 10 minutes. So that's a quick overview. So let me know if you have any question for me. I'm happy to take those.
It was really nice, Ajay-ji, really nice. You have given a lot of insight.
Yeah, so I think purpose was to give, how
yes.
actually we are working on these
Yes,
areas.
and we are doing all recording, and many students who could not attend, we are going to run these sessions separately and we'll have discussion with them on these sessions, question, answer and all. So thank you, and it's really nice to listen and a lot of insight, latest technology you have given. And
Sure.
I'm sure it's a good motivation to all the students and even to us, so that we unlearn and relearn again. That's very important.
Sure.
And Ajay-ji, even right now, I also did 2 certifications for cloud, AWS Cloud Practitioner and Solution Architect.
Great.
And I have seen that the way things change, which was in 94 when I did my BTech, totally got changed. The way we talk, the way we think, the way we do, everything is getting changed. So either we change ourselves, otherwise we will get outdated and industry will say you're of nothing. Look for
Absolutely.
another. So,
And I'll give you one example, Dr. Abhay, and pardon me if I'm taking too much time.
No, that's fine.
5 years back when I started building my product, I was, working with one of the leading academia from US, Boston. And a professor from that university, they were working with research associates, and they were working on reading mammograms. And, they have built a model which is far better than an oncologist who can read a mammogram and give, the suggestions. So, this university has challenged the doctors that, guys, come and see how my model is processing these, documents and giving the predictions, whether a patient is cancerous or not. The systems are far more accurate than a doctor itself, because tons of data gets into the training part of it. So I think definitely AI and machine learning is changing the way. And for academias like yours, I think you should pick up those key challenges and start solving the problem. So other than academias, maybe a portion of yours should work as a corporate as well, work directly with the corporates and see how information or how critical problems can be solved.
Yes, yes. And even Ajay-ji, for your reference, we started doing collaboration with industry and we are opening their center of excellence. Like Tata, we have started. So we have opened their center of excellence. So we are going to industry and saying, come to our campus, have a space, and let's work together. You give us problem so that our students on a full-time basis, part-time basis, solve those problems. And it can be a very win-win situation, which can be a very cost-effective solution to some of your idea, which comes in a mind, does not have much commercial at the moment, but later on that can be an idea which can have a huge commercial value.
Absolutely.
And even with that, we have also restructured our curriculum, added honors specialization and minors, so that mechanical engineer can do AI specialization, minors can do it in data science, cloud, machine learning, augmented reality, so that they start thinking that what they can do in disruptive technology. And it has really challenged everyone. Even when I talk to my friend, they are also saying they are attending conference of artificial intelligence. So it's always said it's like a doctor, you don't upgrade, you get degraded, nobody will have value for you. So it's our duty to upgrade, reskill as per the industry requirement, and a lot of new technology frameworks, which are very easy in nature, but they have to do it. There's no solution, there's no alternate. Thank you very much, Ajay-ji. It's really nice. And
so my last statement, sir, before I go,
yeah.
If you need any help on this entire stream or entire setup, me and my organization are always there to help you.
Oh, that's great. That's great. So Neetu, we should be in touch, and MET, our founder president, always say, let's work together, whichever way. And MET has 11 campuses now, and we have 17 global campuses. You feel something, we can do it in US campus. We have 170-acre campus in New York, which we want to make it as the biggest hub. We have campus in Dubai, Singapore, London, and I'm sure if you have anything you want we can do together to make an impact on the society, to do some handholding for young engineers so that they become industry ready. We are always there and we look forward. Thank you, Ajay for extending the invitation. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Ajay. Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. It was a pleasure listen to you give insights about intelligent document processing using AI. We feel privileged to have your supervision backing us. I believe your words have set new levels of expectations that our students are aspiring for. On behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I would like to extend my warm gratitude. Knowing how busy you all were, we appreciate the time you all took to impart us with your valuable knowledge. We are highly grateful to have you all with us, sir. Thank you so much, everyone.
And we are sorry for less time we are giving, because in this conference we have around 150 speakers and we're trying to cover as much as we can do it. But I know, Ajay, if you start, a day will be lesser for you. Anurag starts, could be day will be lesser because of your decade experience. You have so many things which you can share, but still we have planned so that some nurturing should be done. And if these young kids get motivated, then they have a Google which can always help them to do it. So motivation is something I always feel to be given, and rest, they have so many places where they can go and do it. So I'm sure your address, your valuable thoughts, which all the speaker has given, I'm sure it can be a good insight for all the students. And we look forward to have your mentorship guidance, whether it's a summer internship, project, anything you feel we can work together. We are always open. And we look forward to have collaboration and your support in times to come. Thank you. Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, Ajay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
And thank you, Neetu, for a wonderful session you have done. Huh?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And what's the student name?
Natansha and Arushi.
Very good. Natansha, you're from which year?
So fourth year.
Very good. So you have a lot of motivation now, and in Confluence, I have seen many student life has changed. So could be you being MC, you should be first to get change, and
Right, sir.
think globally,
Right,
not
sir.
locally.
Definitely, sir.
Huh?
Yes,
Do locally, think globally.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Right? Very nice. Congratulations and
Thank you so much,
compliments.
sir. Thank you so
We
much.
must give them certificate, something to them, so that they must use it in their future. Thank you. And nice anchoring, you have done it.
Thank you
Very
so
nice.
much, sir. Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Professor Sergio, for joining the session. We welcome you to Amity.
Yes, Professor Sergio, very nice. Hope everything is good at your end. Everything is fine.
Yeah, everything is fine. Thank you very much.
We are sorry we are doing it virtually. If COVID would have not been there, we would have invited you to be in India. We would have shown you Taj Mahal and many places which you always want to visit and explore in India. So we look forward to have your visit in times to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was in India in Confluence, I think 2020, before the pandemic. So I enjoyed a lot my time there. Well, I hope that next year I could be there presently.
We always, we always refresh ourselves by having memory of 2020. We feel how 2020 can come back when there was no mask, no COVID, no pandemic. That was the best time we all have enjoyed. So we look forward that same time should come back soon and we can have a normal life. So look forward. Thank you.
I hope to. Well, I start with my presentation. If you give me the chance. So first of all, thank you again for inviting me to Confluence, in this case 2022. It's always a pleasure being with you, and well, as I said, I have a very good time in 2020, and well, I hope that every one of you are good with good health, and I hope the pandemic finishes soon as well, and next year we can enjoy all together presently in the Confluence. So this year I'm here again. Well, during these years I work in the same field that I worked in the past. I've been working with personal protective equipment and with platforms to help people to have a more secure environment in workplaces. And this year, well, I would like to show you all the improvements that we have in our research group about this area, and we'll show you some of the development that we did during these years, and also, well, the architecture and the integral system that we generate. And I hope that you find this interesting and inspiring as well. So the name of my work is Safe Working Environments thanks to integration of artificial intelligence and wearable devices for real-time monitoring. So I belong to the University of Salamanca, where I am the project manager of the Department of Electronics. In the University of Salamanca, we have a research group. It's not a common research group because we are so many people inside. We have different departments. As I said, I lead the electronics department, and well, more or less in the group we are about 100, 120 persons that well, working in the more innovation and innovative technologies to try improve the actual environment in technology, and we are focused in artificial intelligence as a field. So in my case, well, I start to work in researching, and I decided to focus my work in smart styles, which is something very new, interesting, because there is things, there is research developed, but there is not a final product. There is not product on market. So with this idea, I decided to start working in the area of job safe analysis and work safe environments. So with this idea, I have some motivations to do this work, to do this research. The first one is reduce the rate of accident in the work environments. Also try to improve in the field of job safe analysis, as I said. And finally, research in intelligent personal protective equipment, also collective protective equipment that could provide workers the tools they need to prevent the large percentage of accident and create also a safe working environments. About my objectives of my research is design new tools and solutions for every kind of things, also smart agriculture monitoring, also real-time monitoring in work environments, and integrate so the benefits that smart data and artificial intelligence have to obtain support systems to perform the activity, and this system will be capable of involving learning and intelligence. So with all these ideas, all these objectives and motivations, we generate different devices. In the past, I showed you some of them. For example, in this case, this is a project where we work in the electric industry, and we generate different devices. One of them is a bracelet. There is also different environment sensors, like the blue one, who is for electronic and electric magnetic field. Also intrusion sensors, and for measure different parameters in the work environments, in the workplaces, which we can measure humidity, temperature, also gases, and all these devices I connected to the white one, and I concentrate all the data, and I analyze this data, and I send also the data for the visualization. So this was the first step. After this, we generate other devices, for example, a helmet, a belt, and another bracelet, more advanced. And for example, with the helmet, we wanted to measure temperature, humidity, gases, pressure, and also quality of air. In this helmet, we also measure luminosity. We detect if the worker have the helmet located or not. We measure impacts and falls, and we have different actuators like a buzzer, also a LED and light for the illumination if the condition of lighting is low. All this data, also GPS, all this data, we send it by Wi-Fi to a concentrator as well. On the other hand, we have the bell. We use this bell with the idea to measure falls, because it's the best place to measure falls. And we have a noise sensor as well. Finally, we developed it as I said, a bracelet which measure conditions of monitoring the worker. So with this bracelet, for example, we measure rate pulse or temperature. And depending on these parameters, we detect if it's something wrong happened with the worker, and alert and generate an alarm if it's necessary. Here you can see some photographs, some images of these develops. For example, this is the belt. This is the bracelet. And well, in this case, this second project, well, is valid to use in electric environments, but also in other environments like mining or construction. The idea is if we combine all the devices, and with this information, we wanted to detect if something wrong happened in the work environment, and as I said. So this is some of the devices. I showed you these devices in last speech, last years, but we work it in other devices that we found interesting. For example, in this case, this is a postural corrector. And with this device, we try to measure if the position of people who is working, for example, in office, where we are so many hours sitting, and sometimes we don't have the good posture. The idea is with different image sensors, we detect in different positions of the spine if we have a right or wrong posture. And we send all this information to a concentrator as well, a hook, which we can alert as well if something wrong happened in hardware. We do some processing in hardware, but we also send all the information abroad. I will explain after about this processing. But well, this is another device. In this case, it's a wearable device, and all the sensors and all the electronics is included in a T-shirt. Trying to have something comfortable and useful for the daily life. On the other hand, we generate other devices. For example, this one is a device that we developed for measure the quality of air. This is something right now important in our life because of COVID, for example. If we do measure parameters like ozone or CO2, you can alert or alarm the people if there is a bad quality of air, and this means that you maybe have to open the windows or start with the air conditioner to remove the bad air that we have inside indoor in our places, in our office, for example, or work places. So with this device, we can measure inside of places, but we also did it the same development for outdoor sensing. So this is something interesting because it's cheap device and useful for so many activities, so many fields. So this was one of the last develops that we did. And we also have another more complex board that could measure weather outside. And with this, we can measure, for example, rain. We can measure the velocity of air, radiation. We are able to measure so many parameters that are interesting outside the places. So in so many cases, we have workers that work outside, and it's important as well know the conditions, because, for example, if there is so many radiation or there is, for example, a low temperature or very high temperature during so many hours, is not good for workers. So the idea is have all this data as well, not only measure the data from the worker, measure as well the data of the environment, and have the whole data that we can use and integrate in our system. This is some photos of the develop that we did, and we included in this develop the possibility to charge the device with solar cells. That could be nice because sometimes we don't have electricity in the places that we want to measure, and with this we can have the device working every time. In all these devices, we try to include algorithm which we detect if something wrong happens. Sometimes it's not something simple. It's not, for example, in the case of temperature, if the temperature pass the limit, you detect this is something wrong, and you alarm this parameter, this thing. In some cases, for example, in the case of false, it's not that simple, and we have algorithm that we develop it as well to detect this. For example, in the case of false, at the beginning we have an improvement in all the axes, and rapidly there is a disturbation very high, and after this normally we have a quiet signal, because in the most of the cases also when there is a fall, the person stay calm, but there is also the possibility that move a little bit. So we take on count all these things, and we implement it in all algorithm. As I said, is different algorithm depend of the signal, depend of the parameter that we measure. And something interesting that we did is generate a gateway, and gateway that is not common is a edge computing gateway. And with this edge computing gateway, we introduce all the data that we have from the different devices, and we want to do real-time processing. Because of this edge computing, we can implement, for example, OpenCP or TensorFlow to run artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithm, and methodologies to do this detecting alarms. So with this node, we include all the technologies that we need for the communications, and we can process in the hardware all the parameters that we want, and send only the information to the cloud that we want as well. So this is something interesting for so many things. If you know about edge computing, it's a technology that allows us to do processing in hardware and only send the information that we want or we need to cloud, and for the security, also for reduce the amount of data that we send and the amount of data that we have to process in cloud. This could be something very good. This is the board that we have. Also, this board, well, we at the beginning we generated the board for use NVIDIA Jetson. Right now we can use NVIDIA Jetson, also other boards like Raspberry Pi. Also, the board is designed to include other sensors as well. So it's not a board for the concentrated data from different devices. In fact, this is another device which can include sensors, integrated sensors from different protocols. And the idea as well is if you have internet connection, for example, by Ethernet, you can connect your Ethernet. But if you need another technology, we included an MPC modem, which is the target. So with this, we can use, for example, 3G, 4G, and right now we are working as well in 5G technologies to implement in this board. About the API technologies and all the outside communications to the cloud. We use different technologies, depend of the project, depend of the product. So, well, this is, for example, an image of the device that I showed you, the postural corrector. And in this case, well, we use for the API Laravel, and for the database for PostgreSQL. Well, it's important to know, depend of the project, depend of the device, we have different architecture, but the idea is with this system, with this architecture that I propose, we can connect all the devices to the same node and send all the information to the cloud. So, for example, in the case of LoRaWAN technology that we use in architecture, in agricultural projects, we are able to use this technology, LoRaWAN, with this architecture as well. So the final system is like this. As you can see in the bottom of the image, you can see helmet, bracelet, belt, other devices that we did, also environment devices, environment sensor devices that we generate. And all this data, we send the data to the concentrator, this edge computing board gateway. And as I said, with different protocols, we are able to collect all this data, process this data. For this, at the beginning, we used the technology that implemented the board. As I said, we can use for example, for image recognition OpenCV, but we can use also TensorFlow or other technologies. But we realize that in this case is something that we have so many things, different things, and we want to implement these things in a board. So for this, there is something very, very nice that is ROS, that if you don't know about ROS, is a system, operative system that allow us to integrate different develops and put all together easily. So if I have, for example, a fault detector for the helmet and for the belt, and I wanted to integrate this with the temperature measure, with the rate pulse, everything, I can develop different things separate, and I can integrate easily, like I don't know the word in English, like a puzzle. So with this technology, we can detect in real time if something wrong happened, and it's not necessary that we send the data to the cloud to detect if there is an alarm. We can combine all the data, and we can alert the worker if something wrong happened before send the data to the cloud. Finally, if we want to, for example, do a visualization, we have the possibility to send the data to the cloud. Also, we developed the systems to see the data without send this data to internet locally. And the idea is when we have so many data that we have to process, and also not for real-time monitoring, for prevention and other use, for example, machine learning, we have also a platform that integrate all the data and analyze the data in cloud. Depend of the device and depend of the project, we also develop it some interface. For example, in this case, this is the interface that we have for the postural corrector. And with this interface, we can see in real time our posture, if we have a good or bad. In the main screen, we can see, and we can keep all the data in sessions, and we can see this data whenever we want, and we can generate in forms, which, for example, our doctor could see our process and how we are improving with our posture. So this is something interesting for the doctors to realize if the persons are having a good posture or not, as I said, and also for insurance companies, because you can analyze how is the behavior of the workers, and even of that have different fees for the companies. So this is something possible that if we don't need at the beginning send the data to the concentrator, we can send directly to app mobile. With this, we can do the visualization, and after this, we can send also to the platform or to the concentrator without problem. In this case, for example, I showed you the bracelet, where we can see in real time also the alarms, temperature, battery level. In this case, this is for the visualization of the quality of air, the device that I showed you for indoor and outdoor. So with this, we can select where is the device. We can see the parameters in real time and the historic parameters. And we can program from the web page the calibration, and when we want the calibration. And well, this could be something interesting in these cases. You can see here other parameters that we measure about, for example, barometer, air humidity, wind speed. So well, with all this data, all these panels, all these interfaces, the idea is we can have all the data in real time, and if there is something wrong, we can detect and alarm the operators, the workers about this. Also, we have the idea is not only alarm and detect all the wrong things. We wanted to teach the workers about how they have to do the things. So we generate as well some formation apps and content which they can learn about how they have to do the things. For example, in this case, this is for the different, for example, you have here for electricity, mining, construction, and you can see what do you have to use. You can see also what is the things important to know, for example, for fountain, or here builder, all the things that they have to take in account. For example, in the case of the postural corrector, some advices, and you can also select which kind of alarms you want to have. If you want have sound, vibration, what is if you want to the application of the system alarm you every time, every 5 minutes if something wrong happen. With this idea, we also have real augmented reality application, which we can form as well to the workers. And in this case, for example, we have all the sensors that we have included with the information interesting. In all this work, we do validation. For this, we have different places that we use to have all the devices and prove it. And with this, we'll have conclusions. For example, this is an image of the weather station. The other is about PPE and CPE. Well, to finish, as conclusions, all these data, all these different technologies, the idea was integrate. We are improving this. We're trying to do something more modular, and this is one of the idea of the future lines. We wanted also to redesign some of the develop, because some of them are prototypes, and we wanted to implement some little improvements that we detected that could be interesting. And the idea is finally have a product, a market product, which we can have a place in the market, and I think all this data, all this information will be interesting, also the devices. So this is one of the idea, have a final product, and with this final product and with the standard CE, have this all this system and these devices on the market. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any doubt or something that you want to ask me, I will be a pleasure to answer you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergio. It was a beautiful session.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Richard.
Although you didn't give us enough time to introduce you, but I would like to give few words, everyone, for our audience to know about Professor Dr. Sergio Marquez. See, he's an industrial and engineer in the University of Salamanca. At the same time, he has obtained his technical degree in engineering, specializing in mechanics in 2014. He is a man of brilliance, everyone. And thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening word. It was such a pleasure to listen to you. When you talked about safe working environment, the session actually covered latest trends of wearable devices for the real-time monitoring. I'm sure your talk has given our final year student so many ideas for their projects and dissertation that they'll enjoy this talk. Even whenever they'll run them, even when they'll hear this in recording, they'll enjoy this. So I believe your board have set a new standard today. Thank you, sir. We are so privileged to have you with us. So on the behalf of MIT University, Uttar Pradesh, we are very much extending our gratitude towards you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, all of you. Have a good Congress, and I hope to see you again next year. Thank you very much.
Very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start with another session of Professor Keshav Dhal. So good afternoon to all the dignitaries, professors, and participants present here today. On the behalf of MIT University, Uttar Pradesh, we welcome you. Please allow me to introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor Keshav Dhal. He's a professor in intelligence system and director of artificial intelligence, visual communication and network research center. He has an extensive experience in the terms of research, supervision, and management of funded projects. He has been a principal and co-investigator of 26 various projects worth of 16 million.
Sir has a distinct vision, a lot of knowledge, experience, and inspiration to many. Professor Dhal has published over 160 peer-reviewed journal papers and edited many books. He has contributed with his knowledge to the field of artificial intelligence. Now I would like to share his keynote speech with you, or unfortunately, due to some urgent work, he was not able to be present himself, but he was kind enough that he has shared his recorded message with us. So please allow me, give me a second.
Richa ma'am, are you facing any problem, ma'am? Ma'am, you are muted, ma'am.
Sir, can you hear this? 1 second. I have shared my screen. Is the screen visible?
No, ma'am. Yeah, please click on share screen button. There is a green button.
I have done that actually, and it says it's sharing. That's
no,
the
ma'am. After that, you need to click on share sound button. There is a check box. And click on your video.
See, it's there. Can you?
Ma'am, it's loading.
So I'm directly.
Yes, ma'am. Now it's yes, ma'am. Now you can play, ma'am.
And its effect in business model. Just before going to the technical detail, let me little bit talk about my university. Okay. My university, University of the West of the Scotland, is in Scotland, actually, and Scotland is the northern part of UK. Scotland is a beautiful country. This photo is taken during summertime in Scotland, and Scotland is full of hills and mountains, and naturally very beautiful. So many people do come to visit here for trekking and explore natural beauty. Okay, and my university is in western part of the Scotland. That's why it's named University of the West of Scotland. Okay, as I said, the university is in Scotland, but we have 5 campuses in different area of United Kingdom. 4 campuses in Scotland and 1 campus in London. University became university in 1991, but its origin goes back to 1897. So it was a polytechnical college which had a lot of different kind of innovations and offer technological innovations to the world. And also it is playing transformational influence on economic, social, and cultural development of Scotland as well as around the world. And university is in top 600 universities in the higher education's world ranking, and top 150 university in Young University ranking. Okay. And this is my research center, and my research center is a quite active research group. We have 7 academics, 10 research fellow, and knowledge transfer partnership associates, and also over 25 PhD students. And we have quite active collaborations in UK as well as abroad, and particularly in South Asia. The main research area within the group, we are very active in networking, wireless, mobile, 5G and 6G network. And also we looked at, we do research on cyber and network security, machine learning, intelligent decision support systems, big data, data analytics, IoT, sensor network, cloud computing, and very active in blockchain technology. And also we do applications like video and image compression, transmissions, and some logistic managements, and also e-health and connected health system. Okay, so this is briefly my university introduction, but today's technical talk is going to concentrate on blockchain characteristics and its effect in business model. Okay, so let's start here. What do you know what this slides actually represents? It actually resembles each individual of today's world. It resembles all of us actually, whereas sometimes as a customer who buys some product and is confused about what is or what he or she has bought from the market, and also suspects that the product information might have been manipulated. So this is the real world situations, and every time when we do any transactions, this comes to us. Okay, so this lady here, you may be thinking, who is she? She is one of us, a customer who is confused about what she has bought from the market, and she suspects that product information might have been manipulated, which is possible in every step in a supply chain of the product. Actually, this happens to all of us, and we look for appropriate solution, some technological solutions. And today I'll showcase you a solution of such kind. Okay, this is a brief in the structure of my talk. So I'll talk about the blockchain and smart contract, its characteristics, and also concentrate on type of blockchain and its effect on business model. And then also I'll present supply chain applications and decision business model for selecting appropriate blockchain. So that's the briefly what I'm going to talk. Okay, so let's start from basic here. I know many of you are aware of what blockchain technology is, but just to give you a brief introduction, the blockchain is an incorruptible digital ledger of any economic transaction, and that can be programmed to record not just the financial transactions, but virtually everything of value. Okay, the main purpose of blockchain is to allow the fast, secure, and transparent peer-to-peer transactions. So it is trusted, it is a decentralized network, which allows the transfer of digital value, such as currency and data. And Bitcoin, just to put simply, is a digital currency, and blockchain, on the other hand, is the technology and that is used by Bitcoin to allow secure and public and anonymous transaction to take place. So you can just think of blockchain as operating system, something like Windows or Mac operating systems, and Bitcoin is an application that runs on that operating systems. Okay. And Bitcoin is the first cryptocurrency to use blockchain technology, and the history on that. Yeah, so I don't want to go much detail on that. Okay, so blockchain, it is a growing list of data block linked cryptographically. So it is a distributed ledger where participating nodes agree to network to verify its transactions. So it allows to embed business terms which are executed with the transaction, ensuring that it is secure, authenticated, and verifiable transactions. Okay, this shows that the blockchain has has possible extension that could precise outcome of other domain far beyond cryptocurrency. There are a lot of other applications and supply chain, which I'm going to look at later on today, is one of those applications where blockchain technology can help us. Okay, so let's look at the some of the characteristics blockchain provides for us. So these are the main characteristics, the 6 characteristics I have listed here. Transactions, decentralization is one of the major characteristics of the blockchain. So transactions with the blockchain are identically recorded by the participating stakeholders. So it's not saved in centralized server or database, but it is stored or recorded by participating nodes, stakeholders. Immutability is another characteristics. The uploaded data cannot be modified or unchangeable, so that no one can intrude to the system. And anonymity is another characteristics. So transactions are anonymous. The user can disguise their identity through the clever use of the multiple addresses. So this it is anonymous. Transparency, and every transaction that takes place during the business operation is recorded in the blockchain for all stakeholders to see. So everybody can see the transactions. Okay, and traceability is other major characteristics of blockchain. So it identify and trace the provenance, distributions, locations, and application product to empower the business processes. So you can trace finance to distributions and to from origin to destination can be traced. And also the visibility, which implies insight into the data block, making it available to stakeholders. Okay, so these are the major. So in terms of permission and roles. So most of literature differentiated public and private blockchain based on the access control privilege of the user to perform the different operation, like transactions or consensus or mining in the blockchain, who can access. So literature has differentiated public and private on that basis. Okay, but we actually argue that private and public blockchain should be differentiated on the basis of ownership of the network, not based on the access control. So the access control should be treated as a different dimension to define public and private, and also consider the permissionless and permission-based blockchain. Okay, so we have published actually a paper arguing this case. So if you are interested, you can look for it. Okay, now let's talk about the application of the blockchain, and particularly in supply chain. Before that, let me talk about the smart contract. Yeah, so and smart contract is a computer program where we encode business rules and is executed with the transactions. So it makes the system efficient and it ensures the instant outcome. Yeah, because it's a computer program, and it ensures the transparency of the transactions as well. It automates the legal process among the stakeholders of the contract, smart contract. So it can handle the transaction of supply chain to take it transparent and traceable. So if we take supply chain, where there is a contract and there need to be agreement between different stakeholders, this kind of transactions of the supply chain can be handled by a smart contract to make it transparent and traceable. And also we can do the bidding process can also made more reliable, and payment procedure also can be automated here. So smart contract is in fact is ideal demand for product which creates disparity in supply chain and disparity in supply and also demand and also inventory management. Stakeholders can manipulate the information of their own way as the system is not decentralized. So this creates unevenness in transaction data in traditional supply chain management. That's the big problem. And then there is no dependable way to track the transaction for any reason, like issues related to the insurance claim, for example, or identifying provenance, know the reliability of service provider, or receive product related informations, as we need to depend on a centralized system. So it is always hard to investigate if there is any unlawful activity of a stakeholder in the supply chain and make them accountable. And contractual agreements requires the services of lawyer, banker, and the advent of blockchain technology has revealed an appropriate solution for this. Okay, so we are proposing a model here. Just sorry. Just 1 second here. So we are proposing for a proof of concept to determine provenance of the product and track product, and also automatize the bidding and triggering the payment process. Okay, so we implemented this model using 3 contracts. Smart contracts. So for provenance, bidding, and tracking, developed using Remix package. So in the first figure here, figure number 2, and for example, the producer assigns a contract to a carrier by accepting bidding request who meets the bidding criteria. And these transactions are generated and evaluated to systemize the supply chain. And these elements play a role for ownership management, traceability, transparency, and security. And each stakeholder needs to capture every event, and blockchain is able to create, update, and inform stakeholder when any events occurs. Okay, so this is the model, and again we have published it. So each stakeholder is represented by a unique address here. Okay, something like this here. Scenario starts by instantiating the provenance contract, and then producer can add information, but cannot authorize itself. Okay, so any stakeholder can retrieve product details using the available information, and when a producer broadcasts a bid, carrier can collect bidding information, and they can bid if they meet reputation factor criteria, and bid a minimum value within bidding period. So there is a zero tolerance in bidding time and value. Okay, if the any bid comes after the deadline or below the minimum value of the bidding, then they will be rejected. Okay, so instantly after bidding is over, the winner bid is declared based on the bidding criteria, and all stakeholders will have access to this information. Okay, so this is a transparency process, and then payment triggers automatically when received item and quality matches the detail initially set, and we create several transaction scenario to investigate the effect of behavior of each stakeholder. And this third figure here, small figure here, shows represents the transactional scenario. Some evidence of how proof of concept has been verified and validated. This figure on top shows a error message when bid amount is greater than the maximum bid value, and then and figure 5 in the middle shows a scenario of the successful bid, and then figure 6 below shows the so these are the this provides the blockchain enabled supply chain, and these prominent features are transparency, visibility, traceability, immutability, and automatization. Okay, so transparency of the blockchain enabled supply chain holds a prominent position to beget the confidence due to the instant availability of the information to the stakeholder, and the visibility of all the information about the requirement of raw material, availability of demand, product is visible to the blockchain, and from a transparency point of view, availability of raw material, production statistics, and all essential transactions can be traced. And for immutability, all information once updated by the raw material supplier, that remains there, so it is permanent and indelible. Nobody can delete or alter. And then events are triggered automatically after the occurrence of the valid transaction. Transactions occurs, and that reduces the managerial and lengthy paper trail here. So smart contract and blockchain technology help to develop an efficient and secure supply chain, and some of the challenges, a solution to some of the challenges the future, the traditional supply chain has. Okay, some of the observation here. Smart contract makes transaction transparent. No stakeholder has a chance to fraudulence. Nevertheless, the same transparency enable new form of business risk and ill-spirited behavior here. Okay, the same the transparency enables new form of the business risk and so on. So there is no possibility of changes once contract is deployed. The malicious carrier can exploit the bidding informations, but that is not possible in blockchain, and we can actually extend this kind of smart contract applications to many other areas like smart grid, healthcare, integrated financial transactions, and
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry to be we have to cut short Keshav sir's speech little bit. We would like to welcome Mr. Kapil Mehrotra. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Sir, please, we would like to see you 1 second. So everyone, let's welcome Mr. Kapil Mehrotra. He is working as Group CTO in a National Collateral Management Services. Prior to this, his role, he served as a head IT in HCL Healthcare. He has around 24 years of extensive experience in BFSI, healthcare IT consulting, agri-tech domain. He is a spearhead in a company's digital transformation, information security, IT initiative for the business growth. Mr. Kapil, he has an extensive experience in IT strategy, digitalization, infrastructure, application development, mobile apps. Sir, you are an ideal of knowledge, experience, inspiration to many in this domain of information and technology. With you and so much on board, sir, you hardly need any introduction. Having done, we would like to invite you on this platform to share some word with us. Sir, please.
Thank you, Kapilji, to have you with us. It's really nice.
Long time, sir. Thank you. It's my pleasure seeing each other after a long time.
Yes. And we are waiting that COVID pandemic to be over, and we want to invite you face to face.
I love to that, sir.
Thank you.
And just give me a second. I'll share my presentation and then quickly run through. Okay. Can you see my screen? Is my screen is visible? Anyone can tell me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's visible.
Excellent. All right. All right. So thank you, everyone. And this is one of the interesting topic which I'm gonna talk about, wherein I'm going to talk about digital leadership, the challenges, skills, and technology. And before that, before I begin that, like I want to thanks to Amity, who has given me the opportunity to speak here, and Dr. Garima, Dr. Abhay, and everyone who are present here in the call. So without further ado, I like to start, and this is a very interesting topic wherein I'm going to talk more about the digital challenges and the skills and technology, which will give you idea where we are heading, because lot of people are talking about digital adoption, and even committee is Zoom meeting is again a best example wherein we are connected through the digital mode rather the face to face. So post pandemic, digital kicked off, and the kind of uses of digital got increased, and it's more than double and triple now. So the moment things grow like this, right? So definitely there would be a lot of challenges and shortage of skills and the technology confusion, which technology is good for us and how we can decide all those things. So moving on further, so I'm going to talk about like digital innovation requires an ecosystem. So first of all, we all should agree there is an ecosystem around, right? It may be infrastructure, it may be your customer, it may be your manpower, training, skill set, and the colleges like who are nurturing students and all those things. So there is a group of the system which comes in a picture. So digital, you cannot decide. Let's say in a corporate, I want something. I want something immediately to be happened, but it cannot be done like this. There we have to see how marketing will prepare ourselves, how CEO will prepare, and who will lead the digital initiative, and who will design the digital products rather the traditional, and how we can basically bring the traffic there. So this is what is called ecosystem. Moving on further, so let's take example here. Like I've taken example here. That's a hospital. Let's take everyone been to hospital. So whenever you are going to hospital, first thing is whether it is a OPD or admission, administration will say do billing. Okay, you want to see doctor, you want to see to someone, or you want to go for the diagnostic. Everything has to be bill driven, right? And then post that there are certain services are attached with that, like doctor will associated and the services, what services, let's say you are OPD patient or you are going for diagnostic or you are going for the admission, so those services treatment will be associated. And the home family, let's say you are sitting at home and definitely you want need consultation, so you can connect through the virtual mode. So this is what is like, we all are aware this system is available and this works like that. Just imagine is there is a new digital innovation that got added. You are sitting at home and enjoying all those things. Just imagine if doctor can talk to you, that is feasible, and we have done this. We have seen the facts, like in pandemic, like most of the people were talking virtually, even COVID. And now, but anything is needs a diagnostic, so that becomes a challenge. So there we need a lot of, digitization, which can expedite, but definitely there is a part of operation is involved. So logistic has been involved. So there will people travel and all. Just try to understand, but what is new in this? See, we all are aware, like this is work like that. But whenever I'm talking about digital, so now further I'll talk it how you can basically translate your idea. Okay. So I'm talking here in this slide of let's take example of a organization, right, which is basically looking for a digital adoption. So the first thing comes in, which vendor, which partner I have to choose it. What would be the customer, right? Middle age kids, or what kind of customer, or ladies, gents, what kind of customer, and to whom we are competing in a digital market, right? Let's say if I want, let's take example of Ameti. Ameti, if you see the point here, school, universities, boot camps are the also contributing a lot because they are nurturing, they are running a lot of courses, right? And they are nurturing people. Basically, they can basically uh, come out with the knowledge and can basically share the ideas, because this digital means innovation. How innovative are you? Because it's a fire, it works like anything. So these young generation comes in with the young ideas, and they are basically creating the product there, and then people are adopting it. And who are the customers they are targeting it, and what all the things are involved. If you say co-creation, it's a word, it's a buzzword, where co-creation means like there is a pool sitting there, and they are deciding what idea can be the best idea. Everybody is going in a room, it's a war room, where they are discussing, okay, ye kar lete hain, wo kar lete hain type. So they create a co-creation idea, right? And they come with a final idea with the steps and the flows and the workflows and a targeted audience and the budget and everything is. And then what all the risks are involved. If we are going digital, so what all the risks are involved? That's a very important point. And then engagement, how the engagement will kick off, right? who will lead this diverse idea pool, wherein let's say one idea is getting failed, so immediately we have to have the backup of other idea. Otherwise, it will be waste of money. I'm giving you a classic example. Let's say university has started a course, but they thought like this is the best course, but people are not basically coming and registering for that. But online it is very popular, right? Whenever people are walking in, it may be happened. So like, what is the pitfall for that? Why people are not basically opting that course whenever they are coming to college? And but online, like maybe outside of India, this is very popular. So we have to review all those ideas. If we are targeting India market, if we are targeting China or Africa, Europe, so these kind of diversify idea pool has to be there. Plan B, plan C, plan D. Flexible execution, you should be very flexible. Whenever you are going for digital, you have a space wherein you can basically immediately change the idea. If let's say something you created a UI which somebody is not liking it, okay, change it. Within the next 3-4 days, you have an option, you can change it. Okay, so a lot of flexibility is there because you are getting direct feedback whenever you are going digital. So your reach is wider and you get instant like dislike. So let's say take example of Insta. You are posting a picture, people are liking and disliking, giving thumbs up or thumbs down. Okay, so that's instantly you are removing picture if people doesn't like it, or you are putting the picture and more pictures because people are liking. Okay, that way is like followers build up. That's what is the game changer. Another thing is startup and incubator. It's a mother of this digital innovation is a mother of you feeding a lot of startups, incubator and accelerators. So a lot of universities, colleges, they are also coming up because students are studying there and then they are starting the startups, incubators, and they are helping to get the VCs there, finances there, and they are basically. So I have seen the new change there where 50% people doesn't want to work actually further. They want to start because they think they have a great idea. And that idea has to be nurtured and supported by some VC and uh, as a finance. So now, when we know the ecosystem, there are what all the components are involved. So how we can begin it? A digital innovation. Digital innovation. You can start with the vision. What vision you have? Just remember these three things: vision, delivery, and scaling. Vision says like I want to achieve, let's say, 1 lakh customer and 5 CR in a year. Okay, that's my vision is. But how do you deliver it? Okay, vision is good. How do you deliver that idea? So then you need a delivery team, execution team, which has to be your engine, yeah, which has to be what platform you are going to use, what technology you are going to use it, how much investment you are going to do that. All those comes in the delivery. And then how you scale up, because let's say 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and then year. What is your roadmap for the 1 year, 2 year, 3 year types? So gradually you cannot think of, okay, let's have 5 CR because I got the funding and let's invest 5 CR in a one month. No, you have to gradually through idea, learn and grow, learn and grow, learn and grow. That is why people are basically making this kind of plan. So remember these three words: if vision fails, delivery fails, and scaling fails. If vision is good, delivery fails, scaling fails. So everything is a dependent. It's a driver actually, right? So this is interconnected. Now, this is the core slide, what I'm talking for. 4 step of empower your innovation ecosystem. First is bridge the digital divide. So let's talk about that. How you can bridge the digital divide. This is a terminology which I'm using, bridge the digital divide. So what it says is, uh, ecosystem partner capability are rarely a complete set. Span of knowledge required for delivery. It means I have a vision and I need basically a delivery team, which is another slide says innovator role knowledge. So if I'm a visionary, I have an idea. So next step, idea is frozen. Like this is what we have to do. Then the next step is required delivery. And if you are planning for the delivery, then you have to look at the ecosystem. You are not a one-man army. You have to look for security, information security, how your data will be secure, and legal and compliances, design standards, what design you are bringing in. And again, the innovator role knowledge is very essential all across, because he is visualizing it, and everybody is basically coming towards that. Where your legal team, what copyrights things you require, what contracts you required, and what is good for you, what is not good for you. So all those things. And design standards, people started designing your idea into the UI, so that like people can more see the product. And interoperability is very important, because as I said in the beginning, like we can basically have the flexible idea which can basically immediately failing, so immediately we can pull the other idea, plan B, plan C, and it has to be, let's say, in between you realize it's something you have to acquire it. So or you are basically need a platform where you can also aggregator. So this has to be interoperable. And the idea should not like that it's jittery, not flexible. It has to be flexible always. Enterprise architecture, obviously everything is a one umbrella, and other things you have to like miscellaneous operational things and all, and definitely finance. Bridge the digital divide is another point, is create a training program. See, if you want to make your idea successful, the very first thing you have to do, training. Train the people. If people are not aware what needs to be done, you will fail, because they are the people on the ground, they are going to execute it. So you have to basically create a training program, and then focus on factors that are critical, so that you can reduce the risk and create talent incubator. And you should have the people ready with you, so that like they can feed it, and they can basically immediately in case somebody is leaving the organization, so they can come and take over. Your work should not hamper, you should not be dependent on anyone, right? One man army type. Consider an accreditation scheme, accreditation, at least ISO or some standard you have to follow, so that like your company, your product should look reliable, and make internal knowledge widely available. Share more and more knowledge, FAQs, and the documentation, handouts, graphical creatives, and all everywhere just should be live. Just take example of a Nike, Pepsi. Does they require any kind of knowledge? Because they share a lot of creatives, videos. Because you see the bottle and you can imagine it. Okay, a hand is coming with a bottle, you can realize it. Okay, this is Pepsi, or this is a Coca-Cola, or this is something a Nike or Adidas, because they have created a lot of visual impression in your mind. Even you see logo, you can guess it. Okay, this is Nike or this is Reebok. They don't require introduction. That kind of the knowledge pool they have developed, and the creatives they have developed around us. That is the beauty of the digital divide. Coming to the next point is wherein I'm going to talk about minimum digital friction, where like you have to avoid the frictions in case you think so while the journey. Tool and data. So first thing comes in, let's say I have a vision now how to translate into the product, right? Then the moment we are talking for the product, tools and data comes in the mind. Which tool, technology, data, cloud, no cloud, or what product, services, expert, right? A lot of question comes around, but forget it. First of all, look at how you can basically break your problem in a simple language, and then whatever the data you are available and whatever the pocket you are available, you can basically decide the tool and the skill set accordingly. I can't find customer data to build this model, and because if you're thinking very high, let's give this thing because Microsoft has, Oracle has this. I saw the product in US and trying to copy that example here. See, first of all, you have to align your product with the vision. What is 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps you need it, and then you try to acquire the knowledge of the market and the competition. Then build those features there gradually. If you start from the day one, probably people will get confused and product will not go in the right direction. You will start from here and that will go from there. So it will be a mess. It takes too long to access the tool because you don't have idea, you don't have expertise, but you have only vision. You can explain how his API works. And let's say there are so many ecosystem you are integrating it. So like these kind of challenges will come and similar problems will come in a flow. Means there are so many things because you have idea about so many things and everything cannot be done. So you have to, the nutshell, what I would say, we have to have plan where we have to basically identify the list of the items as a priority, phase one, and these are the minimum things are required. Otherwise, like everything will be delayed. If tool is not there, launching will delay. If launching will delay, your leadership will shake in, right? You will blame on your manager, you will blame on a management and other things. So everything is a wheel or part of a ecosystem. So these things is very important, right? First of all, you have to have the vision. Digital friction has a big effect on engagement. Any engagement, no digital friction, low digital friction, moderate digital friction, high digital friction. Digital friction, the ability to effortless produce digital capabilities, or because digital is not required any technical knowledge to be very precise. Let's say you want to launch something on the internet, or let's say you created a video of your talk. Do it's required any expertise or knowledge how to basically upload the video on a YouTube? No, because there is a platform available. There is a Insta, Facebook, some kind of social platform is available. You go and create the accounts and start putting your knowledge, idea, vision, what you have, and people will start reaching you, right? If it is a very good content and very repeated content, and why user are coming to you? Why user will come to you? Reason is because you are giving knowledge, you are giving different directions, guidance, right? Or you are basically having a product which is the requirement of the so something has to be innovative. That is why innovation comes in a digital. You keep innovating it. Otherwise, you will monologue, and one day this will die. So minimize digital friction, open a dialogue and senior ecosystem leadership team to resource new service structure. And because you are sitting in a digital, so your idea may be copied immediately, or maybe 5 more startups will come immediately. Then how do you upgrade yourself? Keep talking, keep tapping the market, and keep talking to customers as well, so that you can get the feedback. Feedbacks gives you new innovation, new ideas, and new features you can build and add it. Build peer support communities. Peer support community is the fastest thing what I have learned. That I mean, Google Pay to, like, people search, and let's say you are listing your product, listing is coming on the, let's say, 5th page or 10th page. People are going and not going it, right? This may be possible because so many big your competition sitting is there. Pepsi आपको आगे नहीं आने देगा, Unilever आगे नहीं आने देगा. So like your listing will be at the end. But community is a big. So what it does, it whenever you're forming a community, let's say आपके apartment में there are 500 flats and 1,000 families are staying. So you can form a community and then you can start sharing the product feature, and so that way, like, if people are using it, word of mouth works it. Similarly, let's say I want to enroll my daughter's admission in Amity. So, but in that case, like, Amity feedback I require first of all, instead of the Amity directly going it. So I acquire that from the net. I acquire from the people those are already taken the services, and that way is like I am coming here, right? So this is the ecosystem which nurtures, feeds information. If that is not followed properly, not communicated properly, then probably you will suffer the consequences and your profitability will go down. Provide governance support, and if, let's say, any information is coming to you, any feedback is coming to you, you are taking action on that. That's a part of the ecosystem. ऐसा नहीं है कि like mails are coming for the feedback and you are not taking action on it. One day people will say they don't listen. आप कितनी भी complain कर दो. Lead application integration guidance. You have to hear everyone. for the integration, what is good and what information you can exchange from the cyber security perspective, information security perspective, because a lot of ecosystems need that information. You cannot share customer data, let's say his personal information, PI information and all. So those things are the part of it. Advisory, consulting, education, integration services, more and more education is required. Now apply adoption and governance. That's another part of the ecosystem. So we have talked about bridge and digital divided and the minimum digital frictions, and now I'm talking about apply adaptive governance. How the governance can be comes a major role in this. Understand how your ecosystem partner work, help them understand how you work, because that's a very important. One is my way of working, and you other ways my partner's ways of working is. Otherwise, it will be difficult if, let's say, I'm very stubborn and they are not flexible, and I'm flexible, they are stubborn. So that way is like ecosystem. Giving you example, let's say I used a platform which doesn't allow me for customization, right? I bought a product from US and Oracle, let's say, and they don't allow me customization. So that way my business ideas, business growth will stuck up. So you have to choose a tool, a product, technology, a platform, a partner, which has to be flexible and come and stand next to you for the vision what you have it. My vision is 2 lakh acquiring 2 lakh customer in a 1 year, and 5 CR my budget is, right? So like how do we marry this? How do we achieve this in a 1 year, which is very short time I'm talking about? Set guideline on yourself on self-regulation expectation upfront. It should not be flexible. You should be basically very regulated, clear about your thoughts, and monitor and discuss the balance between complexity and the risk. Uh, every time you should not risk, because when you build a team, so team is with you. Mostly in India, like 80% startups fail. Reason is because they take risk, and only 20% chances are there for the survival. So it's a high risk, like 80% are failing it. So if you are smart, so please do not take risk which is basically directly impacting to your financial status. I'm giving you an example. You can correlate with this. Let's say I started a company and I hired 100 people immediately. Why do I hire? Because right now we are developing a concept and we are building something. Do not hire it. Hire only 5 or 10 experts, right? Which can basically work on the idea and give the shape to work on 100 people. Otherwise, if you onboarded, they will sit idle. You don't have the work for them, and they will take the money, they will take the salary, and they'll go. So digital innovation with traditional governance is an ill-suited ecosystem. That is why I written here ill-suited. Ill-suited means like it's not a right way of doing it. Hiring कर लो and then now जमाने चले गए. अब startup में जाओ, there are only 10 people. Go to Google office. People don't come to office. There are bean bags are there. People are sitting on a bean bag, having coffee, playing TT. But they are well aware they what needs to be done, right? Because they're conceptually clear. If I'm a visualizer, I'm an artist, I'm the programmer, so my role and the technology and the program and the project is very clear. And there is a governance. I'm monitoring it. I will pay you 8 hours productivity, right? You play TT, come to office, doesn't matter. You sit idle, watch movie in the cafeteria, doesn't matter. But if I've given you a task which requires 40 hours productivity, you sit at night and do it this job, right? So this is what is the new trend is, digital trend is. Set digital ecosystem governance, like where fusion, partnered, guide, safe zone. So like these are the, I try to make this thing visually so that like you can have a sense of it. Increasing complexity, how much risk you are basically idea having it, and the increasing business criticality. So sometimes business is very critical, sometimes its risk is very critical, and situation is very complex. Carrying it. right? Can technology play a major role, or business can play a major role? How do we basically decide it? Who will decide it? A strict governance, project plan, and the roadmap, right? A guidance. So all these things, though, like whenever we start any startup, so like it becomes as a fusion, but it should not basically create the complexities and confusion. You have to have the right governance so that like you can park the things which are very frozen and decided going rightly. You have to identify and demarket which are not going right, and there is a work pressure is required, and somewhere good partners you have to look in, and they come and basically cover up to you and whatever the pitfalls you have, so that they can also boost your idea and vision. And then certainly fusion things are required to basically for the customer perspective, which will give the wider idea. And let's say you write shoes of Nike, so you will get immediately 20 type of shoes, boost, ultra boost. So you will get confused, running shoes or jogging shoes or walking shoes. How do you decide it? You will get confused, and they want you to be confused so that they can drive the business there. If you have pocket for the 5,000 but you like it, okay, ultra boost, and you forget it, like for what you are buying it. Like ultra boost is required for the tracking, but you need it for the jogging. So like how do you basically, and tracking shoes are coming at 15,000 cost, and jogging you can buy in the 5,000 rupees, but you paid it. They created the confusion because they have a lot of product, right? And why you got confused? Because you were not clear. You were only wanting one shoe, and they created that's the ecosystem they created, right? So people should get confused. If you go to the Amazon, they will give the price discount there like this much, and you will get confused. Okay, in the market I saw this is costing 15,000. How come they are giving them 3,000 rupees? But you are not aware like 3,000 mean what is coming to you, right? Until unless you will receive the product. Okay, moving on, the last part is like reallocate responsibility. So what is that is, it's very interesting. So reallocate the responsibility directly touching to the leadership. Where is the leadership is only the person in the organization leader is responsible. In Amity, only chairman is responsible for everything. No, right? We all are the part of it. That is why I'm using a term called ecosystem. I'm a head IT, I'm a part of it. You are a dean, you are a part of it. You are a professor, you are a part of the ecosystem. And you have to see that where you fit in and what stage you fit in. See, whenever we hire in an organization, we are pioneer. We have hired for it expertise, right? So we are pioneer. We know people respect CTO, people respect dean, people respect chairman. So like these all are the things, like I'm a pioneer. And then I grow in the organization as a pro. I become a pro because I acquired the domain knowledge, and but still I am in a low business confidence. Reason is because I'm a new, right? I have to take maturity, and maturity will take time, right? Means you are growing, you are stabilizing your problems, and let's say student doesn't liking your lecture, then you improved lot, and then the student next batch started liking it. So this is the way like we grow. So pioneer, pro, and then professional. You become the professional. People start calling you in a JNU, IIT, because your word of mouth spreads across, right? And then you start promoting you, right? No, I will charge for everything 5 lakh rupees. My one speak cost 5 lakh rupees. Got it? Then you start promoting because you added with the revenue. And then the moment you added something with the revenue, then the profits start coming. So in terms of the business, I will translate this: pioneer, professionalize, and the promote and profit. The moment you are crossing this zone from the low business confidence to the high business IT ownership business, then you will become profitable. And most of the people have failed in the first stage itself because they think they are the authority. Yeah, as I'm a CTO, and under me there is a 500 people team. right? It's ego. There you fail, and probably you may not contribute the profit. Reason is because you are only managing the manpower. What they are doing is, what project they are doing is, and then your vision idea can't translate into the profit. And if you really want to convert your idea into profit, then you have to basically go towards the journey. You have to follow the journey. So that's a path you have to follow. I think I'm loud and clear about that. So moving on, the next slide, wherein like I'm talking about ownership and accountability. Leader has to take the accountability always. If something goes well or not goes well, he has to stand up in front of everyone and take the ownership. I'm accountable for this loss. I'm accountable for this. If there's that kind of accountability is not there, no one can basically succeed it. Reason is because customer want to know who is responsible. Is product went wrong, company is responsible, or person is responsible, or the product manager is responsible? Who is taking the accountability? CEO wants to know. Chairman wants to know. Coordinate and agree ownership transfer. Agree the rule of ownership transfer. Let's say one person left the organization, so how do you transfer the ownership to the other? These all are things very important. Let's say you build the product. Let's take example of a Paytm, right? Now Paytm share went up, right? In digital company, everybody is using, and things like profitable, nobody thought about it. The Paytm is a loss-making company, right? Because they wanted only one vision, acquire this much client, but with a very less margin, right? So, and they have created a very big infrastructure around, and which is the product becomes as a number 2 in India and a couple of other countries as well. But in India, UPI is the number 1 on top of it, and then Paytm. But when they launched the share and they hit back, reason is because when customer invested money and they found they cannot return money, right? So like money will came back to it, and RBI immediately asked, put the funds there. So they were not having money. They said, okay, aap usse le lo. So RBI said, no, this is not acceptable. Actually, you are loss-making company. Your balance sheet is poor, and you are asking like oversubscribed money, and you want to play with that. So that's the project. Product was good, vision was good. Only the thing underlying delivery and the if you go back in the last slide, wherein this kind of promote was not there and the profit was not there. Okay, till professionalism till was okay, but leader was not that great. Because of that, like promote not happened and the profit not happened. So that's why like I'm trying to give more examples so that you can correlate what kind of skill set, what kind of challenges we have. We think okay, website बनाने से business हो जाता है या mobile application से, ऐसा होता नहीं है. It's a very one of the rare case, but this is the entire ecosystem you have to bring in. Maintain the ownership. Ownership is digital business is very important. Create principle, policy, standard, process, and bottom up, and enforce top down across the ecosystem and leadership. So recommendations are help them to understand the requirement, make it easy for them to work, be clear on when and where they empower, agree when responsibility transform, and accountability stop. So this is with this like I end to the presentation, but I want to comment on a couple of things wherein I would say digital transformation must be addressed by the leadership level, right? If your leader is good, right, you can do miracles. Other thing is definitely I would say 50%, 51% companies are executing effective digital strategies in India, 51%, and 64% companies have leaders in critical roles. So again, I'm saying is out of 51% companies, those are following digital journey. In that, like only 64% companies having the leadership at the critical level. And why do companies need digital innovation? Because a lot of pressure for the innovation is coming. So that is why they are thinking to basically go for the pressure from the market, pressure from the board, pressure from the competition, and that is why they are basically moving towards that. With this, I will take a pause here and over to Dr. Richa.
Thank you, sir. Your word was enlightening, and it was such a pleasure to hear you when you were talking about digital leadership challenges and skill. We can actually hear the into in your voice when you were delivering this talk, and that tells us so much about your dedication that you're having towards your work. I'm so sure that all the participants, including faculty and students, they must have enjoyed the talk as well as they must have learned something from it. And I realize when it comes to our students, so either they are working for startups or they are planning to build their startups. For them, this talk was like amazing because, as you said, these startups die early. And the majority of the reason is either they are not nurtured properly or they don't have an idea. So your talks actually gave them a clear path, and you actually told them do or do not list. You gave them that do or do not list. I think that they required the most. So
yeah, you summarize very well, and that's the only point is
yes.
If you have any idea, I mean, young generation has a lot of idea,
Right, exactly.
but they don't concentrate on that idea. Reason is because except 20% people are concentrating and continuing with that idea, and whenever they are seeing losses and problems are coming, they are shifting the pole.
Yes, exactly.
Right? Instead of shifting the pole, if they basically shift the little bit tuning, whatever is failing there actually, so they can grow faster actually.
Yeah. See, I realize when it comes to the idea, when it comes to nurturing a team, you said you need to have a team. And when it comes to team, rather than having a team, it becomes a digital friction, what I feel. So at that point, that was the most interesting topic that I liked during.
So that is why friction is coming. Over subscription is always a problem, right? So
Yes.
you should basically hire very talented, hire 2-3 people, like typical startup has 5 people, 6 people, right? Why they start with a low? That is why they are very tight. They're always saying is like we are running with the funds and we are running with the time and all. Reason is because they have not increased the expenses, right? So the moment you hire more people, so a lot of expenses will be occurred: salary, place, electricity, and the day-to-day expenses, and they will eat up entire funding what you have.
Exactly. And one more thing that I realize is when it comes to the bright ideas, when it comes to these are the BTech graduates or MTech student, what is happening is they do not have that managerial skills. They have that technical idea. They can nurture the technical idea, but that managerial skill they develop over the period of time. But anyhow, sir, it was an amazing, amazing talk, and it was such an enjoyable session that we had. And I would formally would like to thank you, and I extend my warm gratitude, knowing how busy you are. You actually took a great time and beared with us. So thank you, sir. Thanks so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Next speaker we have with us is Professor Dr. Subhash Pilla, sir. Sir, okay. So let me introduce sir. So first of all, welcome to all the dignitaries, professors, participants of the day. And on behalf of MIT University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Computer Science Engineering, MIT School of Engineering and Technology, I, Swati Singhal, feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all of you for a keynote address for Confluence 2022, 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering. So we have with us Professor Dr. Subhash Pilla, and he is a professor in Department of Computer Software at University of Aizu, Japan. In the year 1986, Sir joined Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and he was also a visiting scientist at MIT Cambridge in the year 1987-88. Sir has also contributed in the field of distributed computing, e-commerce, mobile database management, synchronization, and crash recovery, big data repository, to mention a few. Sir has made a remarkable contribution at many industries for conducting feasibility studies and for adoption of modern techniques. Sir has also received several grants for the research projects and is currently working in the research projects like standardized electronic health records, Polystore data management system, blockchain in edge computing, and cloud-based databases. He is exploring database design to support models for information interchange through the World Wide Web. Sir, we invite you on the platform and we would like to share some words with us. Sir, over to you, sir. So your mic is to be switched on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
And can you see my screen also?
Not yet.
No, sir, we can't see the screen.
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah, now it is visible.
Okay.
And we request you to move to slideshow view if possible, sir.
Yes, it is possible, but if it is clear, I feel more comfortable switching slides.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, please.
So if it is it readable?
Yes.
Yes, sir. So you can enlarge the screen of your MS, this PowerPoint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it better now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I would like to begin with thanks to the organizers of Confluence 2022 and thanks to MIT University for inviting me. My topic is healthcare digitization through standardized electronic health records and databases. And I would like to introduce this topic and also clarify a few of the terms and notions. So let me just go over what all we have. Healthcare digital transformation through standards is a buzzword these days, and there are many efforts going on. There are many activities going on in the ministry. And it includes a lot of things like many sources of patient care information is the first thing that comes to our mind. There are clinical information, financial information, and so on. So we'd like to create a globally unified access to healthcare data or health records. Simplest way to understand it will be is that if you go to a hospital, your entire history or records should be in digital form and easily accessible. But in the larger context, it might mean a lot many more things. That is, if you go to a laboratory to get some medical tests done for blood test or urine test or others, those data should also be in digitized form and it should be transferable to the hospital at your request. And it should be shareable with a specialist, maybe sitting abroad at the press of a button. And this is not so simple. It's not just we can share the records as we pick up, because if you go from one place to another, one hospital to another, laboratory to another, the standards, the terms, the notes, these begin to differ. So we need to create some standardization. And once that is achieved, we can also access these for querying, for data mining, for many other reasons. So data information interchange is important, and standardized electronic health records and databases can be created. And our goal is to improve population health, promote affordable healthcare. So with these items in mind, let me start with looking at what is digitization. Digitization or digitalization or digital transformation. The basic idea is we want to use ICT technologies. So let's just look at very old system where you have paper-based records. And many times hospitals or specialists wanted to use these records and look at past data and try to do text mining. And they had to either scan these records, or they had to input these records first and then try to find something. But this is a very old area and very old technology, and there are lots of records in this group. But let's come to the next one, where we have electronic medical records. That is, hospital has completely computerized its working and patient records. So if you go there, show your card, it knows your ID, it brings your record. But this is also an old story, because if you do not remember your ID, then your patient card will be made again, and the system cannot find the records that you created earlier. Now, coming to electronic health record, the difference between this and the previous one is electronic medical record created by a hospital, electronic health record created with the purpose of sharing across hospitals, sharing across specialists, sharing across the world. And in this, we have to create standards which are language neutral, which are terminology neutral, which can be converted across different units, and so on. So this is some kind of a global standard or effort that we need to create or use here. So I'm talking about electronic health records in this context. So if you look at the definition that we find from various literature sources, we want to have a repository of information regarding the health of a subject in the computer processable form, stored and transmitted securely and accessible to multiple authorized users. So insurance company, Visa card company, hospital, another hospital, specialist in a different country, all of these would like to have an access, and very efficient queryable access. And these records will be kept for a lifetime of the patient. And these records will be kept for a whole population of a particular type, particular hospital, particular city, or a particular geographic area where one kind of disease or one kind of activity is more prevalent. So this is talking about a global standard, global repositories and very large scale activity. So if you go further into its scope and what it involves and what it will have, you will find that you will need to look at patient-centric records in future for his lifetime. You will have to have same patient-centric records for a population. You will look at different representations of data, because data is captured, then maintained, then transmitted to another area where the standards are different. So there will have to be translation of units and notations, notions, languages. So there are many things that we need to create, standardize, and share. Let's take an example. Here, I'm going to take an example of single patient encounter a patient visits a medical facility. Now, looking at the visits, the medical personnel or doctors try to note down many things: blood pressure, glucose, body mass index. Then they recommend some medication list, body temperature. This is endless. I mean, the medical facility might note a few of these, but this list is quite large, and we call them as concept. Each of them is a concept, and these have to be recorded. And now these have to be recorded with what we have discussed for globalized sharing. So, you know, in one country they use kilograms and in another country they use pounds. We have to make them currency neutral, language neutral, different terms of notations neutral, and these should be transformable from one type to the other. So with that type of thing in requirement, if you could note down each of these concepts after the visit, you would like to create a electronic health record for the patient. And all these records have to be stored in a database form for easy access for different purposes. So let's look at an example. I've taken the example of blood pressure as a concept that has to be noted when a patient visits the hospital. So first, on the left on top is the data. Blood pressure is many types. You have systolic blood pressure, you have diastolic blood pressure, you have mean arterial pressure. There might be a comment from the medical person. This is just the data part on the left top. Then you might have state whether the person was lying, sitting, or standing. Or you might have other details, whether person had done some exercise or had a different exertion level. You might have some protocols about noting down the instrument and localization of measurements. There might be specific events. So given this type of attributes, various attributes connected to a particular concept, one of the medical concepts, the total scope of this is very large, and it might be changing in future. So you might have to note down many of these things depending on where the data is taken. So we define the concept blood pressure with all its maximal definition. And this maximal definition of this concept may be further revised. So there has to be a way of developing standards for each concept, and then these concepts have to be recorded. So there is one example here. There is an OpenEHR standardizing agency, and it creates the entire maximal scope of each concept. And again, it might be revised after some time, depending on the medical community's demands. And then currently it has standardized close to 512 definitions of different concepts. So once it creates this outer definition, a scope exists wherever we pick up the data to fill up at least those things that are available and keep the data in this particular way of storing. So what we achieve here is for each of these concepts like blood pressure, or each of these concepts like glucose, BMI, whatever is noted on the patient's record by the visit, Each of them is captured in its maximal form, which is standardized by OpenEHR or some other agency. And that these concepts are recorded as archetype. Archetype is the different way of storing different concepts. Many of the concepts might be stored using common archetypes. So number of concepts that we can capture as per the maximal requirement will be more than the number of storages that we have standardized. An entire visit is then recorded as a patient's electronic health record with a date and ID and so on. And this goes to a database. So this story over here now is like this. There are many EHR standards or standardizing agencies. CEN is known as CEN EN 13606 EHR recommendation. It's a European standard. OpenEHR is a worldwide group of people, organizations, and many agencies that are trying to create an OpenEHR as a group of standards. HL7 is a clinical document architecture or CDA. This is an American standard. So if you look at if you search and try to look at these standards, there are many users. There are many, most American world uses HL7. Most of the Europe uses CEN standard. And many places have now begun to adopt the OpenEHR standard, which is much more comprehensive. And of course, there are many overlaps and many systems or software available for conversion from one form to the other. And after looking at these three standards, we have come to the conclusion that no one standard currently meets all challenges for sustainable EHR solutions. In addition to these, there are many standards which are very specific to particular type of data. For example, for images or X-rays, there is a DICOM structured recording standards. There is a IHE cross enterprise document sharing standard, which are for conversion of form from one type to the other. And there are so many other different standards and notations. So medical data is captured in one of these forms and then made shareable or exchangeable through different pieces of software and systems. So basically, we have to cope with meaning of data for inter-hospital exchange or inter-specialist exchange or for storing in the archive. And then we have to maintain semantic interoperability, that is, meaning of the data should not change. And currently these standards, which are mainly these three big standards, they differ in many aspects or many attributes. So standardization is different, data types used are different, how they adopt to legacy migration, that is accepting old data and bringing it to the new standardized form. Their methods are different. Whether these support a programmable query language for querying over old or new or recent records, whether high-level interfaces are available for the access, all these things are different. So this is a kind of approximate relationship between these three major standards. OpenEHR has much more and many more standard and flexibility, and it sort of encompasses all the other standards, but these standards are different among how they represent data. but this standard can capture most of the items and features. So we are dealing with semantics, we are dealing with syntactic interoperability, structural interoperability, semantic interoperability. And very simple way to visualize this will be that suppose we look at today's corona situation, and in a remote place in India, there is a primary health center, and that has a very serious patient, and you are going to connect him through telecommunication to a specialist in Bombay. Now, first of all, the language might be different. The terms used might be different. What you call as blood pressure might be a different word used at the primary health center. And the notations and currency used to note these will be different. Unless we have standards and the entire process is picked up by the OpenEHR's recommended way of capturing, and whatever is available is picked up in the correct fields, and then it is brought and converted to American specialty in HL7 standard, things do not become interoperable. So here is an example how we use these data. So many of these systems, for example, OpenEHR support a archetype description language, and they have equivalent representations available in XML, which is again a language used for exchanging semantic data and for conversions. So this is just the nature of these three different standards, which are globally quite popular and in use. So looking at our requirement, first of all, we are talking about lifelong electronic health records for one patient. And the advantage of looking at a patient data in this form is that doctor can see much more, and data is processable, so it can be used for many types of studies to correlate different events in the history of a patient, and to make information available instantly and securely to authorized users requires building some software systems once you contain a patient's medical history about diagnosis, medication, treatments, immunization, allergies. So very large amount of volume of data is expected to be generated for each patient, since it is lifetime data, and then further it will be for a population. So who will keep this data? Hospitals will prepare the data and keep it for the patient if the patient is a visitor, frequent visitor, or they may keep the data for 7 years or something. There were many efforts launched by Google Health and Microsoft Health, and there were some other large cloud companies. They were trying to create these systems so that once standardization is there and records are standardized, they could offer their services to hospitals saying that we will keep your patient data, you don't need to worry, we'll do everything for you. It's a big business for them. So just like today, you might have many cloud companies telling a university like New University that you don't need a computer center. We'll run the cloud for you and you take our service as and when you need. So same way hospitals could depend on, let's say, cloud service provider. So once you have this type of system, population healthcare domain, you could have data of many people, and then you could see trends that if in childhood, if this person had rheumatic fever, at a certain age, they tend to develop a particular type of complication in their medical situation. So there are many such new avenues and applications available. Similarly, now we can talk about adopting artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and many such tools. And basically, these are subdomains of artificial intelligence which are concerned with finding out many new diagnostics, many new types of finding chances of occurrence of a disease, many new cases, and predicting a difficulty that might be coming by adopting methods to prevent it. So preventive ways can be improved in many ways. This is the medical side improvements that we are talking about. Looking at the health side, so there are many new efforts have to be made to develop models and find relationship between different patient situations. And we need to develop methods for jointly learning patients' data, representations and relationship between pairwise learning. And by using all these new methods and techniques, we can find preventive medication tools. So basic ideas are very simple. We can consider these archives and repositories and develop for each type of researcher, medical researcher or specialist, different type of investigation tools and try to support their workflows. So main issue that we are concerned with electronic health records, data and information quality that should be maintained, and conversion should not change the meaning of data. So we have to have standardization. We have to have semantic interoperability. Semantic interoperability means that meaning of data should not change over lifetime of data, over a entire process of conversions by exchange of data. And we also need searching, querying, and exploring of electronic health record databases. These tools and systems have to be developed after these standardized electronic health record databases become available. So quite a lot of the things, domains where data science is creating its impression, you have many examples. Credit and insurance companies, sales, travel, marketing, social media. Another important area, number 3, that we are looking at is healthcare. And it's a huge area in future where many things have to be developed so that we have many types of workflows and many types of additions. So from data to insight to decision, there will be lots of processes, past data, present data, future data, and decisions. All these things have to be processed for patients case by case. So as we can process different complexities, we can possibly generate a lot of predictive analytics, prevent a lot of people from difficulties. So electronic health records, in contrast to electronic medical records, are a concern for labs, primary care center, hospitals, specialists, long-term care, public health. Public health is concerned with how many people got infected with COVID in this particular region and the other region and so on. So in future, hopefully every clinic or patient or doctor will have his data logged with the central repository whenever there is a dangerous infection or some difficulty. So pharmacies also, lots of people are connected to health data. Medical data, only the hospitals are connected to. So there's typically a lack of interoperability, a lack of usability that we have so far identified. And proposed solutions, we need to adopt standards that we mentioned, OpenEHR, European standard ISO 13606 and HL7, the American standard. Then we need to store these standardized records. And then to make them usable, we need to generate user interfaces or languages and try to keep them accessible just like the databases provide us information. So lots of things, software models and systems have to be developed. I'm running out of time, so I'm not sure how long would you like to allow me, but can I have an estimate of how many minutes do I have? Hello?
We are running short of time, so you can take 5 minutes to wind up.
Okay, so after that, you have questions, or do we have questions right now?
Sir, actually, the students, they are in the virtual mode, so the questions will it's in the virtual mode.
Yes, so do we have time for questions after 5 minutes?
Okay.
All right. So basically, let's go quickly. We develop large-scale healthcare applications using open standards. We hope to have many types of support for architectures, for different languages, for different way of interacting, for different types of reports. And there are lots of publications which have already come into existence. And gradually, standards are becoming important. Way of storing data for semantic interoperability is becoming important. Query language interfaces for these repositories becoming important. And usability, how to make it easy for hospital worker to utilize this data for their medical investigation or investigation of old records. So basically, healthcare and medical care are two different things, and healthcare is much larger term, includes public health, insurance companies, employers, bill services, and municipality services, whereas medical care concerns hospitals and specialized documents. Typically, healthcare concerns, what healthcare concerns is totally different from medical care concerns. So very briefly, typically medical care is to care after the sickness has already occurred. So same way, healthcare is to care before getting any sickness. So there is a difference in the Western world. There is a distinction. So typically, allopathy considers sickness when person is sick. Otherwise, they don't consider anything. And there are systems like Ayurvedic treatments or others where viewpoint is different. They consider healthcare rather than medical care. So if you want to see it more clearly, typically we have many people confusing medical care with healthcare, and when we already have some very severe conditions, everything starts moving towards improving medical facilities. And there's very little done to prevent these conditions from occurring with prior planning. So healthcare is an ignored area. But right now, its importance has been realized. And this year, I mean, now it's last year, National Health Policy has a document under preparation at the ministry. I think most of us can download this document. And this development has a history. In 1983, Health for All was adopted by our government as a goal. In 2002, National Health Policy was announced, then it recognized in GDP terms that our effort on healthcare has been actually reducing over the period of time. In 2014, a Department of Healthcare Research was assigned, and now there is a national health policy, and it has a goal, preventive healthcare, to promote healthcare in all development policies. That's a very big change, and I hope this is successful in India. And in any way, the world is waking up. So there is a UN resolution in 2015 where India is a signatory. And it means that in 2013, by 2030, 17 sustainable development goals with 169 targets to improve healthcare has been accepted by our government. So looking at the COVID situation and looking at the realizations of these type, we have many changes coming, and of course, electronic health record research will bring a lot of change. And as you have seen, there are many potential contributions that we computer science or ICT people can make to make more workflows and investigations for the medical researchers. So with this, I would like to conclude my talk. And these are basically very general ideas. So our institutions are enumerated here, and this information is very typical. In ancient times, we didn't have allopathy, but we had much more of healthcare through Ayurvedic, Unani, and many other. So a separate ministry has been created that considers these particular type of aspects. So healthcare is becoming more and more important. If you look at the loads that we have to deal with in healthcare, you have communicable diseases, and there's a huge volume of patients added in 5 years. TB is well known to be a very big problem in India, malaria and many emerging, re-emerging infections. So taking a huge initiative, many of these will be benefited by the healthcare initiative that have been decided upon. So I think this is a very important stage in our development where our government and ministry is moving towards adopting healthcare as a goal, and with digital emphasis on digitization, there is going to be a very big change in this particular area. So I conclude my talk. If there are any questions, you are most welcome.
Thank you so much, sir. Questions, since the students, they are in virtual mode, so there won't be any questions from the student side. Thank you for enlightening us, and we have realized what is the importance of digitization in healthcare, and the importance of electronic health records to be maintained now in COVID situation also, since the healthcare has now gained much more importance in the COVID situation. So obviously the database management for that, and digitization, standardization, maintaining is becoming more important now. So thank you, sir, for your supervision, and thank you for your words. On behalf of MIT University, Uttar Pradesh, I would like to extend my warm gratitude to you. And since you were very busy, we appreciate that you took out some time and impart us with your valuable knowledge. We are highly grateful to you, and thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Subhash. It's really nice to have you. We could not track your last email ID. Then I talked to your student Shelly, who is with NIT Delhi. I said, Madam, we are not in a position to get Professor Subhash online. So she has given me your latest email ID. So I was so happy then we could get connected. And thank you very much, sir, for your time. And we look forward soon your visit to India. We want to have some tie-ups with your university. Japan has a lot of advancement. Students are interested. So please suggest how we can do collaboration with your university so that some exchange, some tie-up, academic research, we can do it. And we have very large number of students. So Professor, please suggest how we can move forward with your university, which is well known, well recognized. And we look forward to see you, sir.
So actually, let's get in touch one-to-one, and I will share all the details with you about us. And our university is a ministry's special globalization university. We have a special status about that. So I'll exchange all these information with you, and let's hope to build
yes,
more close.
We always want few of our Indian students should be there with you. Always.
Sure. Welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Professor.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day, sir.
Most welcome, you too. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Bansal sir. A very good afternoon, sir.
Very good afternoon, Professor. How are you? It's really nice.
Yes, yes. A very good afternoon, sir. आपसे hello नहीं हुआ था. Professor Balla sir, नमस्कार.
Hello.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Thanks, sir. Shall we start the session, please?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So we are starting with the session. Science can amuse and fascinate us all, but it is engineering that changes the world.
The engineer has been and is a maker of history.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, professors, and participants present today. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I, Dr. Shilpi Sharma, with Dr. Garima Agarwal, feel privileged to extend our warm welcome to our own alumni for Conference 2022 12th International Conference on Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering.
Today, we are profusely elated to take the opportunity to invite the galaxy of alumni in joint session with IEEE site, Inspiring Story of Young Engineers. We welcome our panelists, Professor Dr. M.A. Ansari, IEEE HAC site, UP section, India. Also, we have amongst us Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, who is Director DICT, General Chair Conference 2022, Joint Head Asset. We welcome you, sir. Also, for today's session, we have amongst us our young global engineers, Mr. Piyush Arora, Senior Interaction Designer, Google USA. We welcome you, Piyush. Mr. Shivang Kumar, Operations Lead ANZ, Melbourne, Australia. We welcome you, Shivang, to this platform. Mr. Mihir Sardana, Analyst, Goldman Sachs, USA. We welcome you, Mihir. Mr. Piyush Khatreja, Assistant Vice President, Credit Suisse, Singapore. We welcome you, Piyush, to this platform. All these are alumni from Amity of different batches. Piyush Arora from 14 batch, Shivang from 16 pass out batch, Mihir Sardana 18 pass out batch, Piyush Khatreja 11 pass out batch. We all welcome you to this session. Yeah, Shilpi, over to you, please.
Yes. So may we request, first of all, Mr. Piyush Khatreja, Assistant Vice President, Credit Suisse USA, to please share your journey with our students. Please.
And before you start, Shilpi, thank you. It's really nice, to see our achievers. I'm always happy, any function it happens in Amity, whenever anybody comes outside country, anybody who has taken our international exposure, I have told all my team, wherever, whichever place I am, I want to be there with them, because these students who has done our BTech program, you are leading and working with the top company in the world, and it's very important. You could be some year before you are on other side and you were thinking what we should do in our career. And I always remember, I remember Piyush, Mir, Shivang, Piyush, you always have in mind what we should do, how we should do, what could be our career. In India, you could see some salary getting 7 lakh rupees an average salary. In US, packages are different, opportunities are different, level, quality of life is different. So in MIT, we always take pride, and Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor has given a mandate that each student must be given international exposure. And he always tells, even he tell, if I have not gone to Europe, I would have been assistant professor, would have been working under Dr. Bansal. But he says, because I have taken some international exposure, and through that, so much of learning has happened. And that is why today he is so successful. He came back to India, and now he want to do philanthropy, and he want to make India as an education superpower in times to come. And he want all students who get degree from MIT should get more than their dream and desire. So you are all success story, and we always look to you. You have always come on various forum where you have interacted with the students, mentored them, guided them, and these mentorship plays very important role. And that's a reason with IEEE site, which Dr. M.A. Ansari is heading, IEEE HAC site has a lot of funding, and it's really nice to have Professor M.A. Ansari. There are so much of funding is available. Let's say tomorrow, after 4-5 years of experience, you want to start your own startup. You need funding. So IEEE site has a lot of fund where they want to give this funds to young engineers so that they must use it for technology and help humanitarian, help human, help society for the best living. And I'm sure through this session, there are a lot of deep insight, learning which you had from India to US, India to Singapore. I'm sure your feedback will be very enriching. And if it could motivate 10% of students who are attending, that can be a game changer. So thank you very much. And thank you, Piyush, Shivang, Mihir, and Piyush Kukreja. It's really nice to have you all on the board. And thank you very much. I know it's so early in the morning at your place, but it shows your love, affection, and your commitment to your alma mater. And we always have a priority, anything we want to do in MIT, if we feel you can be of importance, we can always call you. We can always call you because you are our students. And I always tell there are two persons in life who are always happy seeing you growing. One is your parents and second is your teacher. So if you do great, I'll make a poster and put it on MIT.edu. Oh, this is what Mihir has done it. We want to make a story out of it. And that is what it happens. And I'm getting calls from all your parents, even Mihir, your mother called. And the kind of happiness they're having, seeing your success, that is what we want to see in all our students. And Mihir, your mother was so happy. She said, oh, Mihir is handling everything now. How he could do it, it's totally transformation. And it happens because Indian parents are the best parents in the world. They always take care. They're always worried. For all your problem, they're always there with you. You want car, they can go by taxi, they'll give you car. You want home, they will go and stay on rented house, but they'll give you the house. And they'll say, still you don't worry, anything they can do it for you, they will do it. Because they have a happiness by supporting their kids. And that's the strength of India. And that's a bonding which we have with our parents because they always take care. And I'm sure wherever, whichever place you are, it is because of their sacrifice, commitment, and hard work they have done. And values they have inculcated in you, you are successful. And that is what we are looking for. So I welcome you all on this important forum, inspiring story of young global engineers. Anything we are doing, we want it to be globally benchmarked. Anything you do should have global impact. And I'm so happy seeing you all with time. You have grown, and the way your personality has been changed, the way you have gained the confidence. And that's why, we keep on throwing students. We have started a study abroad program. We have started global study program. And we are starting many new programs so that some way we must send you in a place. Otherwise, in India, you are all at comfort zone. Everything you are getting on your desk. But when you go outside India, you are getting into uncomfort zone. And when you are in uncomfort zone, maximum excellence comes when you are in comfort zone, when you have to manage your situation by your own. That is what we have seen. And that's why we are seeing all our alumni, they are growing and showing to the whole world that MITian are the best. So I welcome you all on this forum. And we have also invited you during valedictory session where we want to recognize our alumni. We have recognized a lot of industry person you might have seen during your time calling, giving them award. I said, if I'm giving to any industry person, why not my alumni? So from this year, I have started in Confluence. We want to recognize our alumni, and we want to see successful CEO and CIO of a company in times to come. So I'm sure you all will work hard, and these things which we are giving you will add value into your profile. And it is always required that you should give back to the society. That is something very important. You should see how many lives you can change. It is not you have to live for 100 years to make an impact on the society. You do the work which somebody remembers for 100 years. It is possible. You don't need 100 years for that. With this, I welcome you all. And I would like to request Piyush, as Shilpi has already mentioned. Piyush, it's really nice. Whenever you come, I always remember, Confluence. Piyush used to do a lot of work for Confluence, making posters, doing this, doing projects. And Piyush, that's really nice. And it always recalls all good memories we had pre-COVID, right? It's a really tough time, but it's really nice to see you all. Piyush, to you now.
We have two Piyushes on the call, so I just want to make sure.
Piyush, yes, whoever has come in front, yes.
Well, first of all, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to this panel. I'm happy to talk about my career journey with everyone. Looking back at my career, I was at Amity from 2010 to 2014. I'm so happy to see some of my professors who taught me, Professor Garima Agarwal, Professor Shilpi Sharma, and Professor Abhay Bansal, obviously. And I remember having a conversation with Professor Abhay Bansal in 2014. It was my final semester. And I was thinking, I think I want to try something different. Do we have some, options to do like a career abroad, a semester exchange program? And having that discussion, I had a few options at the time to go to Singapore, to NTU, to go to Taiwan, or to come to US at Purdue. And I went with Purdue at the time because it would have been a good experience. So I went with that, and that sort of opened up my horizon. Once I went through the semester exchange program for my final year, I realized it opened my eyes, what I could do with my career, which led to me pursuing a master's degree and actually getting a scholarship, which was definitely super helpful. So I got my master's from Purdue, and then upon graduation, ended up getting an offer from Microsoft, who was there for 4 years. That led to me getting a second master's degree at Harvard. That led to getting a job at Google. But I can connect all these thoughts all the way back to Amity, and I certainly wouldn't be here without all the opportunities that Amity provided me, with 10 years back. So, special thanks to Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Dr. Atul K. Chauhan, the entire leadership team at Amity for building such a great institution.
Thank you, Piyush. That's really nice. And even when I meet with many students, after 4 years, 5 years of experience in India, they come to me, they said, Dr. Bansal, I want to go for master's, please give me a LOA. I always tell them, then when it was a Purdue time, why you have not gone to Purdue that time? When it was Florida, why you have not gone to Florida? Why you're asking for that option now? If you would have gone that, you would have been in the States at the moment. So they say, sir, that was the time we could not realize. We have never thought that these things will make a big difference in our career. But now with some time of experience, which we have seen here, we still realize. And what we have seen, I'm sure other will also say yes. Many of your friends who are in India, still they are trying to explore the possibility that how they can go out, get masters, get into top company in the world where they can get a good growth. That's something, everybody looks for. Why you want you to be exploited by a company? And I say Amitian should exploit the company. So if you have a good knowledge, good education, both thing is possible. So rather than getting exploited, you should exploit the company. And for that, you require confidence, you require knowledge, and you require certain profiles, certain conditions. And I'm sure, Piyush, what you did, it really made a sense. And we are so happy. And after your time, we have done many more tie-ups and many more we are still doing, trying to see how best articulation could be done. And I'm getting offer now, students can go in last year even for 2 semesters, so that with 1 year BTech 1 year in US, they can earn some master credit, and with that, they can be well settled, because experience of staying in the States will definitely make some of their contacts so that they can be easily employable, because master is a small program, but still if it can be stretched a little longer. And they're giving a lot of scholarships. They're saying you send them for 2 semesters, we'll charge only 1 semester fees. I said that makes sense. How MITians should get benefited out of it. Thank you, Piyush. Shilpi, to you now, yes?
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So may I request Piyush Katreja, Assistant Vice President, Credit Suisse, USA, to please share about your journey.
Yeah,
so
Piyush,
that how...
you are from Singapore, you are from US?
They're from Singapore.
Yes, Piyush, you are from Singapore. Thank you very much, Piyush. It's really nice. We have 2 campuses in Singapore, and every year, I'm sure you know how many students goes for study abroad program in Singapore. We have tie-up with NUS, NTU, SUTD, which is an MIT establishment in Singapore. And we have a lot of wonderful memories of Singapore. Thank you to be with us. And it's really nice. You're very near and close to us as far as location is concerned. So we would like to listen from you what you did, what thought came in your mind. You're not here with us, there in Singapore and working as a assistant vice president. So, and Piyush and all, whatever message you are giving, we are having all live recording. And many students who could not attend because of their exam, we are going to share your message, your video, your mentorship, your guidance, so that nobody should get deprived by these opportunities and offers which you have explored and they cannot explore. So thank you, Piyush, and we look forward to have your address.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, sir. First of all, let me start with saying that I live very close to the Amity University here, and it's really proud to be part of it. A lot of students that I meet on a regular basis, some of the people that we do hire in our firm over here, we do get to interact with them, and they do know the university. So it makes me really proud when we actually interact with them and they know where I'm from and where I've studied. So that's really great. One other thing that I would like to mention is that my younger sister just passed out from Amity again. And so it's not just me, but we do have 2 Amitians in the family now. So that's another good news. One more thing I would like to add is last year I got promoted. So now it's vice president instead of assistant. So that's another good news for me to share today. When I passed out in 2011, I joined Accenture, which was a placement that I received from Amity itself. So I think the kickstart that I got in my career was actually because of the placement which I received at Amity, and it has been a great journey since then. It's been 10 years. Feel really old saying that, but it's been a great journey all throughout. I've been with the current firm for 6 years, and one thing that I would like to say is that sometimes we feel that switching companies is the way to go about it, but a lot of opportunities can come through. We stick with the same firm and we find our way through it. In the past 6 years, I've actually changed 4 roles within the same firm. So that just comes out to tell you that, like, it's not just about moving firms, but you can actually find a role that makes you contribute to the same capability that you have. And also the firm can offer you what you are trying to achieve outside of the firm as well. So that would be my key takeaway from the career journey that I've had. And today I'm leading a team for Asia in data analytics and data visualization, which is again a very similar topic to what we're discussing today. So it was really nice listening to Professor earlier, and I could relate to some of the things that he was speaking about on the medical data management and data science and data predictive modeling and everything, because that's all what my team does over here at Credit Suisse as well. And it's been a great journey, and I feel that being in Amity was really something that gave me a kickstart, and I will always be thankful about it. I'm always very happy to join, and thanks a lot for having me here. So, and ma'am, was really nice receiving your pings. Always really nice to be in touch with your teachers and professors from college. So thanks a lot for having me here.
Thank you, Piyush. Even when I was talking about your profile with many students, they were asking that how you have reached to Singapore. What was that transition? How, because students look for option in Singapore, but it is not so easy to get job in Singapore. Can you share that?
Sure. So how it all started was in 2017. I was actually part of a team which does data analytics for one of the businesses at Credit Suisse. So Credit Suisse is an investment bank. We have four main pillars. One of them is private banking, and another is investment banking, wealth management, and lending. So I was taking care of private banking side of things, but I actually thought that I was actually contributing much more than what the company was asking me to do. And I thought about it, and I asked my boss that I wanted to actually explore more on what I can do for the firm. And he was very reciprocative. So I did a tour for Asia. So I went and met all the business heads within Singapore, within Hong Kong, these are our two main head offices, and also some people in Sydney and Japan, so which are more of a side offices that we have for Asia. And the results were really tremendous. That 14-day tour came out to be like 14 projects which I had at hand when I came back to Mumbai, which was my base location at that point of time. So it was really nice to see that there was a lot of demand for the work which I was doing, and that's how we established that we'll be setting up a team. And to set up a team, it was important for me to be in Singapore, close to the business heads, and also to ensure that the team is getting the work which is really required, and the prioritization is done at a higher level where we are really adding value to the firm. So there are multiple teams who do the same thing, but our team is considered to be a centralized team which drives analytics and visualization for all of Asia. So we do, I'm also the chair for the APAC community, which we kind of bring new tools and technologies to the firm. So recently we were working on Data Robot, Data IQ, and all of these other tools, which actually make it much easier for people to use machine learning and bring some of those use cases to the table as well. So I think it was more about the same thing that you mentioned earlier. It's all about asking, and it's all about ensuring that understanding the value that you bring as an individual and expanding on it and discussing with people on how you can actually add more to the firm and contribute more to the role that you're playing. And that's how I think I've kind of like been able to move to Singapore, but at the same point of time, grown in my career as well.
Thank you, Piyush. Even we also have Shivang. Shivang, it's really nice to have you here. Shivang, you are totally changed. I still have a photograph with you when I was in Melbourne. So if I see that photograph and if I'll see you now, so could be software will say does not match. So a lot of changes happened, but it's good. Even not for you, even if I do match with Piyush also, Piyush Arora. So he has also changed the way he started doing styling and all changed. Shivang, it was really nice. I still remember, pre-COVID, those are the best time we could travel to Melbourne, and we always, whenever I go to Melbourne, I have my friend, Professor of a cloud, Rajkumar Bhuiya. We used to meet, and I used to take all my group to Professor Bhuiya. I said, you go to Melbourne, meet Professor Bhuiya, take some tips from him, because he's so busy, but still, we have a very good rapport with him. He's our honorary professor, so I always take my students to Bhuiya, University of Melbourne, from where you did your master also. And I met you also, and it's really nice. I'm seeing a lot of students from MIT. They are in Australia, and many, we get a reference. Many outside, let's say, Piyush Kukreja also mentioned his sister has done BTech from here. When you go outside India, a lot of person are giving reference to MIT, because it's not your university should only be known to India. It is very, very important. Your university should be globally known. Tomorrow, when you go in States, somebody should not say what your university is all about. But that name fame which MIT has created, having 17 global campuses, and we are coming up soon campus in Melbourne, and we have a target to start another 50 campuses in next 10 years. So you go anywhere in the world and say you are from MIT, I'm sure you'll find a lot of MITians there. And all universities are accepting MIT because they know MIT presents MIT benchmarking with like we have got WASC accreditation, we have IT UK accreditation, by which we have already benchmarked our curriculum. Our articulations are with top university in the world, whether it is Queensland, which is top 8 group of Australia, whether it is Purdue in US and many other, and that really helped. Shivang, it's really nice to see you again, and it always give pleasure to see our students are growing, doing good, great, not only in India, outside India also, right? So we can put it to Shilpi, to Shivang now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Shivang, to you now.
Yes, sir.
Over to you, sir, Shivang.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you everyone for actually having me here. It's amazing to see such similar faces and some similar voices. It's like I'm transported back years, and I'm sitting in Garima ma'am's class. It's just really good to see everyone. Thank you, sir. It was very nice. It was really good to meet you, and hopefully we can, with the borders opening up, I can see you soon again. To give everyone a bit of an introduction, I graduated from Amity Uni in 2016, and immediately from then, I started my Masters of IT from University of Melbourne. About 6 months into my Masters, I got an internship at ANZ Bank, which is one of the big 4 banks in Australia. Started working there as an intern data scientist. In a bank which is 100 years old, does not just thinks it needs data scientists, doesn't know what to do with data scientists. So ended up spending a bit of time there showing the value of the kind of data banks like ANZ have, and using that to get actionable insights so we can help make our institutional customers' business better. So went from an intern, started working as a full-time data scientist, moved on to the full stack side. So getting actionable insights, but also presenting it to customers via some channel. Really enjoyed that. Then was interested in learning, okay, how do I take this and make it and actually deploy it somewhere? So how do I become a one-person startup? So that's how I ended up looking more on the infrastructure deployment side. So looking more on the DevOps side of software engineering. Got lots of experience, enjoyed learning and becoming that one-person startup, but then realized that, well, there's a lot more to getting a product out. If you're a startup, then making the product is just a very small part of what you actually have to do, which is how I ended up picking up this role as the operations leader of the team. So we're currently helping the team rolling out our ML-based analytics products to all Australian institutional customers. So that's around 65,000 users or so at the moment. When I reflect back on my journey, I think a lot of the things I learned was based in the fundamentals that I got here at Amity. And it's awesome to see founder president sir and Bansal sir's vision to make sure people get the right exposure, because you don't know what you should be learning, because the industry moves so fast. You don't know what you should be learning until you get that exposure, until you've experienced it. The care and support that I've gotten from all of my teachers, not just academically, but from a co-curricular perspective as well, teaching me the fundamentals of not just computer science, but just balancing things, has really helped me in my journey so far. Something else I think which helped me a lot, which I'm not sure if many people have tried, but when I was at Amity, I spent a bit of time working at the Amity Innovation Incubator as well. I would highly recommend it to all students if you can, because the experiences you get while you're studying early on in your career, it shapes your path, because it tells you what you like doing, what you don't like doing. It gives you some learnings really early on in a very safe, low risk and controlled environment. So you can fail, but you can get back up without hurting yourself. And that prepares you a lot for the next few years. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Shivang. You rightly said, even Amity Innovation Incubator is still, always look for students who can come. If you have things, any idea in your mind, during your BTech, you can start your own company, because there is no risk involved. Later you go more risk because you have responsibilities, you have certain commitments. But in BTech, parents are supporting you, so there's no harm starting a new company. And even if you start, it fails. It is also a learning, a step of a learning, and failure is also a step of a success. So, and we always motivate. We have seen Ola, Uber, all they are technology concept. They don't have anything, but still they are doing everything, and they are having good market value. So I'm sure if students take these kind of path, that really help them to get into where they want. And another thing, Shivang, you did an incubator and all. Then how you decided to go to Australia? How it has come in your mind that you should go to Australia? What was the
Good.
thing in your mind which has forced you to go to Australia? Otherwise, in India, all parents miss their kids. They want you to be with them. If you say I'm going for a master, they say, oh no, no, mother, start trying. No, how it is possible? If they go, what we will do? Who will take care of us? We will not be in a position to settle there, because in India we have a lot of facilities, and you are in comfort zone. Yes, there is a career opportunity growth. So what it came in your mind which motivate you to go out of the box and get into new country like an Australia?
That's a good question, sir. I think very early on in, I think my first year or second year of Amity, I knew that I wanted to do a master's, and I knew that there would be certain opportunities I would get outside of India, which would be really hard to get while I was in India. And just a different method of learning and the exposure I would get. I was really looking forward to that. The way I chose Australia is I ended up, because I was curious, I was going through a lot of there used to be lots of seminars and sessions organized with international universities coming in. And over there, I met a representative from University of Melbourne, and I just really liked it. I resonated really well with it. The key ideologies and the way they had the curriculum set up, I really recognize, it really appealed to me, and that's why I applied, and I was fortunate enough to get through. My parents have been fundamental in supporting me here. As a matter of fact, on times when I was tired of working and studying at the same time, they were the ones who motivated me and like, look, your GRE exams is coming. You don't wanna mess that up. So it was really nice to get their support.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. It's really nice to hear that. And in Amity also we do a lot of workshops, seminar. You come across SAP, this and that. So there is a culture which we have created even now. During your time, it was not that effective. Now we are making it more effective. We have case studies, we have success stories. Because 2013-14 could be Piyush when he has gone. That was the time we started internationalization. Honorable Founder President has established Directorate of International Collaboration for Engineering and Technology, and he was thinking whom to be made director. Then he did a lot of, he has his own style. He said, finally, Dr. Bansal, you do it. So I did. It's fine. It's a challenging, but it is exploring. And I remember all good memory, in Australia, if you go to Great Ocean Road, you go to Penguin Parade, all those, Garima, still, if you have gone, you will
Yes,
always
sir, I have
remember.
gone. I met Shivang also.
Yes. So those are the best memory. Even a student goes, apart from your study, when you go and explore that country, there are so many things to see, and it is always an experience. Every morning is a new experience. So we ourselves liked, and we always see smiling faces on our students when they're going for a trip. And I used to take, when I'm in Australia for study abroad, I used to take bus, chips, cold drinks, chocolates. I said, you have anything, everything is unlimited. You get into the bus. That kind of satisfaction and enjoyment which everybody has done, it's really great. And thank you, Shivang. You are in Melbourne. I've seen it's a wonderful place, and it's a good place to stay. And we have gone to Sydney. We have a partnership in Sydney. We have partnership in Canberra. And I remember whosoever goes to Melbourne will go to Gold Coast also. Even we tell students not to go, but they still go. They said parent permissions are there. We are here to explore. So you explore just to enjoy, but once you explore, then you feel, yes, there is something. You can further explore, and you see the difference of working style you have in India, different of working style in Melbourne, Australia, yeah, in US. There's a big difference even in Singapore also. So that makes you motivated, and if you get motivation, then nothing is impossible. Indian brain is the best brain that we have already seen and you all are witnessing, and we see all CEO, all top companies are from India. So I'm sure in times to come, you all should become CEO and lead companies outside country so that MIT name can go further. Thank you very much. I've got next Mir. Mir, thank you for to be with us. I was thinking to be in touch with you. I know once you get into professional life, how busy you are. Even my son has done bachelor from US. Now he's working. I know how busy you become. I always tell him that you are much busier than I am. Still, I am busier, but still, when I see him, I feel I am free. He is much busier, and that what we have seen in you also, kind of commitment you have taken. And Mir, parent and teacher always see like that. Mir, when I see, I have taught him. I always recall that Mir. It takes time to understand that Mir, oh, he's analyst. Goldman Sachs, how? And even that parent also takes time to understand, yes. And, we always feel you are still kid, Many times you'll have a discussion with your parents. They will still say, don't do that. They're still commanding. You say, no, this is not right. They say, no, it is still right. And in Indian culture, parents are always right, even if they are wrong, right? So we always follow. We always have a respect, regard, and our culture that we always follow. Mir, it's really nice. And Mir, I have seen you when you have gone to UK, you have gone to US. That was the best time, Garima. Even we explored
Yes,
UK.
sir.
We have gone to Cambridge. We have gone to many universities which I have seen in UK. UK has a very good transport system. Student has got unlimited travel pass. They keep on moving. In night, if they are free, they can take that pass, nothing to be paid. So that works very good. And I've seen all our student goes, they sleep less, move very much. In India, they might not have traveled 1 kilometer per day, but there they might be traveling 20 kilometer per day because they have a pass, no cost. And I'm sure Mir will recall all his memory when he was in UK and then gone to US. From US, we used to go to many places. We take students to Cornell, we take to Drexel, we take to our campus, 170-acre campus. But I'm sure these kind of experience which you take, it's an eye opener. Kind of experience and kind of confidence you get. That is something very important. I have seen in interview, it's not knowledge always work. It's confidence. If you are confident, it shows, yes, you know the subject. If you don't have a confidence, then even if you know the subject, somebody can take you for granted. So we have seen that, and Mir, it's really nice to have you. I keep on talking always with your mother, your father. They're so happy, satisfied. And that gives another satisfaction to us because 2014, you were the first student for 3-continent program. I asked founder, chancellor that we must introduce 3-continent in engineering because continent is very important. Engineering is same. You go to any college, any university, it's BTech, computer science and engineering. How METians are different. When we have our own campus, why not give continent degree where they travel, have culture exposure? And I'm sure if you have cultural exposure in your biodata, which I've seen even in software company, when I was working. So whenever there is a project coming from US, they see who has got US travel history, who has gone. So if you have a history, then chances of getting visa will be much higher because you have gone and came back. So because they are all psychologists. So we always prefer, it is not that other will not get it, but industry always take less risk. So when you have a travel history to the best continent, so visa officer understand, yes, he's a settled man because he has gone and came back. So getting another visa will not be a problem. And those kind of movements when parents are not there with you, it really taught you a lot of things. It tell you what is right, what is wrong. You have to take your own decisions. And Mir, it's really nice. And I could see still you got change, that's really nice. So we want to understand from you which motivated you. And even I was talking to your mother, she told I am not going to take admission in IP University. I want to go to MIT because MIT has a swimming pool, has a good infrastructure. If I go to IP University, there's nothing. So he decided not to go to IP, go to MIT University. And Mir, it was a wise decision you have taken. Is the wisdom of parents, God. They have given you wisdom and you have taken a right program, right decision. Otherwise, some program which has a cost attached to it, it always give you second thought. And you were the first student, first batch of our 3-continent program. Now we have a lot of success story of 3-continent and normal BTech. But a beginning program, a new program, joining a new program is always something, So we want to understand from from you how experience, exposure which you have given in our 3 continent added value. We know you did master from Northeastern University. You have topped, and we are really proud that you have topped your branch and shown everybody that yes, this is what Indians, this is what Amitians make difference, and you topped the branch. That's something which we are always proud, and we always want to be that our students, wherever, whichever place they go, they should be on the top. And you yourself has done it, and I am happy to know that increment which you have got the highest increment, because you might be working so hard, you could be alcoholic, you're making difference, and that is the strength of Indians, right? We don't work on clock, we work on assignments, and if we want to grow, there's no shortcut for success. So could be you might have done a lot of compromise and hard work in your professional pursuits, and I'm sure that is paying back, and it will definitely pay back in long term. And congratulations to you for your joining in company like Goldman Sachs. I know how difficult it is to get into a company like that. In India, only IITians are getting recruited in Goldman Sachs, but I always tell, if you could not go to IIT, you go to MIT, we'll send you for master, and then you will get the same company which IITians even they're joining. So end results are same. So Mir, from you, we want to hear your inspiring story of young global engineer. To you now.
So good evening, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Bansal, Professor Garima Agarwal, and Professor Shilpi Sharma for organizing this event and considering me for this honor among such brilliant minds of Amity University. So yeah, brief introduction about myself. I graduated from 3 continent BTech CSE in Amity University in 2018. 2014-2018 was my batch, and in 2018 itself, I came back from the United States. I came back for 2-3 months, and I got admitted in Northeastern University in Boston. So that's where I completed my master's in project management. And after graduating, I started working as a project manager for a company that makes COVID ventilator systems. I was in the supply chain and manufacturing of that. But unfortunately, it was a volunteering-based job, so they were not paying me money. And 4-5 months after working in that field, I got an offer from Goldman Sachs. I now work as a financial analyst for Goldman Sachs in Salt Lake City, Utah. So, and I give all the credit to Amity University and specifically the 3 continent program. I remember traveling to the UK, like Bansal sir said, in the 6th sem, and also to Adelphi University in New York in the 8th sem. So these experiences, they did broaden my horizons. They did give me a bit of a cultural exposure that was needed to survive in a country like the United States. I was not very new to the culture because I had studied in that country, and I was aware of the logistics and the intricacies of project management. Software project management, I remember, was a course that was taught to me by Mrs. Abha Sachdev back in the 7th sem, if I'm not mistaken, and that was one of the very few subjects that I really enjoyed. I mean, I did enjoy others as well, but this specifically I enjoyed the most, and this is why I chose project management, and yeah, that's how I selected this specific field. And yeah, in addition to that, I did also publish a few research papers while at Amity University, and I do remember Bansal sir guiding me on those research papers along with Dr. Tanupriya Chaudhary. I think he's in UPS now. But yeah, I mean, these experiences, they did really help me, reach where I am now. So I would like to thank all my teachers as well, without whom this would have not been possible. So yeah, so thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mir. It's really nice to listen your success story, and that's the reason we announced this session, so that many can listen now, many can listen later. But these things are very, very important, and that's the reason we want each one of our students should try to explore. And it's a good return on investment if you go and explore and do masters. But now we did a lot of mappings where we can start masters 6 months, 1 year in advance also during your BTech, where credits can be double counted. So a lot of such new things which we have come up. We are also coming up with a new program where it could be, with BTech you can do online MBA from MIT, and you can do masters from US in 5 years. So that will give you a degree of a BTech computer science and MBA degree from MIT, and MS degree from US, so that tomorrow when you want to take leadership role, you will be in a position to take that. So we are working on many innovative programs to come up to ensure the best learning experience of our student. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we also have our CRC team, right? Dr. Madhuri is there. Dr. Madhuri, we welcome
So very
you.
good evening and
Anju
good
is
evening
there.
to all the students.
Yeah, our CRC team. And Dr. Madhuri, you could see, and that is what I always tell, that Honorable Founder President vision is, and even Gopa ma'am is also there. Gopa ma'am, this is the vision of Honorable Founder President, that what we should do.
Dr. Bansal.
Yeah,
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. So what we should do so that each student should get more than they dream and desire. That is what we always have to work together with CRC, and that's why you all are there, and they are all success story, and we should create in millions. All MITian must be there on parallel, where we should reach the maximum capacity of Zoom platform. So Dr. Madhuri, that's a success story, and all alumni,
Great,
whenever
sir.
you
Yeah.
Dr. Madhuri, even to all alumni, whenever you feel you have some concept in your mind, we can always have a team in Noida, so that you can guide them for some project which you have in mind. And I'm sure some of your idea may incubate a company. So it could be Mir, in next 2-3 years, you should have 2-3 companies which you're running in India. And I could see they can grow, because that kind of experience each one of you have. It's not only building company, you should make some companies in times to come. If you need any help, any guidance from MIT, you need a place in US, you need place in Singapore, you need place in Noida, but make some company, which we see many professionals are doing it. So why not you should do it? And MIT will always be there to support you, guide you, and see how funds can also be generated. We have very good venture capitalists, and I'm sure your global experience can have an edge, and you can always come out. And India, we don't want to be technologically, we want to develop technology. The way other companies in states, they are having their products, why not our country, India, should have? And for that, you all have to combine your energy, your brain, and do some collaboration with Indian manpower and do that. And we look forward to see that how we can achieve best outcome. It is not you make company like Infosys, even not Infosys, but something if you can make in your life, and you can create employment for others, that could be another. And in India, we are targeting $5 trillion economy now. So you all sitting outside country, do something out of it, right? And that will show that how things can be translated, and you are already translating. I know, Shivang, if you're working, what kind of assignments you are handling. It's you're handling your own company. If you're growing in a company, it is you're taking that as your own company, as your own product. Then only you can make a difference. Even Mihir, Piyush, all which we are talking. So we look forward to have some collaboration, some ideas, something which let's keep on floating. So could be Dr. Madhuri, next Confluence, we should make a case study. Dr. Garima, we should present those case study that few alumni started a company and company net worth has become that. Let's see that. Why?
Sure, sir.
Why we only should work? Money is after you. You don't have to worry. You are already earning in dollars and pounds and everything. But in future, if you can create a company, then you are your owner and you are creating job. I'm sure if you start thinking on those lines, something definitely good will come out, and there's no much risk, because your university has an incubator, and we are always there to mentor you, guide you, support you, not nationally, internationally also. So you can go global in minute. Like in cloud, we say global in minute. Amity is a global university, so you can show campus in Dubai, office in Singapore, office in UK, office in US, but concept should be there which you feel can get floated. I'm sure together with you, will make a big difference and will impact society at large and make world best place to live. Due to COVID, we have seen so much of problems are coming. So many solutions are required by IT professionals. Even when I'm going out of my office, I don't want doors should open the way it is getting open now. Right? Everything has to be changed. Madhuri, everything
Yes,
to be
sir.
changed now. Every thinking to be changed, and COVID has to be kept in mind that if this situation continue, how we are safe, how less human
Exactly,
touch.
sir.
Yes. So we look
So
forward.
that's,
And
yes,
before
sir.
we end any session, Dr. Madhuri, from any words from your side?
Sir, thank you so much. And I must congratulate all our alumni and would also
Request other, please mute your mic.
kindly mute yourself. Yeah, thank you. So I would like to congratulate all our alumni and really feeling proud and should let them know that you are being heard by few of the top-notch leaders of India. CXOs are already there. They are listening to you, though they are, they don't have their cameras on, but they are listening to you. So it's really a proud moment to see our alumni doing such great, reaching such great height. And in near future, we will definitely host some events which are totally focused, working on your idea, our idea, and see how we can take our country, India, to the next level.
Thank you.
And
Thank
I
you.
think we can do it. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
ma'am,
much.
you want to say anything?
No,
Thank you, ma'am.
no, Dr. Bansal, it's.
Yeah,
I would request you to stay back for the CXO forum,
Thank
which
you
is
very
just about to start. And
Thank you.
congratulations to the students. Really feel proud that they are doing so well.
Yes. That is what expected from them. And that's
Yes,
why
yes.
everyone, all alumni, that is what we are working day and night and thinking how we can ensure your best learning experience.
Yes.
And thank you very much, Piyush. I'm sure it is so early at your place to be with us. And we look forward, each one of you, in our valedictory session where we have requested Honorable Founder President also to be present personally to see his success stories, because you are the role model for his vision. So he'll be more than happy to see, listen, and if he listen to you, he can always gain confidence that your university should become world top university in times to come. So we look forward to see you during valedictory session, and thanks Piyush Arora, Shivang, Mihir, and Piyush Katreja. Thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to see you. Wish you all the best. Keep doing great things. Stay home, stay safe. Thank you, Mir. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Forward to see you.
Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, we would like to extend our warm gratitude, knowing that you are so busy, but you have spared your valuable time and are part of this session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Garima.
Thank
and
you
Dr.
so much.
Shilpi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now to
Thank
you,
you,
Dr.
ma'am.
Madhuri, for your session of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
ma'am.
CXO
Over to
forum,
you.
and request you to stay back, Dr. Bansal,
Yes,
for the
I'm
CXO
always there
forum.
with you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, sir. That's great
And
motivation.
thank you, Devika. Devika, you are also doing some MC, Devika?
Yes,
Yes, both
she
of
is
them
our
are
main
MC.
MC.
So she is placed now.
Yes, sir.
Very important session you are hosting, Devika.
Thank you, sir.
Devika and Antara, both of them.
Very nice. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Over to Devika.
Thank you, ma'am. Advice is like snow. The softer it falls, the longer it dwells, and deeper it sinks into the mind. A very good evening to our distinguished industry leaders, our esteemed conference attendees, respected faculty members, and dear students. On behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology Corporate Resource Center, I, Devika Soni, a final year student of Computer Science and Engineering, express a warm welcome to all of you to the CXO Forum on the topic Explosive Impact of Digitization.
I, Antara, final year student of Computer Science and Engineering, request Dr. Madhuri Kumari, Deputy Director of Placement and Industry Relations, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to welcome our esteemed industry guests who took their valuable time out of their share and are here to share their thoughts with us. Ma'am, I welcome you.
Thank you so much, Antara. Esteemed guests, delegates, respected Joint Head, Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal sir, and the General Co-Chair of this Confluence 2022, faculty colleagues, my team, and very dear students. On behalf of Amit, request.
Can you please request others to mute your mics, so those who are not speaking?
Thank you so much. On behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, it is an honor and privilege for me to welcome our industry leaders, Mr. Manoj Chugh, President, Group Public Affairs, Member Group Executive Board, Mahindra & Mahindra, Mr. George Paul, Chief Executive Officer of Manufacturers Association for Information Technology, which is MATE, Mr. Pramod Agarwal, Vice President and Regional Chief Technology Officer of Automation Anywhere, Mr. Sandeep Parekh, Partner and Leader Intelligent Automation, EY, and Mr. Sumit Sardana, who is Chief Operating Officer of M-Carbon, to this 12th edition of International Conference, Confluence 2022. How true! To be inspired is great, but to inspire is incredible. Your presence in this forum is a matter of great inspiration and motivation for all of us. Parivartanameva sthiramasti. The only constant is change. Taking this as premise, at Amity, we always make an attempt to catch up with the change and be very relevant in the market. Digitization and digital adoption has taken a quantum leap at both the organizational and industry levels. So to keep ourselves abreast with industry demand and market opportunity, we have conceptualized the CXO Forum on explosive impact of digitization, and we look forward to an enriching and insightful session. Once again, I would extend a very warm welcome to each one of our industry leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the warm welcome. I now would request Professor Dr. Abhay Bansal, sir, Joint Head, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to please welcome the speakers.
Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of our most respected, honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, who is also Chief Patron-in-Chief for Confluence 2020, on behalf of our patron, Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, on behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I welcome all the guests, Mr. Manoj Chugh ji. Sir, thank you very much to be there. It's your baby, Manoj Chugh ji, we are carrying. You led the seed in 2010 when Confluence first version has started. And from that time, I always remember yourself and Shukla ma'am, both you have given a lot of advice, guidance. And from that time, we ensured that no version of Confluence should be left. And that's the reason from 2010, when we are in 22, we ensured that we are doing it on a regular basis. Magnitude, what we are doing, we have changed that. In this Confluence, we have got 150 plus international speakers from 35 plus countries. We have tried and put it our best efforts for a whole year to ensure the best learning experience of our students, to give the best platform to the corporate and world top professors to come and share an idea and do collaboration, because this decade is a decade of a collaboration where we have to work together. And Manojji, from that time we are working, and thank you for your advice. You're always our mentor, and we look forward to see you. Could be 23 when I'm doing. I'll be inviting you as a guest of honor in my inaugural session, because you are the one who can always benchmark. You have seen the way it has started, the way it has reached, and we look forward to see your mentorship, your guidance to ensure the best learning experience of our students. And just for your reference, Manojji, today Amity and all other speakers, we have 11 universities in India, one more coming up in Bangalore. We have 17 global campuses. Recently, we have taken over one campus in US, 170-acre campus in New York and in San Francisco. And we want to make US campus as the biggest research and innovation hub. So even with industry, if there is any proposal, we can work together. Where we have a campus in US, we have campus in Singapore, we have campus in Dubai. And we have a target by Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan that in next 10 years, we must have 50 more global campuses all over the world, so that we can make true global engineers. We have 3-continent program in BTech. You might not heard about that. BTech can be in 3 continents, but Amity has done it. where as a part of course, they are going to US and UK also. We have started global transfer program where you can do part of course in India and part with our partner and can get degree from US, can get job in US, Australia, Singapore, Canada, whichever destination student want at half of the cost. So those are new program. We have done it. We have campus now in Dubai, Mauritius, China, Abu Dhabi, South Africa, Romania, Nairobi, and we are the first campus from India in Uzbekistan, where Uzbekistan government has given us $1 million. They have given us land and infrastructure, and we were the first. Proud to be in Tashkent funded by Uzbekistan government. We have campus in Paris, Sydney, and Russia. 175,000 students, 6,000 plus faculties. We have filed 1,600 patents, and we have been ranked top, given an award by Government of India for filing and doing the largest impactful research. We have tie-up with 200 plus top university in the world, and we are the only university in the country which has vast US accreditation, where we have benchmarked our curriculum with US university. We have IT accreditation, where we have benchmarked our curriculum with UK to ensure that education which we are giving is not nationally benchmarked, is globally benchmarked, to ensure that our students are globally outfit. Our engineering is ranked 31, and our university has been ranked #1 private university in Uttar Pradesh, where we are there. We are doing it virtually, but we always look forward to see you on campus soon. We are waiting COVID to get over. Once it is over, could be next edition. We'll invite you, have your blessings, would like to have your one-to-one interactions. And we have also been ranked among top 3% in QS and Times Higher, and in employability, we have been ranked very high, because vision of our Honorable Founder President is that each and every student of MIT must be given international exposure. And even before your session, we had one session about inspiring story of young global engineers, where we have called our alumni who through our global exposure are working with Google USA, EY USA, Facebook USA, Microsoft USA, Amazon USA, ANZ, Australia, Oracle USA, Goldman Sachs USA, Amazon Canada, and Credit Suisse Singapore. So they have come and shared their experience, that how international exposure motivate them to be the best in the company, and they are really doing good. And thank you very much. And I'm sure your insight, your inputs, your suggestions are going to help our students. Your mentorship is very, very important. In our curriculum, we are very flexible. We give early joining. We have made our curriculum 100% flexible for good reasons. If there is any flexible requirements coming from industry, so we look forward to have your tie-ups, your mentorship, your guidance, whichever way we can do it, so that we all can work together to make impact on the society and make these engineers as a global engineers with global outlook. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, Manoj sir. Thank you, George sir, who is CEO, Mate, Pramoji, Vice President from Automotive Anywhere, Mr. Sandeep ji from EY, from Sumit ji, CEO from M Carbon. We look forward, and thank you very much to be with us and sparing your valuable time to be with us. And this is the recording which we are doing. And these recording we are going to play on various forums with our students, so that your word, each word which you are going to tell them, they must remember and they must practice in their life. And we always tell that there is no shortcut for success. They have to work hard. And I'm sure your advice, your mentorship will be with them for long to run. Thank you very much, everyone. To you, Devika, now.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful introduction. To start with the forum, I would like to call upon Mr. Manoj Chugh, sir, an ICT industry veteran. Sir has, over the past 4 decades, managed and led businesses to achieve pole position across technology and services domain. His experience spans diverse business segments, including system integration, computers, satellite communication, networking, information infrastructure, and global IT service managers. Sir is credited. Sir has been bestowed with several industry accolades. He has been recognized by DataQuest as one of the top 10 people to have shaped the last decade of the Indian IT industry. Sir has served the chairman of Storage Networking Industry Association India, and has also been on the executive board of the American Chambers of Commerce in India for 6 years. Sir is an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Kharagpur. I request Sir to address the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and a very, very good evening to all of you. I'd like to first of all begin by thanking Professor Bansal for his very generous introduction, and he took me back just not to 2010 when we started this journey on Confluence, but actually back to the year 2000 when I personally started my first engagements with your wonderful university. And that time there was only one, and now of course it has a massive global span. So heartiest congratulations. I'd like to also thank Dr. Madhuri Kumari for inviting me yet once again. It's always a great honor and pleasure to be called back. So hopefully I behaved myself well in the earlier versions to be invited back. Thank you very much. I'm very, very delighted to, though I must say, virtually meet some very old friends. I'm seeing George after a long time. Glad to know that old friends are still around. And, despite the pandemic, I think we've braved it and we've come out on the other side. I hope I haven't spoken soon enough. And also all my other colleagues and friends from industry. So George, wonderful to see you again. And all the rest of our friends from the industry, great to be with you. And hopefully, as Professor Bansal has said, maybe in the next edition, we can all get the opportunity of having a cup of tea together. Dr. Madhuri Kumari wanted us to focus on the intense transformation that's occurring and the impact of digitization and digital transformation. So let me straight jump into the topic. I have a few minutes, so I'd like to make the best of it. I think we've all recognized that the large-scale shifts of digital have opened new opportunities for all of us, irrespective of whether we are in the manufacturing sector, in services, or even in agriculture. Yes, even dull and boring agriculture is getting transformed thanks to the injection, if you will, of digital in the fundamental DNA of how we are growing our crops and how we are bringing them to market. We today recognize that technology is at the core of every business. And irrespective of what we want to think, the humble mobile phone has absolutely restructured entire processes which have enabled interaction between a potential consumer as well as a provider. And I believe that these trends are irreversible trends. And these irreversible trends will spawn a billion opportunities. In the previous session, Dr. Bansal was extolling everyone to focus on becoming an entrepreneur. And I think today the opportunity is better than never before. And I think if we just focus on the moment and look around and see how digital can help us innovate and create new ways of engaging with customers, providing them new sets of goods, products, and services, we can absolutely transform just not our own lives, but everyone that we bring into our own organization. And I think that if we start looking at digital and its impact, whether it's a large organization or a small organization, whether it's an organization which is born digital or an organization which is born traditional, the fact is that every aspect of our business can get disintermediated. Let me take a very simple example. As you all know, the fundamental fulcrum on which a business runs is a set of processes. These processes are broken down into tasks, and tasks are allocated to specific professionals. Some of the tasks are more highly skilled, some are less skilled, but there are human beings who are executing these tasks. Now, in the past, we have leveraged technology and strung all of these tasks together in the form of a workflow. So when we start executing on a workflow, the task moves from one individual to the other, depending upon the kind of operation that we need to perform on that task. Now, what I am saying is not rocket science. That's something that everyone on this call and in this event absolutely understand very well. However, what has happened is a subtle change. Over the last few years, there has been a big push towards automating these tasks. And to a fair degree, we have been incredibly successful. Some tasks get performed automatically. Some of the more complex tasks, human beings still have to come in and do what they need to do. going forward in the future, we are finding some very interesting things happening. And those are being actually accelerated by artificial intelligence. What we are now doing is injecting the DNA of artificial intelligence into the robotic process automation related work that we have done in the past. That means that now, in effect, if I were to simplify the whole concept, instead of a human worker, you could have a digital worker performing the task, because it is not just routine automation which is getting performed on a task, but also that digital worker is intelligently able to look at the process and anticipate a few things which in the past we could not do. And the reason we are able to do this is because we are able to train and teach through algorithms this specific process in terms of anticipation of needs. So all of a sudden, what you are going to find is within the same workflow, there are certain tasks which will absolutely be performed by human beings. Don't get me wrong. Human beings are not going to go away. They're going to be there for a long, long time. But yet there are going to be tasks which are going to be very efficiently and effectively handled by digital workers. And I'm sure Pramod is going to talk a lot about that because his firm, Automation Anywhere, is an expert in this area. Now, the reason I was wanting to mention this to all of you is that going forward in the future, if I have been an old world organization, then through the process of automation, through the process of integrating digital workers into the workflow, I will be able to drive significant improvements in productivity of my existing organization. So digital can help an existing old world brick and mortar organization to become far more effective and efficient going forward in the future. So that's the message I wanted to really drive. Of course, we all know that if you're born digital, then you're born in the right place, because we recognize that through digital engagements, we can serve our customers far better now as compared to what we have been able to do in the past. Movement and migration to the cloud is another journey that many organizations are on to today. And I'm sure that many of you study these subjects as well. And moving to the cloud enables tremendous improvement in velocity and agility. What we recognize is the ability of digital technologies to be able to drive customer engagement to unprecedented levels. It is not surprising today when a specific producer is actually able to anticipate who the next buyer for their product is going to be. And they do this by following digital footprints. So as you and I start jumping and hopping from one side to the other, there is somebody sitting there who's actually tracking where we are going. What are we doing? George is a great friend of mine. So if George says, I went to this restaurant, it's fantastic, you love the soup, Manoj is sure to go there. And somebody from that restaurant, if they're tracking me, they know that Manoj is going to show up at the restaurant sooner rather than later. And if they know that I eat out 3 times a week, and it's, let's say, Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, then they know that the following week, Wednesday, Saturday, or Sunday, I am going to show up. Customer engagement is now reaching unbelievable, unprecedented levels. And therefore, I am saying anticipating buying patterns is no longer considered to be voodoo magic. And data monetization is actually driving this behavior far, far better as compared to what has happened in the past. So tracking digital footprints of customers is something which is inevitable. If some of you are getting horrified by what I am saying, then, well, all that I can say is welcome to the digital world. I think that the new rights, the new rules, the new policies that various governments are introducing around data protection, right to privacy, are going to help us. But the fact is, when we are connected, when we are talking, when we are engaging, certainly we are going to be far more visible as compared to what has happened in the past. And I think AI is going to be a greatly enabling technology. So I'd like to encourage all of you to please look at AI courses, and I'm sure MIT University offers many of them. I'd also like to encourage you to look at cybersecurity as an interesting area, because this explosion of digital is going to play an incredibly important role in terms of hopefully helping some of us to prevent the dark web from getting darker, because we do need a brighter side out there. From a manufacturing perspective, digital is going to actually impact the entire process from the point in time somebody purchases a product till the point in time they get the product right at their doorstep. The fourth industrial revolution technologies are going to help many manufacturers to make to markets of one something that we have been dreaming about. I'd like to end by saying that even traditional sectors like agriculture are embracing digital, starting from advisory services to post-harvest technologies, going right on to driving market linkages. All aspects are totally digitally enabled. Imagine the impact of spraying of pesticides by drones. All of you have read with great interest, I'm sure, India's new drone policy. And let us not forget that global supply chains are getting re-architected, if you will. And what the government of India is doing through our focus on Atmanirbhar and PLI are important foundations. Last but not least of all, let us not forget our focus on ESG. We need to make sure that our new age customers who demand accountability from us see all of us as taking very sustainable approaches towards serving our customers. Thank you very much for inviting me, and enjoy the rest of the evening. I truly appreciate it very much. And thank you for the wonderful hospitality. Back to you.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much, and would like to take this platform and announce that Manu Chuk sir, I have been following you, and the LinkedIn updates are so very welcoming and kind of, full of insight. And thank you, through LinkedIn, you agreed to my request, and few of the things that you have mentioned here, we have taken a note of it. AI, the areas, agriculture, and the smallest of the corner, if we think about this digitization is going to be there. And one important thing, yes, for the students, see, we are going to stay with the digitization. It is not that the employment is going to go away. It is going to bring in more specialized employment. So for us, it's a good news. And of course, we have to stay on the top of technology. Thank you once again to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Even Madhuri, for reference of Manojji, from this year, we have started honors specialization and minor in artificial intelligence, cloud computing, computer network, data science and analytics, construction planning and management, network and information security, IoT, digital manufacturing, augmented and virtual reality, so that mechanical, electrical, electronics, and computer science, all they can take interdisciplinary based on their passion and demand of the industry, so that disruptive technology should not affect them, should always add value into their profile. So this is add-on I said I must update to this forum, sir.
Thank you. That's excellent. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manoj sir, for that delightful talk. It was my utmost gratitude to call upon Mr. Sandeep Parekh, partner and leader intelligent automation at EY. Sir has over 25 years of experience across organizations such as Unilever, Mother Dairy, ICI, Microsoft, and Genpact. He currently leads the intelligent automation and AI practice at a Big Four. He is an electronics engineer and a postgraduate in sales and marketing management. Sandeep sir is an eminent speaker at various different forums and institutes. Sir has won several industry and company awards, including Best CIO in India. One of his recent accolades include authoring a book titled Automation Conglomerate, where he has discussed upon the automation and artificial intelligence across enterprises. We once again, sir, welcome you. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Devika, and once again, thank you, Professor Madhuri, for having me over once again, and the rest of the Amity team as well. It's always a pleasure to be here. This conversation today is really about the impact of digital, and I'd quickly get on to say that there is a technology revolution that's already underway. We heard Manoj talk about it. And by the way, Manoj, good to see you after a very long time. But a technology revolution is underway, and it is very, very subtly yet very quickly changing the way work gets done. In my view, this is a very, very good thing because with an aging population in several developed and nearly developed economies, we are actually in a dire need to find alternate ways to get work done, either through automation or human labor, by repurposing them for some of their current non-intelligent work. Now, this revolution, while it is much needed, is actually altering relationships between the enterprises, the employees, and the customers. Now, in fact, it is impacting the entire human race in more ways than one. Just that, you are not able to see the entire impact currently, right? I mean, it's not totally visible. What it has happened is that it has already changed the way we search, for example, with Cortana or OK Google or Series of the world. The way we use the bank with robo-advisors in the front office, to the way doctors are improving their diagnosis and administering medicines with IoT devices and artificial skins and AI-led X-ray diagnosis, etc. So while, once again, these are some examples, I mean, you're not really seeing them end to end, but there are several things that are already happening. So clearly the technology revolution is underway. Now, all of these technologies are, needless to say, making us smarter and pushing the globe towards an intelligent bot economy, right? But what makes this transformation appealing also makes it potentially dangerous. Right? Think about the distributed denial of services attacks that were carried out by bots not too long ago, or the cryptocurrency thefts that have been around for a bit now, and the use of cryptocurrency in trade of illegal drugs, chemicals, terror funding, etc. Therefore, it's imperative we understand the impact of this revolution, design policies and regulations to be able to exploit this digital revolution safely, carefully, and in its entirety, and at the same time enable the human race to plan, adopt, manage this entire change so as to minimize negative impact to us in the form of large-scale job or skill redundancies that it may bring with it. While not everyone will be out of jobs, but clearly people at the bottom of the pyramid are likely to feel the heat if they are doing non-intelligent work, right? But again, I come back to this technology revolution. Bear in mind that seldom in a lifetime do we encounter a change of this magnitude. So it's a humongous change. Since the Industrial Revolution, this is probably the biggest transformation that most likely will lead to disruption of the way work gets done, and one that has the power to really impact the entire human race, right? Now, I mean, we have the choice of accepting it, acknowledging it, and really, recognizing the fact that there is really no turning back, right? Because it's already upon us. It's better that we recognize it and actually adapt to it rather than ignoring it. Now, digital, including cognitive, artificial intelligence, will continue its march forward and become more intelligent, enabling us to become smarter as humans, more agile, creating personalized products and services on behalf of the industry, be able to provide newer experiences. And at the end of the day, I mean, what really matters to the industry is improved profits, quality of profits, right? So hence the question facing all of us is not whether you are for or against the digital or cognitive or artificial intelligence revolution, right? It is, again, as I've said in my book, Automation Conundrum, it is not about man versus machine. It is actually about man with machine. However, there is this little piece of uncertainty and anxiety that the digital revolution is bringing along with it, right? It has the potential to fuel social or societal upheaval about the future, leading to economic turmoil and potential to cause a financial and societal breakdown that was never witnessed before. Now, why do I say this? I say this because, it's about if people misunderstand this entire revolution, what changes it brings with it, if they misunderstand the fact that this is about complementing humans and not supplementing or replacing them, it can actually cause complete economic turmoil, right? Again, I go back to history. I mean, think about how humans adapted to using steam power and electricity, right? Back in the day when industries got mechanized, people said that everyone will be without jobs, but people still have jobs and they continue to grow, right? So likewise, you will have jobs. I spoke about a graying population in a lot of countries like Germany, Japan, most of Western Europe, parts of America. So, we are going to be in about 10 years time, we are going to be in a scenario where there will be less people and a lot more jobs than you can actually fulfill. So we do need these technologies, right? From the businesses perspective, right? Performance benefits of automation, and I think Manoj touched upon it as well, are very, very clear. But the issues are more complicated for policymakers or the regulators, the government, right? The benefits at a macroeconomic level can't be denied, as it is estimated that automation could raise productivity growth on a global basis by anywhere between 0.8 to approximately 1.4%, right? And annually. And the answer lies therefore in devising smart policies that can maximize the benefits of these new technologies while minimizing inevitable disruptions. Now, disruptions in the form of lack of awareness, lack of adaptation to these new technologies, not getting people ready for these incumbent technologies that are already in place, or the new world of work, right? And of course, regulations, right? So therefore, it is key for policymakers to embrace the opportunity for their economies to benefit from the productivity growth potential and put in place policies for safe use of these technologies, thereby encouraging investment and market incentives to encourage progress and innovation. Now, interestingly, India is one of the very few countries that actually has both an AI policy as well as a reskilling policy, right? And this is a fantastic start. What we do need, however, is more focus and time-bound execution of programs such as Skills India to really help ride out this digital tsunami with minimal negative impact. Let me close by saying that, in summary, a lot has changed in the past years, but in my view, this is one change that will have a lasting impact for mankind, organizations globally, and countries worldwide. Thank you very much. I do hope it made sense, and I'd be happy to kind of take questions offline, but not today. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, sparing your valuable time. I know
Thank
it was
you,
a very short notice, but still, sir, we are really thankful to you from bottom of your heart. You spared valuable time and being with us.
Thank you very much, Anju. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insight. A thought-sharing session by our esteemed panel on explosive impact on digitization. I feel honored to call upon Mr. George Paul, sir, with over 30 years of industry experience in IT hardware products, electronic subsystems, mechatronics, avionics, mechanical engineering, aerospace, and IT services. He has led operations in the functional domains of marketing, corporate affairs, public relations, manufacturing, hardware, product engineering, training and capacity building, research and development, industry, He's actively involved in several industrial bodies, such as fostering R&D, manufacturing in India, etc. Prior to taking over as a CEO of MAIT, Mr. Paul Sir was an executive vice president of HCL Infosystems. In his career, he's had stints with leading organizations including L&T, HCL, HP, and HCL Peripherals. Sir, we welcome you.
Sir, you're muted.
You're
please.
muted, Mr. Paul.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Devika. At first, I want to thank Amity University, Dr. Bansal, Dr. Madhuri Kumari, Dr. Gopa Das Gupta for inviting me to speak to your students on this platform. I must also congratulate you for holding Confluence 2022. It is very encouraging to hear that there are speakers from over 35 countries that are speaking, and it will give a phenomenal insight of perspectives from 35 different lands on what is happening in the world today. And that, I think, truly reflects Amity's position or aspiration to be a global university. Today, you have requested me to talk on the explosive impact of digitization. And it's just a few thoughts that I have put together, which possibly you all can take away as part of your activity of modulating new courses, which is one of the strengths of Amity, that you have the ability to come out with new courses as required by these fast changing times. It is a great advantage and a great benefit that you offer to students. The last 2 decades, India is witnessing a revolution as a digitally enabled nation. This digital revolution, this digitization revolution, is silently bringing about a quantum change in the efficiency of the Indian economy. We typically keep mentioning about the various disadvantages that India has. But over the last 2 years, we have been progressively making our economy more efficient by the digitization. And what this means is that now we are able to do more. As a country, we are able to do more with less, and we are releasing more resources to do value creation activities that will contribute to our economy. And this, we had Sandeep, Mr. Parekh just now mentioned that we are still not able to connect the dots, but this is silently happening, and we will soon see the impact of this in the competitiveness of India as a country. When we reflect back to the period before digitization, that is the period when it was manual, just some simple examples. All of us had to spend every month in the queue to pay the telephone bill, every month in the queue to pay the electricity bill, twice a year to book our train ticket. All that is done on the fly today. How many times did we go to the bank? When was it that we last went to our bank? These are all very subtle ways in which we can see the impact of digitization. There is huge amount of work that is happening at the back end. It is bridging the economic divide in our country as vast as ours, where we have people from a spectrum of education and in terms of being fortunate enough to have to the people who have not. Like as simple as access to education, ability to know what courses are there, and the ability to apply for those courses and get into those courses. These have come about by digitization. So what it is doing is it is creating an environment where Indians are able to aspire and they are able to dream. They are not trapped within the local environment of where they are, whatever may be their socioeconomic situation that is there. All of this has come about because of the impact of digitization, the e-governance frameworks that have got rolled out, the digitization of the financial sector, where India has, very proudly we can say, has led the world in terms of the digitization of the financial sector. The kind of services that we get in India from the banking sector, the Western world is yet to catch up, and these are the impact that is there. And this aspect of the ability for youngsters to aspire and dream and see how they can make it reality is a very, very powerful impact. I just would want to just touch upon what next. Again, both my old friend and colleague Manoj and Mr. Parekh mentioned, we have to, there is a need for us to keep pace with the changing environment that digitization is pushing us to. If you all can recollect the congressional hearings of Sundar Pichai or of Facebook founder, what exactly was happening over there? What happened there was digitization went ahead at such a fast pace that the legislation, the policy, and the law could not keep up with it. Plus, digitization is not visible. It's sort of transparent. So there is a need for India, along with this, phenomenal technological juggernaut that we are, that we have to bring in legislation and we have to bring in policy and lawmakers, appraise them of what digitization is bringing about, so that the suitable legislative and policy landscape is defined by our country. And this is something which is a science or a practice in itself, because it is so vast, it is so specialized. Amity could look at a course that offers how do you read technology, understand technology, and help draft policy and law. The government needs such kind of expertise, to craft these. Another area which digitization offers for us, and this worries me, in much depth, is all said and done, digitization technology today is typically English linked. But we are not an English country. We have an English divide in this country. And and I always used to wonder that, will India have to wait for every Indian to learn English before they can take advantage of digitization or digital technology? But that is where today's technologies of AI, machine learning, the digitization will help two persons with, who are fundamentally brought up on two different mother tongues, having the ability to talk together, the ability to do commerce on a digital platform. Because all said and done, we all, being Indians, we know a smattering of Hindi, we know a smattering of English, and this digital AI and machine learning based technology will make it easy for somebody who does not know English so well to communicate and get work done. And that's a very promising future, or promising future that we can look for. So with these few words, I just wish to summarize what I see as the huge impact that India is having as digitization. With confidence, I can say, be it e-governance services, be it banking services, be it the language bridging frameworks that are coming up, India is ahead of many countries in the world, and we have a bright future going ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful talk. I feel great privilege to call upon Mr. Pramod Agarwal, sir. Sir is a technology leader with over 25 years of global work experience in creating well-designed business applications and high-performing platform technologies. He currently serves as the regional CTO for Automation Anywhere, a Silicon Valley startup in robotic process automation and AI space. Prior to this, he headed the Indian Development Center for Oracle's PeopleSoft Enterprise Software Division, and then as CTO for Applied AI Platform for Baker Hughes, a GE company. Pramod sir has received 2 patents for multilingual tagging of content with conditional display of unilingual tags and virtual federation of remote portals. He is an alumni of IIT Roorkee, IIM Bangalore, and the Ohio State University, USA. It is an honor to have you with us, sir. I request you to gather to address the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be in the company of such esteemed speakers and panelists. And thank you to MIT University and Dr. Madhuri for reaching out over LinkedIn and getting me plugged into this. It's always very exciting to be with a young company of students and brilliant professors who guide them. So it's a great opportunity. I think being the last speaker, I think, for today.
You're the second last.
The second last speaker for today. I think the perspective that I wanted to bring to the students and the MIT as the academic quote-unquote facilitator for guiding these students is, I think if you look at the digital today, it's a lot of times digital gets talked about as an addendum or as something in addition to physical. I think today the world is changing to be a digital first world. And I think there is an absolute recognition of that in businesses that are old businesses and businesses that are coming up new. They're being called as digital native, digital first businesses. But clearly the way for the humanity forward is the digital way of life, right? And I think this digital way of life is not to be misunderstood by any means as a world of Facebook, as a world of Twitter, but I think it's a world where digital plays a role in making everything around you happen, right? And a lot of times digital AI automation gets talked about in the sense of loss of jobs or reskilling. While all of that is true, I think one fundamental aspect of humanity forward is that when you make something accessible at the right price, then its demand grows exponentially. And let me maybe take a step back here. I used to watch this series on Netflix called Crown, and this is about the British royal family. And if you look at the lifestyle that they were living there in early 20th century, they were able to call a car for their personal transport. And of course, the car used to be a Rolls Royce and a beautiful carriage driven by a well-appointed, I don't know if they call them driver or whatever. But today, that same service of needing a car to go somewhere is accessible to everybody, right? And how is that made possible? Right, that's made possible not just by that everybody has the same amount of money as the royal family, but the fact that technology has made it possible for everybody to use the same level of convenience, right? In the same way, the royal family used to get the leading couture brands to get dresses made for them, and the person would come to their palace and measure them and bring the best fashion designs to them and then get them to select and wear what. Now that's available too. Now that's available too to everybody, right? So if you think about fundamentally the human aspiration of convenience, of standard of life, it really needs to be made available to everybody, right? And how do you make it available to everybody? You make it available to everybody through this technological revolution that is already underway, right? And I think the world went through a very large industrial revolution from 1930s to early 2000s. I think this next wave that is building on top of this physical revolution is this digital revolution. And I think the beauty of the digital revolution is going to be that it's going to make every one of those conveniences that everybody desires for and very few could afford for, make available to everybody, right? Now, there are some companies I invest in India. One of the companies is making working capital on a rolling basis available to everybody like a Swiggy delivery boy. like a Zomato delivery boy. And how are they making it possible? They're making it possible by understanding this person's earnings in the past, and which is driven through this person's behavior and attitudes towards work, which generates certain cash flow for this person. And these people make hardly 15 to 20,000 rupees a month. But in the end of the month, they would have a need for, let's say, paying the tuition fee for their kid or buying a ration or whatever, right? But they don't have access to easy credit. You can make that easy credit available. That's available to all the wealthy people, like upper middle class today through credit cards. It's available now to a Swiggy person, a Zomato person, because you can analyze this data and you can understand how can I make this credit available to this person at the right cost, so he is not in a financial difficulty every end of the month, right? So credit facility for millions and millions of people, and that would apply to not just a Swiggy worker, but hundreds of millions of workers around the globe. And that is something that can come from India, right? India is a very data-rich country. So I think one of the things that I really liked about Dr. Abhay Bansal's exhortation to students was build, right? And you can build from India because India offers you that fundamental opportunity around data, right? And you have every class of, whether from an economic status perspective, type of business model perspective, you have everything available here, right? So it's a perfect laboratory that offers you all the right ingredients, the skills, the data, and whatever else you need. And with the availability of utility computing, you can very easily build these things, right? And you can then scale them globally, right? Similarly, if you look at our very, very recent movement towards unicorns, right? You're seeing companies in the SaaS businesses, in the electric vehicle businesses, they are really building things here. They're listing themselves in NASDAQ and other foreign exchanges and really gaining those traction as global and multinational companies, right? And that's all possible because India is a very much easier place to experiment, also thanks to some of the early policy formulation that's happening around drone technology, around AI, around data privacy, where we are really leading the globe, right? If you look at our fintech space, if you look at Aadhaar, I think we really have lots of those ingredients available here to build today for the globe. And remember, the globe is not just America. America is, of course, one of the wealthiest nations, easiest to scale some of your technology innovations. But really, you can build for the 5 billion people around the globe, right? And that's the opportunity as a technologically advanced country that we have, right? Let me now come back a little bit more towards the automation and AI. And since I work in that space, quite passionate about what automation is doing to the foundations of business in a way, where how the business processes are laid out and how they're executed. As Manoj mentioned, this is now incumbent upon every business leader to bring automation and AI into every one of their business processes, right? And I think as an educational hub, MIT covers all disciplines, and truly automation and AI belong to every discipline. It does not just belong to engineering. It's not a STEM education anymore, right? If you look at the job of an accountant, if you look at the job of a compensation manager in a HR department, if you look at the job of a supply chain specialist, it's all going to become very deeply digital, right? It's going to be digitally enabled, digitally enhanced, whatever words you want to use. So therefore, I think it is incumbent upon organizations like MIT to bring this knowledge of automation and AI technologies to every one of their academic faculties, right? And make sure that the accountants of tomorrow, the lawyers of tomorrow, they understand these technologies really well. Some people might go on to defining the policy around AI. Some people may become an accountant. They may become a public relations expert for a company, but they all need to understand AI and automation really, really well to become productive in their own jobs, and also be able to redefine how those business functions are going to become strategic functions of tomorrow for their businesses, right? And maybe new companies will come out just around those specific business processes, right? So I think automation and AI is for everybody. It is not for the technology elites by any means. It's not for consulting firms to come and implement. It's for everybody to learn. And today, the digital revolution is recognizing that truly, and the entire world of digital is coming to a, and maybe I'll take an example that from my yesteryears, that Maruti 800 became Maruti 800 and a very popular car because you could get that repaired anywhere in the country, right? You did not need an engineer to repair Maruti 800, right? Similarly, if you look at digital skills today, the nuts and bolts of how do you configure a business process, how do you automate a business process, they are now available at a very, very low level of digital skill, right? Through these low code, no code type of platforms. And I think every student today, it should be a mandate for them to learn these technologies so they can become a much more productive participant in the workforce of tomorrow. Even if they are not all going to do their own startups, in the businesses function that they join for whether the global companies or the local companies, or maybe shared services center of a global company that's running out of India, they will need the skills so they can be the most productive worker ever, right? In their space and grow their own careers. And that doesn't make their career as a software developer. It is their career as an accountant, it's their career as a supply chain analyst. They'll require them to know these things really, really well so they can make progress in their jobs and contribute productively to their whatever function that they want to take, right? So I think with that, I'm going to probably stop here and available for any questions that may come up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your sharing your enriching experience. I feel great pride in calling upon Mr. Sumit Sardana, Chief Operating Officer, M. Carbon. Mr. Sardana is a senior business executive with over 22 years of leadership experience in P&L, management, strategy, M&A, sales and management, key account management, product innovation and delivery, and business development in Europe and India. His key expertise include executing legal framework agreements for large deal encompassing setting up subsidiaries and new legal entities across countries. He is widely experienced in creating and managing diverse teams and growing revenues. He has created and launched complex products and managed high-value relationships with the world's leading telecom operators and enterprise brands. Sir has domain expertise in telecommunication, mobile operations, telecom value-added services, mobile devices, satellite communication, public sector undertaking, banking, oil and gas for center and state government enterprise verticals. He is an engineer graduate in electronics and telecommunication and has done post-graduation in management and marketing. I request sir to address the session.
Thank you, everybody. Being the last on the panel, I'll like to be quick and fast. Thanks for inviting me here. And everybody has rightly stressed upon the need for automation and the need for how the world is changing around it. But I like to emphasize upon one very, very critical aspect, that why that time is now and why that time is now for the young generation in India. If you look at history, it's only fortunate at times that things are available to a generation to make transformational changes. And that time for India, fortunately, is for next 2 decades to 3 decades. Why I emphasize upon that is people who have read a little bit of history and like to connect dots. It has happened twice in the history of India in past 2300 years. One was at the time of Bindusara and another was at the time of Jahangir. One was in BC and another was in 1600 something century. And you can go back and Google it out and try and check out, what all was happening in India around that point in time. Now, after 500 years, it's time of India again. And this is the generation which should be helping up India make its crowning glory again in the world through transformation and using the digital technology. 4 generations, if you just look at you as a generation and 3 generations behind you, have gone into building up these building blocks for now as a time to enable things to come up. Our forefathers were bringing us independent struggle. My parents were building up processes and building up institutions like PSUs and banks to enable some of those things to happen. Most of my generation, we did the initial work of connectivity and core ERP and other software applications as a building block. And now at your generation level, you're already millennials. You're born with the computer in your hand as a playing toy as soon as it was made available to you. And with the emphasis on studies for last 50 years plus, Indians have done wonders across the world. Just to give you an example why time is most important thing, just go and read a book called Outliers, and why 1955 was the year when Mr. Steve Jobs and Mr. Bill Gates were born, and why if they had born 5 years later or 5 years before, they may not have been the industry leaders as we recount them today. Today, the transformation of the world has also been required because never in the world there was so much of population and human brain power available. Just 200 years back, we were just 1 billion people all across the world put together. Less than 50 years back, when I was born, we were just 4 billion people, and we are 8 billion people now. The world has always worked on supply and demand concepts. The demand is more for anything and everything, and that's the reason you're seeing transformation of transport sector, aviation sector, financial sector. Even your saloon is coming to your home through a digital interface. And whatever you pick up, it is getting digitized. We have been fortunate, I'd say we are fortunate generation and people on this panel because we saw the initial cusp of building blocks of this, and we are seeing the transformation and talking about AI and ML and next level automation happening in our lifespan because computers came into our time frame. The first websites or the browsers were built in our time frame. We saw a computer coming into the hands of individuals in our time frame. Therefore, this is most important that the next generation takes this leap further on the building blocks which have already been provided for them. And we try and build not only for India, but for the world, because this is in our grasp today, that even if we prepare ourselves, our solutions for our 1.4 billion population, the scale at which we are doing that, how in a very, very small span of time, Aadhaar has done a transformation for whole of India, the UPI interface and 1 billion transactions happening across it in a very, very small phase is being talked about in best of the places where they actually do rocket science at a very differential level. And this level of quantum computing, which is gonna bring in the changes, I would look forward to some of our students being esteemed leaders for tomorrow to continue and making our nation proud. I'll end up at that. And thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Over to the MCs, please.
Yeah. Thank you for such an enlightening talk, sir. With this, we come an end to today's CXO Forum. I feel great honor to call upon Ms. Gopa Das, ma'am, Deputy General Manager, Corporate Resource Center, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, to propose the vote of thanks and give the concluding remarks. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Devika. And at the outset, I would like to thank all the esteemed speakers who were here today. Mr. George Paul, CEO of MAIT, Mr. Manoj Chugh, President and Group Public Affairs from Mahindra & Mahindra, Mr. Pramod Agarwal, Vice President and Regional CTO from Automation Anywhere, Mr. Sandeep Parikh from Ernst & Young, Partner Industry Automation from Ernst & Young, and Mr. Sumit Sadana, COO from M-Carbon. So thank you all so much for sparing time and for being here with us. In concluding remarks,
all I can say that the students would have had wonderful takeaways from today's session, because all other speakers, they touched upon different aspects of the topic, which is digitization, explosive impact of digitization, starting from the very first speaker, Manoj Chog, who emphasized that how digitization is opening up various ways to do business, be it agriculture, be it manufacturing, be it marketing, be it operations, or any other aspects of business. How digitization helps us to innovate, how the process flow and workflow is changing, how AI and ML is helping us anticipate the workflow, the process flow, and how this is on the whole making the entire work scenario more efficient. Mr. Sandeep Parikh from Ernst & Young, being in the middle of industry automation, that industry automation is his forte. He touched upon how the entire human, how the way we live for the entire human race is being, changed by this process, digitization. At the end of the day, digitization is helping us to improve the economy of the country by improving profits of the different organizations, and how the policy makers now are at a very crucial stage, and how the policy making has become a very critical and complicated issues, because it all has to lead to increase of profitability. Only then digitization will benefit us and benefit our country on the whole. Mr. George Paul, a very senior person from MAIT and with loads of industry experience, touched upon how the process, how digitization is silently bringing changes in economy, which again, of course, is the most crucial economy of the country. How this is silently changing. Sometimes we can't even comprehend, but how silently our economy is changing and becoming more efficient all around us. How the manual period, if we compare the manual period with the present digitization era, and how the processes are becoming more efficient. For example, paying off bills, paying off electricity bills and other bills, how banking, ticketing, all these functions are now becoming so simple. If we compare it with our with 20 years back, when all these processes, or even 10 years back when all these processes were manual for us. So digitization helps in bringing, thus it is helping in bridging the gap between the sectors of society. Now today, the two people speaking two very different languages can communicate with each other through artificial intelligence, machine learning, and do business together. It is no more very important for all to know one language, the entire population to know one single language to do business. So this is again another factor which Mr. Paul touched upon, that how the English divide is being eradicated with the help of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Mr. Pramod Agarwal, Regional CTO of Automation Anywhere, has again emphasized that how conveniences are no more accessible to only the privileged few, but conveniences now accessible to every one of us. For example, how calling a car to go to places was very much for the royal families in the yester era, and how almost the entire population can avail this service just with a click of a mouse, and how it is benefiting everyone. Wearing a designer outfit is no more a very privileged class facility. It is available to everyone. That too, this is also an aspect of digitization. So conveniences are now available to everyone. Automation and AI has not restricted, should not be restricted to only engineering. This is another thing which you touched upon, that automation, machine learning, artificial intelligence, these are not to be restricted only for the use of engineers, but for all other professionals from all other verticals like accounts or HR. So they also can use these skills and bring about positive changes in their work scenario. Mr. Sumit Sadana from M Carbon, he touched upon the larger picture, that how India will take again the center stage, and how Indians are doing, will be doing wonders across the world. Transformation is seen in sectors like transportation, banking, manufacturing, and many others. India will build now not only for our own country, but for the entire world. So these are some of the very important takeaways that the students would have taken out of this session. I think we have had a wonderful session. Thank you once again to all the panel members. But then thank you also to the Amity University, the senior leadership team, the founder president, the chancellor, the vice chancellor, and the leadership team for providing these platforms to us to bring such eminent personalities, such stalwarts from the industry on a single platform, and to provide these opportunities to the students for listening to the stalwarts like this, and they can which will benefit them for their professional career ahead. The team members, all of us have worked together to bring this session to this shape. And thank you to the team and everyone in the team, as well as the team of the Amity University, the IT team, for the seamless conduct of the session, and also to the student coordinators. They have done a wonderful job. With a little guidance, they can really do wonders. So way to go. And definitely we're looking forward to their lives ahead, and I'm sure they will make us proud. So with that, I think once again, thank you to the panel members. Wonderful session. Look forward to invite you to the campus in better times, and nothing like having a physical conference in the campus with the 200 students audience sitting in front of you, and with the hustle bustle everywhere, and our wonderful campus, the surroundings of our ambience of our wonderful campus. So virtual is, of course, nothing compared to that. So we look forward to invite you to our campus very soon. And with that, we can wrap up the session now.
Thank you, Ms. Kopa, and thank you to every industry leaders. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time.
Thank you, George, sir. Thank you so much, sir.